A question is posed about the meaning of marriage as Claire, Jing, and Anson stand before a priest at the altar, surrounded by roses. Claire, dressed in her wedding gown, has a look of solemn apprehension. The priest recites the vows, asking Anson if he takes Claire to be his wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward. Anson glances at her with a confident smirk, affirming that he does. As he holds her hand, he thinks about the vow to be faithful until death, his expression turning sharp and menacing. The priest declares that he may now kiss the bride, and Claire looks up with wide-eyed shock. Anson leans in and kisses her forcefully as she registers her surprise. During the kiss, he whispers that this is what she owes to Anya and him, and that it's too late for her to run away now. The scene shifts to Claire's hand, weakly releasing its grip on his suit jacket. After the wedding kiss, Claire's internal monologue reveals her despair. A single tear escapes her eye as she thinks that she still cannot escape this cage. The scene transitions to a home at night, where Claire is heard screaming for Anson to let her go. Lying on a bed in her wedding dress, she confronts him, stating she went through with the wedding as promised and demanding to know what he is doing now. Anson stands before her, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal a chiseled torso, and mockingly asks if she really doesn't know what he intends to do. He pins her to the bed, telling her to stop resisting and that this is how she needs to pay back what she owes. With a cold and determined look, he declares that he will get it all back from her bit by bit. A single tear falls from Claire's eye as she lies beneath him, thinking of Anya and wondering how everything ended up this way. A flashback to 1 month prior shows a cheerful Claire on the phone, encouraging Anya to go on a trip to Barcelona, a place she has always wanted to visit. She reassures Anya, telling her not to worry and that she has already called Zane, Claire's boyfriend, telling her to hurry and pack for the cruise, all while clutching her stomach from an unbearable ache. The scene returns to Claire watching a news report announcing that the North Star cruise to Barcelona has sunk, with rescue operations slowed by stormy weather. Claire gasps in horror, covering her mouth as she processes the terrible news. At Anya's funeral, a portrait of the deceased is surrounded by white lilies. Claire is suddenly slapped hard across the face. Anya's mother, distraught with grief, screams at Claire to give her daughter back as others try to hold her back. An assistant approaches Claire, informing her that Mr. Lee has asked to see her. She realizes with dawning dread that he must be Anya's fiancé. In a dimly lit office, Anson sits smoking as his assistant announces Claire's arrival. Anson looks up from his cigarette, his gaze cold, and asks if she is the one who killed Anya. Claire recalls his emotionless glare, realizing in that moment the gravity of her situation. Anson asks her if she is prepared for atonement, and she thinks to herself that while she may have escaped the tsunami, she has now descended into a much darker abyss. In a later scene, Claire stands before Anson, bowing deeply and apologizing for what happened to his fiancé, stating she will accept any punishment. Anson coolly asks if that is so, then throws a document at her, telling her to sign it. She is shocked to see it as a marriage agreement. Anson explains that he knows about her happy relationship with her boyfriend Zane, but since she killed Anya, he wants her to suffer in pain for every second of her life, carrying the weight of that fact. He declares with a dark expression that she will never be happy for all eternity. Back on their wedding night, Claire lies crying on the bed. Anson leans over her, remarking how unappetizing her tears are. He pulls away, deciding that forcing her is meaningless. As he puts his shirt on, he warns her that from now on, she cannot go anywhere without his permission, in case she makes a fool of herself. He then leaves the room, slamming the door behind him. Later, Anson is at a bar with his friend Luke Yi, contemplating the best way to get revenge on a woman. Luke advises him to ruin everything she has, toy with her, and torture her, leaving her with a sliver of false hope until she wishes she were dead. Luke questions why Anson is so serious, noting he didn't have feelings for Anya and that it was just a verbal promise, even asking if he truly married Claire just for revenge. Anson explains that while he always saw Anya as a younger sister, he made a promise to her grandmother on her deathbed and feels obligated to keep it. Luke jokes about Anson's ability to attract younger women, to which Anson retorts that he would have to be blind. Luke then mentions that Anson's brother, who also really liked Anya, is returning soon. An image of a stylish, silver-haired man appears, hinting at his arrival. In the bedroom, Anson crushes a cigarette, dismissing his momentary pity for Claire and telling himself that she deserves her fate. Claire has a nightmare where she's trapped inside an ornate red birdcage, crying out to be saved. A voice calls her name, and her boyfriend Zane appears with large angel wings, telling her he is here now. She reaches for him in relief, but his form becomes watery and dissolves, replaced by the spectral, waterlogged image of Anya, who grabs her and demands she give back what she is owed. Claire wakes up screaming, realizing it was just a dream as someone knocks on her door. A maid informs her that the young master has ordered her to pick up the second young master from the airport. Confused, Claire sits up in bed, clutching the blanket. Her phone rings with a call from her friend Chrissy. Chrissy immediately yells at her for getting married without telling her, having found out from the newspapers. While on the phone, getting dressed, Claire explains that she has to go pick someone up at the airport. At the airport, Anson's brother Simon arrives, drawing the admiration of nearby women. He muses that his brother must have missed him to send someone to pick him up. He finds Claire standing by a small pink car, holding a cardboard sign. Simon scoffs at the ugly and old-fashioned car, pitying the unlucky fella who has to ride in it. He then reads the sign, which says La Family's second young master, and realizes with horror that he is the unlucky fella. Claire notices him, concluding he must be the person she is meant to pick up. He tries to deny it when she approaches, but she calmly introduces herself and says his brother sent her. He clutches his chest, dismayed at the situation. He then points at her, accusingly asking if she is Claire, the woman who killed Anya and married his brother. She answers yes without hesitation, and defiantly asks what of it, thinking that she has nothing left to lose. Claire tells Simon to get in the car. He proudly declares he would rather die than ride in such a vehicle. Just as a sudden downpour begins, defeated, Simon pleads with her that they can still talk about it. In the car, he complains about her slow driving. Claire snaps back, telling him to be quiet or get out. Simon is shown crammed uncomfortably into the passenger seat, muttering about his various pains. She tells him to shut up and maintain his image as a young master. But their argument is cut short when another car rams into them from behind. After the crash, a menacing man approaches, yelling that he has finally caught her. Simon, dazed from the impact, confronts the men, asking if kidnappers are always this incompetent. Another man drags Claire from the car, while the leader informs her that her father owes them $200K. Claire is stunned, recalling the debt was only $50K. The men laugh mockingly and show her a loan agreement, proving her father gambled the money away after agreeing to triple repayment clause. One of the loan sharks grabs Claire's chin, suggesting she can pay the debt back with her body. Simon intervenes, kicking the man to the ground and coolly asking for her price, stating he will buy her. Claire looks at Simon, surprised by his actions. Claire is instructed to take a bottle of wine to a VIP room. Dressed in a revealing waitress outfit, she agrees, her mind filled with warnings about the dangers of working in a bar. Her thoughts drift to her lonely existence as she walks through the club, thinking that only her soul is enough in this concrete jungle. She serves the wine to a man named Luke, who is sitting with a woman. Luke calls out to his friend, and Claire freezes in shock when she sees Anson sitting on the couch. A memory of him telling her she was not allowed to leave his house flashes through her mind, and she panics, praying he doesn't recognize her. She places the wine on the table and tries to slip away unnoticed. But Anson grabs her wrist, asking where she is going. Realizing she's been caught, he pours a glass of wine and commands her to drink it. To avoid causing a scene and revealing their marriage, she downs the glass in one go. Flushed, she asks if he is satisfied, but he pulls her into his arms, accusing her of embarrassing him on purpose. He lifts her up and announces to Luke that he is leaving. As Anson carries her out, Luke is left looking confused by the strange scene. Anson throws her into the back of his car, where she complains of dizziness from the alcohol. He gets in beside her, warning her not to let this happen again. Drunk and defiant, Claire retorts that she was just trying to earn money and asks what business it is of his. Anson grabs her chin, warning her not to test his limits. She drunkenly agrees to follow his rules, then leans in close to his neck. The driver looks away awkwardly as Anson tells her she's drunk and they'll talk tomorrow, just before she throws up a rainbow of vomit all over his suit. The next morning, Claire wakes up in bed, sore and confused, wondering where she is and what happened. She panics when she sees a bloodstain on the sheets, and shrieks just as Anson emerges from the bathroom wearing only a towel. Putting the pieces together, she accuses him of being an animal and taking advantage of her while she was drunk. A sudden stomach cramp hits her, and she sheepishly asks Anson if he has any sanitary pads. He tells her where to find them, and she emerges later, embarrassed, asking if he changed her clothes. He scolds her for her lack of hygiene, explaining he didn't want her sleeping in her own vomit, then offers to find her a job that satisfies her needs. He pinches her cheek, and just as she wonders about his intentions, he calls out to his brother Simon, asking how long he's been eavesdropping. Simon, caught, frantically searches online for advice on what to do. Before Anson calls his name again, Simon enters the room with a nervous smile, which Anson quickly dismisses by interrogating him about his whereabouts the previous night. Anson warns Simon about his behavior, threatening to put him in a wheelchair if he gets into trouble. Claire observes the dynamic, amused by Simon's two-faced nature. Anson then turns to both of them, punishing them by making them recite the core meaning of socialism 50 times. Claire and Simon bicker and fight while trying to recite the values, until Anson returns from a phone call with boss Zhang, at which point they immediately stand at attention like well-behaved children. Later, Anson's assistant reports that a businessman named Zhang, who they need a plot of land from, has suddenly decided not to sell after leveraging a higher price. Anson decides they will have to trick him. The plan involves a banquet and Claire's participation. Claire is dismayed when the butler presents her with a very revealing dress for the event, realizing Anson still believes she was selling her body at the bar. At the masquerade party, Claire makes a stunning entrance, and Anson hands her a mask. She confronts him, asking that if he plans to sell her, he should at least tell her how much she's worth. He coldly puts the mask on her face, telling her she has no right to discuss prices with him. Mr. Zhang, the target, approaches and immediately takes an interest in Claire, asking Anson if he would allow her to have a drink with him to facilitate their land deal. To Claire's shock, Anson agrees, telling Zhang that she is a cupbearer whose price is not cheap. Realizing this is the job Anson had for her, Claire removes her mask and defiantly tells Anson that any tip she receives will be hers. She walks off with Mr. Zhang, leaving a furious Anson behind. His assistant panics, knowing Zhang is a sadist, and Anson orders him to stop her. In a private room, Zhang drugs Claire's drink, and she passes out after one sip. She awakens in a strange room, her hands cuffed and suspended from the ceiling, with a shirtless Zhang looming over her. He explains that the room-scented candle will heighten her senses, making her more susceptible to his advances. As he approaches, she tries to trick him into releasing her. But just as he reaches for her, Anson bursts in and knocks him unconscious. The real Mr. Zhang reveals himself, questioning the elaborate scam. Anson explains he merely wanted to switch partners, knowing Zhang's wife held the real power. He instructs his assistant to send incriminating photos to Mrs. Zhang before dealing with the man. Anson then turns to Claire, who, still under the influence of the drug, bites his finger when he tries to wake her. She glares at him, asking if he's satisfied now. Jin Yan Shen discovers Jing Qiao unconscious with her hands bound above her head, calling out her name in concern. He observes that the bindings are too tight and wonders where the key is. On a nearby table, a pink candle burns, filling the room with a strange scent. He quickly finds a key in a drawer, exclaiming that he has located it. As he moves to free her, he feels flushed and wonders why the room is so hot, brushing it off as a consequence of the room's small size. He gently tries to wake Jing Qiao, telling her that they can leave now that he is here. She weakly responds, telling him to go. After he unlocks the metal cuffs, they clatter open. Suddenly, Jing Qiao throws her arms around him in a passionate embrace, surrounded by an illusory flurry of pink rose petals. As she pulls him into a deep kiss, he holds her close, reassuring her that it is all right and that they can go home now. However, she clings to him desperately, pleading with him not to go. As he carries her, he tries again to wake her while panting heavily from the heat and exertion. She murmurs that something is wrong with the room before kissing him again. With her heart thumping, she pulls back his jacket, remarking on how cool his body feels against hers. He warns her that if she continues to act this way, they will do something they might regret. She ignores his warning and trails her hand along his neck. He asks her what she means, challenging her to tell him what will happen. Resigning to the moment, he tells her that he will show her and leans in for another kiss. The scene transitions to a montage where the narrator, Jing Qiao, recalls feeling as though she were walking on clouds that night. Her thoughts describe a sensation of floating up and down, feeling stuck as if in mud, unable to go forward or return before finally finding peace. The next morning, Jing Qiao stirs and turns over in bed. She is shocked to find Jin Yan Shen sleeping beside her and confusedly wonders why he is there and what exactly happened between them. A fragmented memory surfaces of the candle in the hotel room, and she recalls Jin Yan Shen bringing her back before realizing with horror that she was the one who initiated their encounter, even biting him in her haze. Panicked, she decides she must sneak out before he wakes up, but as she softly gets out of bed, she staggers from weakness. A hand suddenly steadies her and a voice tells her to be careful. She loses her balance completely and falls back onto the bed with a yelp. Jin Yan Shen, now awake, pulls the covers over her and instructs her not to run around, informing her that the butler will be bringing breakfast up soon. Jing Qiao hides her face under the blanket, anxiously wondering what sort of punishment he has in store for her this time. Later, Jin Yan Shen, now fully dressed, stands by the bed and tells her that he was inconsiderate and has taken care of the Zhang bastard, so he will not bother her again. But he adds that despite being husband and wife on paper, it would be better if they did not interfere in each other's business. He turns and leaves the room, the door banging shut behind him. Lying in bed, Jing Qiao reflects on his words about non-interference, concluding that it is for the best. She resolves to find a way to earn her own money. Sometime later, Jing Qiao is at the bustling Iceyun Cultural Festival, running a small stall. She happily muses that the festival organized by the Iceyun Company was a great opportunity, as she managed to sell many of her things in a single afternoon. A smug-looking man approaches her stall, claiming that since he bought half of her products, she should thank him with a hug. In a comedic stylized panel, Jing Qiao holds up a hat while an official-looking announcement from the National Oil and Gas Department warns against spraying alcohol and gas, a visual metaphor for the man being greasy. Her stall attracts more people who ask her about character decals and impersonations. In the crowd, a film director watches her, remarking to his companion that she is good. His assistant asks if they should approach her, but the director dismisses the idea, stating he doesn't have time to train a novice, as acting skill and intelligence are essential for his movie. Jing Qiao breathes a sigh of relief as her accessories sell out, but then looks worriedly at her remaining stock. She holds up a bag filled with boxes of Durex, lamenting that she was a fool to buy so many of what the shopkeeper called a best-selling product, and now she has to sell them before the festival ends. Putting on a brave face, she launches into a loud sales pitch, encouraging the crowd to ignite their passion and release true love, declaring Durex their best friend for the night. In a nearby car, Jin Yan Shen's assistant points out Jing Qiao's stall, commenting on the hardship of selling condoms late at night. As he looks closer, he realizes the seller looks familiar and exclaims in shock that it is Jin Yan Shen's wife. Jin Yan Shen glares out the window, his face contorted in anger, while his assistant tries to placate him, insisting there must be a misunderstanding. Without a word, he exits the car and grabs Jing Qiao's arm as she protests and tells him to let go. She demands to know what is wrong with him, but he forcefully pushes her into the backseat of his car. The assistant, sensing the tense atmosphere, wisely exits the vehicle and closes the door. Inside, Jin Yan Shen holds up one of the condom boxes and angrily asks if she isn't embarrassed selling such things on the side of the road. She defiantly crosses her arms, retorting that the Federalist era is over and that there is no shame in earning money through her own hard work. He scoffs, saying if she's so intent on pulling her own weight, he'll show her what that means, and throws the box at her. As he leans over her, she asks nervously what he intends to do. He retaliates by biting her on the neck, causing her to cry out and ask what he is. She pushes against him, reminding him of his own words from yesterday about not interfering with each other's business, and asks if he isn't tired of keeping up the charade. The scene fades as he holds her down in the backseat. Back at their home, a hungry Jing Qiao is in the kitchen preparing to cook something for herself. While chopping vegetables, she mutters that Jin Yan Shen has always been a bastard, complaining that he forced her to write out the core values 50 times as punishment. A small thought bubble shows a chibai version of him telling her that if she wants to earn money, she can do it by writing lines at 100 yuan each, as she grumbles that she has not written that many words since high school. She wonders aloud why she is so unfortunate as to always encounter him everywhere she goes. She is then startled by his sudden appearance behind her as he asks what she is doing. Flustered, she quickly composes herself and asks if he wants to eat, though she silently admits to herself that she was just being polite and wasn't prepared to cook for him. To her surprise, he accepts her offer and they soon sit down at the dining table. The meal she prepared for him is an elaborate and cute dish shaped like a puppy, while her own plate contains only leftover scraps and cuttings. She internally cries that while he gets a good meal, she does not. After taking a bite, Jin Yan Shen states that he does not want to see any more carrots from now on. Jing Qiao glares at him, silently cursing him for being picky after she cooked for him, but he immediately asks if she is swearing at him behind his back, forcing her to nervously deny it while wondering how he knew. As he gets up to leave, he reminds her to clean up the kitchen. She stares after him, baffled that he ate the entire meal, especially since she remembered him being a picky eater. Later that evening, Jing Qiao collapses onto her bed, relieved to finally get some sleep and happy to have her own room. She drifts off thinking about the new job as a cleaner that her friend Chen Qian had introduced to her 381-382. In another room, Jin Yan Shen lies awake in bed, his thoughts consumed by her 383-384. He questions why he is thinking about her again, wondering if it has simply been too long since he has touched a woman. He scoffs at himself, finding it funny that he would care about a girl who can only cook well. Concluding that he must have too much spare time, he decides to assign more work to his subordinate, Yilu, tomorrow. The following day, Jing Qiao arrives at a film set for her new job, where a supervisor curtly informs the new hires that while their title is assistant, they are really just janitors who must be ready to do anything required of them immediately. A friendly colleague with long dark hair introduces herself as Bai Bing, and Jing Qiao gives her own name in return. Their conversation is interrupted by a commotion as the famous actor Jin Mo makes his entrance. The women on set swoon, with one remarking that he is even more handsome in person than on screen. Bai Bing reveals herself to be a massive fan, excitedly telling Jing Qiao that Jin Mo is the first Chinese model to achieve such a high ranking in the industry. She explains that he is usually only seen on professional overseas catwalks. Bai Bing adds that this movie is his first ever collaboration with the renowned director Qin Bai, making it a historic event. As Bai Bing continues her enthusiastic praise, Jing Qiao watches with a deadpan expression, thinking to herself that this must be a legendary idiot fan, and remarking internally that Jin Shuimo is not the same person at home. A small panel shows Jin Shuimo looking annoyed by his brother's presence nearby. Suddenly, a glamorous actress named Chen Qingran approaches Jin Shuimo, cooing that she has finally met him after waiting for a very long time, 397-398. She introduces herself, offers her industry experience, and suggestively invites him to her room that night to discuss things further while rubbing her body against his arm. Bai Bing leans over to Jing Qiao and whispers that Chen Qingran, the second supporting actress, is notorious for treating staff badly, but is untouchable due to her powerful producer backing. Chen Qingran's advances are cut short when Jin Shuimo spots Jing Qiao in the crowd. He excuses himself from the actress, much to her surprise. He walks directly up to Jing Qiao and Bai Bing, asking if they are members of the set staff. Jing Qiao tries to snap her starstruck friend out of her daze. As Bai Bing continues to stare dreamily, Jing Qiao tells her to wake up, thinking that this is just a dream. Jing Qiao looks at her idol with disdain, thinking that he's not only a jerk but also incredibly cheesy. Jin Shuimo addresses Jing Qiao directly, accusingly asking if she is following him because she cannot get anything from his brother. Jing Qiao retorts with a sarcastic smile, suggesting that perhaps his neurological activities have been abnormal lately, essentially calling him mentally ill. Infuriated, Jin Shuimo points a finger at her and vows that he will remember her insult. He then abruptly changes his tone, declaring that he accepts her request for a day off and tells her to go home immediately. He then points to the still dazed Bai Bing and announces that she will be his temporary assistant for the day. Jing Qiao stands in disbelief, wondering why she is being dragged into this. The set supervisor then yells at Jing Qiao, confirming that Jin Shuimo's assistant asked for a day off and ordering her to fill in. Jin Shuimo gives her a smug look and Jing Qiao silently curses her bad luck. He proceeds to torment her with a series of demanding and ridiculous requests, ordering her to fetch him green tea, find a specifically yellow umbrella because it is sunny, and massage his legs 415-416. Finally reaching her breaking point, Jing Qiao mutters that she cannot take it anymore. She approaches him from behind with a deceptive smile, asking if his shoulders are stiff and offering to ease his tension. She then digs her fingers into his shoulder with surprising strength, causing him to cry out in pain. The scene is witnessed by Chen Qingran, who instructs her own assistant to find information on Jing Qiao. Chen Qingran glares, wondering who this girl is to be taking men away from her. That night, Jing Qiao is in her room, grateful for a moment of peace after a long and difficult day. After she turns off her lamp, she hears a strange laughing sound from outside. She peers towards the window, thinking she heard children playing outside. Suddenly, a bloody handprint slaps against the glass, and the terrifying, blood-splattered face of a young boy appears, causing her to scream in terror. Jin Yan Shen bursts into her room, demanding to know what is wrong. She points shakily toward the window, where the apparition has vanished, leaving only a fading bloody streak that quickly disappears. Jin Yan Shen stares out into the darkness, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he thinks the word brother. Later, a tired Jing Qiao stands outside her bedroom, too scared to go back inside. Since Jin Yan Shen has disappeared again without a word, she decides to sleep in his room instead. She quietly slips into his large, empty bedroom. Meanwhile, Jin Yan Shen is in his study, drinking and lost in a traumatic flashback. He remembers voices telling him not to listen to others, that his father's death was not his fault, contrasted with another memory of someone shouting for help as a person referred to as Master fell from a balcony. The memories grow darker, with accusatory voices calling him a cursed one who wants to harm everyone, and declaring that he should never have been born. In the present, he takes another drink, agreeing with the voices that he shouldn't have appeared in this world, and musing that people will only remember him once he is dead. He eventually returns to his bedroom and is surprised to find Jing Qiao asleep in his bed 436-437. He approaches quietly and whispers to her. In her sleep, she reaches out and her hand touches his. He looks at her sleeping form for a long moment before his expression softens. He removes his robe. He gets into bed beside her, thinking how funny it is that he and she are in the same situation. He gazes at her with a caring look. He then lies down and the two of them sleep peacefully side by side. Jing Qiao wakes up with a start, panicked that she might be late for work again 445-446. She glances at her phone and sees it is only 6:00, relieved that she can sleep for another hour 447-448. As she settles back down, she freezes, realizing with horror that Jin Yan Shen is in the bed with her and wonders why he is there. A second realization dawns on her as she becomes aware that her hand is touching something 450-451. She looks down to see her hand resting on his bare torso and reflexively grasps his muscle, which wakes him up instantly. He looks down at her, asking what she is doing. Flustered, she asks why he isn't wearing a shirt. He coolly replies that he didn't feel like it, then adds that he has not yet asked why she was in his bed to begin with. He leans closer, asking if she wants it, and she frantically denies it, explaining that she was scared after the incident at the window and came to his room for safety, not knowing he would return. She quickly apologizes for all the trouble and scrambles out of the bed to flee the room. Jin Yan Shen watches her go with a faint, amused smile on his face. Outside, Jing Qiao runs, lamenting that she is doomed because she is late and the curator is going to scold her. Jing Qiao runs in a panic, exclaiming that she will be late. She recalls a moment where Jin Yan Shen was close to her, asking if she wanted something, and she blames him for making her so unfocused that she caught the wrong train, a thought that makes her blush with dizzying intensity. Arriving at the film set, she asks Bai Bing if they have started filming yet, and Bai Bing reassures her that they haven't due to a problem with the props. Bai Bing then reveals she was too excited to get an autograph from Jin Shuimo the previous day, and knowing Jing Qiao was his temporary assistant, pleads with her to get one for her. As Jing Qiao hesitates, thinking Jin Shuimo wouldn't give her one, Jin Shuimo himself appears, greeting Assistant Jing and mentioning his own personal assistant isn't working that day. Bai Bing, starstruck by how handsome he is, continues to beg Jing Qiao for help, who reluctantly agrees to try. Jing Qiao approaches Jin Shuimo, who is now lounging in a chair, and he teasingly asks if she is swooning for his beauty, blaming his own attractiveness. She clarifies that he is overthinking and she is just helping a friend. He expresses disbelief and asks if she wants to fight, just as someone bumps into her from behind. The person apologizes as Jing Qiao loses her balance and falls forward, slamming into Jin Shuimo. He looks shocked and tells her to get off. As she lies on top of him, she winces and curses the situation. Elsewhere on the set, a woman complains to Director Kin about the number of janitors on set, suggesting they are all trying to seduce the men. Director Kin looks on thoughtfully, wondering if one of them is the woman he saw selling something before and if she is trying to seduce Jin Shuimo, deciding he doesn't hate people with an agenda since it's not a bad thing to keep them in the crew. The woman, Miss Ran, berates an assistant for being useless, and complains that she doesn't have time to deal with the scheming of indecent people. Director Kin then instructs his assistant, Xiao Lai, to call Jin Shuimo and notify everyone that they will start filming now. Ms. Ran looks on with a frustrated expression. Later, Jing Qiao finds Xiao Lai and asks if Mr. Jin is ready. He agrees to call him, and as Jing Qiao waits, she recalls the moment her hand touched Jin Shuimo's wrist. Jin Shuimo is shown blushing at the memory of the contact. Xiao Lai calls out to Jin Shuimo, trying to get his attention as he seems lost in thought. Jing Qiao approaches and asks him if he is unwell. He stammers and she becomes embarrassed and runs away, wondering if he is mad at her. Later at the Jin's house, Jing Qiao peeks inside. Jin Yan Shen instructs two men to keep watch downstairs and on the roof. Jing Qiao walks in and asks if they are preparing for a ghost hunt. A man with a mustache explains that it's not a real ghost, but someone pretending to be one. Jing Qiao, declaring that she loves horrors despite not being good with them, eagerly asks if she can join in. Jin Yan Shen asks if she's not afraid anymore, and she confidently replies that as long as it's a human, she isn't afraid, though the other man warns it is still very dangerous. Jin Yan Shen smiles and says he has an important task for her. The man with the mustache watches them go upstairs, thinking that the young master is planning a prank on his wife, and that he hasn't seen this naughty side of him since the eldest young master passed away. Inside a dark room, Jing Qiao, now in different clothes, shouts Jin Yan Shen's name, asking if this is the important task he mentioned and accusing him of punishing her. A shirtless Jin Yan Shen lies in bed and says exactly, prompting her to demand he put on a shirt. He refuses, and as a swooshing sound is heard from outside, she notes with alarm that there are even sound effects. The woman from before, now dressed as a ghost, squats down obediently in the room as the doors creak open. A young man in a mask and bow tie peers in from the balcony. The woman in the ghost costume asks the little guy if he needs something. A loud thud is heard from outside, and Jing Qiao, holding a wig, calls out to Jin Yan Shen that it sounds like someone fell. He glares and tells her not to go out. He pulls her back from the window and embraces her, telling her she doesn't need to go out. She feels him shivering in her arms and asks what's wrong. He insists he is fine and asks what's wrong with her. He then releases her and says it's nothing. The man with the mustache enters, reporting that they have caught the culprit and it was the second young master's order. Jing Qiao is shocked to hear Jin Shuimo's name. From downstairs, Jin Shuimo's voice is heard yelling, asking who told his accomplices to dress up as a ghost when he just meant for them to tell horror stories. Jing Qiao recognizes Jin Shuimo's voice. He scolds his 3 injured-looking staff members for their elaborate setup of puppets, blood, and sound effects. He sarcastically tells them that with their talent, they could design a haunted house and don't need to work for him. Jing Qiao reflects on how Jin Shuimo held a grudge over a simple joke. She thinks to herself that even if it was a joke, he can't do this. Jin Yan Shen asks the man with the mustache who told Jin Mo about the room on the second floor, and the man replies that it was Mama Wu, who knows everything about the house since she served the master. Nanny Wu apologizes to Jin Mo, saying they overdid it because of his order and asks him to let it go. Jin Yan Shen comments that she resembles his mother, then mutters that it's disgusting all the same. Jing Qiao wonders why Jin Yan Shen had such a stony face when his mother was mentioned, and if there is something between them. Jin Mo confronts the staff, asking if they mean everything is his fault. Nanny Wu replies that she wouldn't dare and says they can be punished if it helps with his anger. He glares at her angrily. Jin Yan Shen appears and tells his brother Mo not to waste his effort on unrelated people. He then coldly tells the man with the mustache to fire them. The 3 staff members are shocked by the order. Jin Mo sits on a couch, remarking how good it feels to be backed by his big brother. The fired staff members beg Mr. Jin not to fire them, crying that nobody will hire them and he can't take their lives away. Nanny Wu pleads with young Master Yan Shen, stating that she works under the mistress, and the mistress will be unhappy if she doesn't see her when she returns soon. Jin Yan Shen smiles and says he is looking forward to it. The man with the mustache, Butler Zhang, orders the staff to be brought downstairs. Nanny Wu shouts that she has worked for the family for over 20 years and that Jin Yan Shen is really giving her the sack, calling him an untamable wolf just as his madam said. She orders for him to be dragged down but is instead dragged away herself. Jin Yan Shen thinks that it's all the better, as he won't be haunted by a comet like her, while dark memories of his mother asking why he lived and telling him to stop appearing in front of her surface in his mind. Jing Qiao finds him and asks what's wrong. She notices he doesn't look very good. He tells her he's fine. After dealing with the helpers, he tells Jin Mo that it is now his turn. Jin Mo yelps in affirmation. Jing Qiao stands by as Jin Yan Shen tells his brother that his previous punishments were only writing lines and self-reflection, but he went over the top this time. He announces that he will confiscate all of Jin Mo's cars and credit cards. Jin Mo is shocked. He begs his brother not to cut off his money, pleading that he can be yelled at or beaten up but needs his car for work, clinging to his brother's leg and crying that he's killing him. Jing Qiao tries to stifle a laugh, and Jin Mo yells at her for laughing because of her. She denies it, puffing her cheeks, but he retorts, asking if she thinks he's blind. Jin Yan Shen tells his brother that he will take care of his food and clothes, and Butler Zhang will drive him to work, adding that his life might even be better. He sets the punishment for 3 months, threatening to make it a year if Jin Mo doesn't let go of his leg. Jin Mo quickly retracts his hands and agrees. Jin Yan Shen tells him to go to sleep now, and he meekly agrees. Later that night in the kitchen, Jing Qiao gets a cup of milk, thinking it's been a hard-working night. She muses that what happened might not be that simple and wonders who is there so late. She sees Butler Zhang and Jin Yan Shen talking and wonders if it's about the night's event. Butler Zhang tells Jin Yan Shen that Nanny Wu is a careful person who has never overstepped, suggesting that this time it might be what his mother wants. Jin Yan Shen, smoking a cigarette, agrees it's expected since his mother is at M now and can't look after the naughty Jin Mo. He wonders why not let him make a mistake to see how he reacts, thinking it's good if he doesn't care, but if he cruelly punishes him, they will see this helicopter, mother of his soon. Butler Zhang sighs that it's been years and asks why the mistress can't let go of what happened, reminding him that he is also her son. Jin Yan Shen puts out his cigarette, saying it's not important anymore and that he'd rather not be her son so he can despise her outwardly. Back in her room, Jing Qiao thinks it's strange and that while Jin Yan Shen's punishment seemed harsh, it was actually a show of warmth for his brother. She realizes the punishments had little real impact on Jin Mo's life, and that this must be the result of Jin Yan Shen's discipline, which has kept his brother from developing bad habits. She still can't understand why Mother Jin is so wary of Jin Yan Shen. Deciding to get to bed to prepare for filming the next day, she thinks about how she needs to work hard to pay off her debt. She checks her phone for the bus route to the filming location at Clearwater Park. As she prepares for bed, she sees Jin Yan Shen in her room and questions his presence. She tries to pull the covers up. He pats the bed, inviting her to come over. She blushes intensely, recalling the moment. She stands by the door, thinking she must have gone to the wrong room. She tries to leave, but he is suddenly behind her, startling her. She thinks she saw the door just now. With the door now closed, she realizes she is in his room. She thinks she must have opened it the wrong way. He asks if she wants him to invite her over and how dare she close the door, suggesting they try again. She stammers that she was just making sure she was in the right room. He reminds her that she once said she didn't like sleeping with him. He moves closer, telling her it's his house and he is free to choose which room he wants. He tells her that tonight he will allow her to stay by his side. She asks what she would do if she stayed, like watch him snore, wondering if he could be wanting that. She becomes flustered, thinking it's absolutely not possible. She tells Jin Yan Shen that she has to get up early for work the next day. He closes his eyes and whispers for her to come here. She looks at him, confused about what he just said. She awkwardly wishes him good night and pulls up her quilt. He tells her good night as well. She finds it awkward and strange that he didn't sneer at her, took the initiative to hug her, and even said good night, feeling that something is very wrong. She touches his forehead and exclaims at how hot he is, realizing he has a fever. She decides it's best to notify the housekeeper. A small angel and devil version of herself appear, with the devil telling her to let him die so her agreement will end, while the angel insists she can't watch him die and must be a kind girl. The devil calls the angel a stupid Virgin Mary, saying it's not kindness but foolishness, but the angel argues that he did help her with the ghost. She dismisses them both, deciding it's better to take a look at his condition. She wakes him and he confirms he's awake. She tells him he has a fever and asks if she should call a housekeeper. He tells her not to and to go to his room to get a fever reducer from the first drawer by his bed. She enters his bedroom to look for the medicine. She finds the cabinet and is surprised by how many medicines are inside. She finds a bottle and is shocked to see it's a medication for depression that has been used often. She quickly returns to his side with the medicine. She tries to wake him up to take the medicine. As he stirs, he murmurs, "Brother." She looks down at him, confused. In his feverish state, he looks at her and says he has finally seen her again. She realizes she must let him take the medicine first. She notices that something is very wrong with the situation. An author avatar appears, asking her if she's sure she doesn't have masochistic tendencies, which she denies. The author avatar then turns to Jin Yan Shen, saying this is the right feeling. The author avatar then comments on how defenseless she is and that she's hopeless, before deciding to go to sleep. The blonde woman calls out to a feverish Jin Yan Shen as they embrace in a rose petal-filled bath. She suggests he let her go first so he can take his medicine, but he refuses, convinced she will disappear again if he lets go. She protests that he's squeezing her too tightly, and he murmurs that he misses her so much. As he clings to her, she wonders if he is mistaking her for his brother, which confuses her since he is the eldest young master of the Jin family. She speculates about some secret drama within the rich family, perhaps involving an overbearing president and a lover who ran away while pregnant, as he calls out for his brother again. Growing impatient, she tells him he's in his 30s and shouldn't be making such a scene, deciding she needs to get him to take his medicine quickly to avoid having nightmares. She speaks to him in a soft voice, asking him to be good and take the medicine first, to which he agrees but adds that he wants her to feed it to him. Resigned, she tells herself it's just feeding medicine and gets him to take the pill. With the task done, she helps him into bed, telling him to sleep tight and hoping for a normal Jin Yan Shen to return by morning. As she tries to leave, he grabs her hand, pleading for his brother not to go and not to abandon him. Exasperated at how troublesome he is when sick, she decides to just let him hold her hand. The next morning, Jin Yan Shen wakes up, his head hurting, and wonders if he had a fever again. He sees her sleeping beside his bed and realizes she stayed and watched him all night, feeling relieved that he didn't seem to cause her too much trouble. The woman stirs, rubbing her eyes and pretending to still be sleeping as he watches her. She feigns a yawn and stretches, realizing it's already morning. She checks his forehead and confirms his fever is gone and his temperature is normal. Yawning, she complains about being sleepy, but reminds herself it's time to get ready to go to Clearwater Garden. She gets out of bed, and as she leaves the room, Jin Yan Shen opens his eyes, wondering why he reflexively hid from her just now when he did nothing wrong. Downstairs, a man informs the second young master, Jin Qiao, that he is going to prepare the car. The woman rushes down, worried she might miss the bus. The housekeeper, Uncle Zhang, invites her to have breakfast, but Jin Qiao interjects, telling him not to invite unworthy people who will only delay his work. The woman retorts, asking Jin Qiao if he has a disease that makes him uncomfortable if he doesn't find fault with others. She then asks Uncle Zhang if he is taking Qiao to Clearwater Garden and requests a lift, but Qiao immediately refuses, forbidding her from getting in his car. She calmly states that what he says doesn't count, declaring that the car isn't. Jin Yan Shen appears, and a startled Jin Qiao addresses him as his big brother. Jin Yan Shen asks Qiao if he has any comments on his arrangement, and Qiao quickly says he has none and will go right away. The woman sticks her tongue out at Qiao triumphantly. As they leave, Jin Yan Shen notes that they said they were going to Clearwater Garden and instructs his assistant to arrange a visit for him there today as well, leaving the assistant puzzled by his strange behavior. In the car, Jin Qiao angrily asks the woman how she dared to get a ride in his car, insulting her appearance. She calmly tells him that if he has the guts, he should go and talk to his brother instead of grumbling to her, suggesting he call him and ask for his card and car back so he doesn't have to unjustly sit with her. Provoked, Qiao declares that he dares to and immediately takes out his phone to call him. At Clearwater Garden, Jin Yan Shen's assistant, Fatty, answers the phone, wondering what Brother Mo wants. Xuemo puts on a show for the woman, pretending to talk to his brother, while she wonders if he really has the guts to call. The assistant on the other end is confused, asking if he dialed the wrong number and identifying himself as Fatty. Xuemo ignores him and continues his performance, tearfully admitting he was wrong and saying there's no need to confiscate his bank card and car. The woman can't hear what Jin Yan Shen is supposedly saying and thinks Xuemo is putting on an act, but she decides to stay calm, confident she can win. Xuemo begs Brother Mo not to be so gentle because it scares him. Jin Yan Shen, who is now on the phone with his brother, asks what's wrong and if he's been intimidated by someone, while Xuemo quickly hangs up. The woman asks why he hung up so fast, and Xuemo deflects, asking what else he could have said since he didn't agree. He feels relieved he ended the call before she caught on, confident in his excellent acting skills. Just then his phone rings, and it's the assistant, Brother Mo, who asks why he called him all of a sudden and then hung up so fast, thinking he had been kidnapped. The woman shows Xuemo his own phone's call history, revealing he had called Brother Mo and not Jin Yan Shen. Realizing he's been caught in a lie, Xuemo sulks as she compliments his superb acting skills. As they arrive, a woman named Jing Qiao approaches, identifying herself as a fan of Xuemo. The woman panics, realizing it's Jing Qiao and that if she's found out to be with Jin Xuemo, it will be hard to explain. She tries to escape, but Jing Qiao recognizes her and asks what she's doing there. At the Clearwater Garden film set, Jing Qiao confronts the woman, asking why on earth she would take a car with Brother Xuemo. The woman struggles with how to respond, wondering if she should just confess that she is Jin Xuemo's sister-in-law. Jing Qiao presses her, asking if she takes her words seriously, making the woman fear she'll be swallowed up by Jin Yan Shen if the truth comes out. Another actress, Bai Bing, points out that the director seems to be angry, creating a diversion that allows the woman to escape the topic. The director announces a 10-minute break. Later, the director, Qin Pei, angrily tells his assistant to inform actress Chen Zurin that if she insists on using a stunt double, she can just get lost. He declares that if she can't even endure a slap, she isn't worthy of working in the field. An investor tries to reason with him, pointing out that Chen Zurin is connected to President Cayenne, but the director retorts that face should be earned, not given. He vows he won't degrade himself for a secondary actress and will personally pack her things and return President Cayenne's money if she fails the next take. The assistant agrees to relay the message, while the woman observes, admiring director Qin Pei's seriousness and integrity. Suddenly, someone announces that President Jin Yan Shen has arrived. The director, regretting his harsh words, rushes with the crew to welcome him. The woman freezes in panic, realizing Jin Yan Shen is there. As his car pulls up, she worries that if he sees her, she'll be swallowed up. Jin Yan Shen gets out of the car and greets the director, explaining he had some tasks to deal with and dropped by to see their progress. He assures the director it won't hinder the shooting, while the woman hides behind a prop, hoping not to be seen. Jin Xuemo suddenly appears behind her, asking why she is hiding from Jin Yan Shen as if he were a tiger. She replies that he wouldn't understand, as this is a reaction carved into her DNA. Jin Yan Shen notices them and tells the director that his brother Xuemo has no rules and that he'll have to trouble director Qin to take good care of him. The crew members swoon over how handsome Jin Yan Shen is. The break ends, and as everyone gets back to work, the woman feels relieved to have escaped notice. Jing Qiao calls for her help moving props. Meanwhile, Chen Zurin is furious that the director won't let her use a stunt double, complaining about the $1 million she spent on her face. As she fumes, the woman accidentally spills water on her. Enraged, Chen Zurin slaps the woman across the face. The crew whispers about Chen Zurin's terrible temper. Chen Zurin threatens the woman, saying a simple sorry isn't enough and that she will make her pay. The woman clenches her fist, knowing this is the best job she can find and that she must stay. She apologizes profusely, admitting her negligence, but Chen Zurin scoffs, accusing her of making her look unreasonable and unforgiving. She declares she will live up to her hot-tempered reputation and raises her hand to slap the woman again. Jin Yan Shen's assistant asks if he should intervene, but Jin Yan Shen coldly states that if she wants the job, she has to pay the price, telling him to just let it be. Before Chen Zurin's hand can connect, Jin Xuemo grabs her wrist, shocking her. He asks if she dares to stop him and threatens to make her scram, but then he recognizes her, asking if she is Jin Xuemo. He coolly asks if she thinks she can make him scram, adding that his backing is more than enough to crush hers. Defeated, Chen Zurin says she will spare the woman this once and stalks off. Xuemo turns to the woman, but she tells him not to turn around. She explains that she's bleeding and he'll faint if he sees it. He is touched that she remembers his hemophobia and calls her an idiot as he gently helps her wipe the blood from her face. The director, Qin Pei, who has been watching, notes to his assistant that the young girl, Yoling, performed very well during the altercation, showing rich expression and detailed reactions. He remarks that her performance was exactly what he wanted and tells his assistant to ask her if she would like to be Chen Zuren's stand-in. A woman offers Jing Qiao an ice pack, which she accepts with thanks. The friend apologizes, feeling responsible for Jing Qiao getting slapped, but Jing Qiao insists it was her own bad luck and that it was fortunate her friend wasn't there or they both would have been hurt. The friend vehemently disagrees, saying she would never have let Jing Qiao get hurt so badly and questions why she didn't just retaliate, asking what the big deal would be if she lost her job. Jing Qiao calmly explains that impulse isn't the solution and she cannot afford to lose this job. Their conversation is interrupted by a man who confirms Jing Qiao's identity, telling her that the director wants her as a stand-in for Chen Zuren. A surprised Jing Qiao is brought before the director, who is asked to approve her costume. He looks her over and remarks that it's not bad. The director notes the severe bruise on her face, attributing it to Chen Zuren. Jing Qiao reassures him that it's fine and some ointment will fix it without delaying the shoot, thinking to herself that the higher pay of a stand-in makes the injury a trivial matter. She then asks the director a question, not about fame as he expects, but about the salary details for a stand-in versus a field service worker. Amused by her practical questions, the director chuckles and explains the pay structure. 1,000 per shoot for a stand-in, with field service paid daily. Overjoyed by this stroke of luck, Jing Qiao feels like pennies are falling from heaven. She thanks the director enthusiastically and rushes off to buy ointment for her swollen cheek. While searching for a pharmacy, she is stopped by a man who informs her that President Jin wants to see her. She is led to an imposing building, her mind racing with anxiety that Jin Yan Shen has found out about the incident and is going to fire her. Determined not to lose this opportunity to pay off her debt, she resolves to face him. Jin Yan Shen confronts her directly, demanding to know why she is on the crew. After a moment of hesitation, Jing Qiao musters her courage and explains that while she is his wife, she is also an independent person who needs a job and money for her own life. She firmly states her intention to repay her debt to him and asks for mutual respect between them. Jin Yan Shen quizzes her on her determination to keep working, to which she gives a firm yes. He says very good and begins to walk away, but then abruptly turns and pins her against a wall, leaning in close to tell her he will see just how brave she really is. He gently touches her bruised cheek, making her blush. He lifts her chin and tells her not to move, stating they will address the work issue later but must first treat her injury. He produces a small container of ointment, and she realizes with surprise that he prepared it for her. He asks if she is aware that he saw everything, including her being beaten by Chen Zuren. He calls her stupid for her endurance, arguing that it only invites more abuse. Jing Qiao defends her actions, explaining the power imbalance between herself, a humble handyman, and the movie's second female lead, making retaliation impossible. Jin Yan Shen dismisses her complaints, telling her that if she acknowledges a status gap, her goal should be to close it and surpass her rival. He commands her to keep her head up, reminding her that as his wife, she should never compromise. As he applies the ointment, she hisses in pain and asks him to be gentler, but he bluntly tells her to endure it. She retorts, pointing out he just told her not to endure things, but he claims his order doesn't apply to him. Elsewhere, the film crew settles into the Clearwater Garden Hotel, marveling at its antique charm. While unpacking, Jing Qiao's friend, Bai Bing, notices that Jing Qiao's luggage is different from everyone else's. Jing Qiao suspects Jin Yan Shen is behind it, a suspicion confirmed by a text from his assistant about packing the luggage for the young madam. Immediately after, a text from Jin Yan Shen, saved as creditor, summons her to his room in 5 minutes. She replies that she's with her roommate, but he dismisses it as her problem, informing her that she now only has 3 minutes left. Frustrated by his unreasonableness, she tells Bai Bing she has to go out and not to wait up for her. As she leaves, Bai Bing asks where she's going, and Jing Qiao thinks to herself that she is off to meet the devil. Meanwhile, Jin Yan Shen is on a call with his uncle, who is apologizing for forgetting his medicine. As Jing Qiao knocks on the door, Jin Yan Shen tells his uncle that his medicine has just arrived. He lets her in, commenting that she isn't late. She asks what was so urgent, and he simply replies that he's hungry. She is incredulous that he made her sprint over just for that, questioning if a 5-star hotel lacks cooks. He ignores her protests and asks if she has a lot of opinions. She quickly denies it, saying she will endure. He directs her to the kitchen, giving her 40 minutes. After she prepares a large spread of food, he has her wait on him as he eats, then informs her that she also has to do the dishes. She agrees, silently telling herself to endure it again. He then adds that she must also warm his bed before he sleeps. This is the final straw for Jing Qiao, who erupts in anger. She slams her hand on the table, declaring that she has had enough and is not his free nanny, especially one who provides a bed-warming service. As she declares she quits and turns to leave, he swiftly pulls her into his lap. She struggles, but he holds her fast, remarking on her growing brazenness. He then lifts her into his arms, carrying her towards the bedroom while telling her he's going to teach her how to speak to him. He carries her as she yells at him to put her down, calling him a devil. She warns him that even cornered rabbits will bite before he tosses her onto the bed. He leans over her, mockingly asking if she, a little rabbit, is qualified to bite him. He pins her down and kisses her deeply, asking if she knows what taboo she just broke. She struggles fruitlessly as he tells her he will teach her the punishment for a little rabbit who makes a mistake. She pleads with him, promising she won't do it again, but he tells her it's too late. He lays down 3 rules for her. First, she can't disobey his orders. Second, resistance is never allowed. And third, she must stay with him forever. The next morning, a cleaning lady knocks on the door while Jin Yan Shen is in the shower. After being dismissed, the woman muses that the girl inside must still be asleep after an intense night. Jing Qiao slowly wakes up, groggily asking for the time. Jin Yan Shen informs her it's 7 minutes to 11. The time finally registers and she jolts upright in shock. She panics about missing work and losing her stand-in pay. She scrambles to find her clothes, but he informs her they've been sent to be washed. She despairs, realizing her stand-in career might be over on the first day, but he reassures her that the crew has the day off. When she asks how he knows, he reveals that he owns the entire Clearwater garden and stopping the production was a simple matter. She is stunned, wondering if he really halted everything just for her. His phone rings and he becomes engrossed in a business call while someone knocks at the door. Impatient, Jing Qiao gets up, wrapped only in a blanket, to answer it herself. She opens the door wearing one of his large white shirts, asking who it is. Jin Shuimo stands in the doorway, dazed after having knocked urgently, staring at Jing Qiao, who is wearing a man's white shirt. She asks why he knocked with such urgency only to stand there in a daze, and he defensively retorts that he is not in a daze at all, telling her to get away as he brushes past her. She mutters that he is weird as he enters the room to speak with his brother, announcing that he has something to find him for. Jin Yan Shen emerges and immediately questions why Jing Qiao is dressed the way she is. She explains that she has no other clothes and had to borrow his, but he sternly orders her to go back to her bedroom. He tells her to call his assistant, Wu Bai, from his phone contacts to bring her clothes, and forbids her from coming out and bringing disgrace until she has changed. Shuimo then delivers his news, explaining that their mother and grandfather will be arriving at the airport at 3 in the afternoon and that they have been told to pick them up. Yanshin is not surprised, and Shuimo asks if he knows what is going on, but Yanshin simply replies that it should be a good thing. Feeling hungry, Shuimo complains that he is too lazy to order food and asks his brother if there is anything to eat. He finds leftover food and asks if he can have it, but Yanshin forbids him, stating that he cannot eat overnight dishes. Shuimo protests, reminding his brother that he was taught from a young age not to waste food, but Yanshin simply repeats that he can eat it, but Shuimo cannot, ordering him back to his room. As the door closes, Yanshin is seen alone in the kitchen. Shortly after, Jing Qiao comes out of her room holding a bowl and spoon, having decided that since everything she does is considered wrong, she might as well fill her stomach before listening to any more of Jin Yanshin's lectures. Yanshin confronts her again, scolding her for bringing disgrace, but she defiantly asks what she did wrong this time. He explains that her mistake was wearing his clothes in front of Shuimo, as she is his sister-in-law and should respect boundaries. She retorts by calling him an old-fashioned fuddy-duddy and boldly challenges him, asking if he, as a man, is tempted by her appearance. He grabs her arm and pulls her close, confirming intensely that yes, he can be tempted. His directness flusters her and she blushes, admitting she was only teasing him as he leans closer. Just then, the doorbell rings and Wu Bai arrives with Jing's clothes. After giving her the clothes, Yanshin instructs Wu Bai to make sure everyone at the Jin family's old house is ready, intending for their mother to hear the servants' complaints about him as soon as she returns. Jing Qiao emerges from the bedroom, now fully dressed in a stylish black and white outfit, announcing that she's done changing. Yanshin looks at her for a long moment before she asks if the outfit doesn't suit her. She turns to go change again, but he stops her, telling her there's no time as they are about to leave. He dismisses her appearance by saying he was just thinking about other things, and tells her not to take herself so seriously. Wu Bai, witnessing the exchange, thinks to himself that his eyes have seen too much. In the car, Shuimo criticizes Jing Qiao's outfit, saying she looks as old as his brother. She retorts that what she wears is none of his business and calls him crazy, which he surprisingly agrees with, admitting he might be crazy. Yanshin tells them to stop standing there and get in the car. At the airport, Yanshin takes Jing Qiao's hand as they walk through the terminal. Onlookers recognize the famous Jin Yan Shen and his wife, remarking on what a good match they are. Shuimo announces that their mother and grandfather are off the plane and will be with them soon. Jing Qiao nervously asks Yanshin what his mother is like and if she will hate her. He coldly tells her to think less of useless questions, stating that his mother will definitely hate her as much as he does. Their family appears and Shuimo runs to greet them, hugging his mother affectionately. The grandfather, the old master of the Jin family, sternly reminds Shuimo to watch his image in public as a celebrity. The grandfather then coldly dismisses Shuimo's attempt at a hug. Mother Jin turns her attention to Jing Qiao, her expression hardening as she identifies her as Lin Anya's friend. She scathingly remarks on how Jing Qiao married her deceased friend's boyfriend, suggesting it was planned for a long time. Before a stunned Jing Qiao can react, Jin Yan Shen puts his arm around her, pulling her close. He calmly tells his mother that she is joking, explaining that he and Jing Qiao met after Anya died and that for him, it was love at first sight. Jing Qiao is shocked by his statement, realizing it must be a deliberate lie to save her from embarrassment. A stylish woman with red hair, Sidu Jing, watches the family drama from a distance, intrigued to see this unexpected side of the rumored cold and stern President. Her internal monologue reveals she is Sidu Jing and that she is there to be engaged to Jin Shuimo. Back at the family villa, Shuimo is throwing a tantrum, shouting that he doesn't want to get married and doesn't like the woman chosen for him. Sidu Jing and Jing Qiao watch from outside, and Sidu Jing calmly tells Jing Qiao that she is fine and had expected this reaction. She explains that born into families like theirs, their destinies are written from the beginning, and marriage is merely an exchange of suitable interests, not about love. She looks at Jing Qiao and pointedly asks if she has gotten the happiness she wanted. Later, as they prepare to leave, Yanshin tells Jing Qiao that they should go back. In the car, Jing Qiao confronts him, asking for a deadline on how long their marriage will last and when she can have her freedom back. In response, Yanshin grips her chin, dismissing her question about freedom and asking if she thinks she is qualified to talk about it with him. He then kisses her forcefully. When she pushes him away and asks what he is doing, he covers her mouth, whispering for her to be quiet because someone is watching them. He reveals that Sidu Jing is nearby and wants to make sure their relationship is real. He explains that Sidu Jing's engagement to Shuimo is a move to gain the Jin family's support, and they must perform for her so his own plans are not exposed. He then begins to unbutton his shirt, stating that since she wants to see a show, they will give her one, implying there is no pretending with him. He pushes her down onto the car seat and she protests that he can't do this here. He tells her not to think about it, assuring her that their observer can't see anything specific from that position, but insists that since it's an act, it must be done completely. Meanwhile, at a restaurant in the villa, Sidu Jing dines with Jin Shuimo, who calls her shameless for her forward behavior. Sidu Jing ignores him and checks her phone, receiving a text from an informant with a picture of the car, reporting that there seems to be no problem with Yanshin and Jing Qiao's relationship. She looks at the message thoughtfully, wondering how it's possible and if she saw things wrong. At Yelu's private bar, a bartender shakes a cocktail shaker with flair before pouring a vibrant green concoction into a glass. He presents the heartwarming cocktail to his client, who is revealed to be President Jin Yan Shen. Jin Yan Shen dismisses the drink with a cold expression, refusing it and instead demanding a glass of whiskey with ice. The bartender Yelu calls him boring and comments that after a month, President Jin is getting more moisturizing. Yelu suggests that the nightlife must be harmonious, but Jin Yan Shen coldly tells him that if he doesn't speak, no one will think he's dumb. Jin Yan Shen then reports that the matter in M country has been settled and guarantees everything will operate as usual after his departure from the Jin family, before asking where his payment is. Yelu asks what he wants, and Jin Yan Shen replies that he wants a beauty, specifying the number doesn't need to be many, just 1,800, and reassuring Yelu that he can stand it. Yelu then teases him, asking if he means the little princess of the Siru family, but cynically notes that with his identity, she would look down on him. Jin Yan Shen complains that there's too much lemon, which is why he refused. He clarifies the job, explaining that Yelu doesn't need to marry her. It is his brother who is to be engaged to her, but she seems to have a purpose, so he needs Yelu to investigate. Yelu muses that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is, and agrees that to investigate her, he is the right man for the job. As Jin Yan Shen walks away, Yelu calls out, asking where the reward for this new job is, but Jin Yan Shen simply says to save it for next time, leaving a frustrated Yelu to curse him for owing him so many times. The scene shifts to a film set at the Waterclear Garden, where an actress in historical costume is being berated by a director for daring to attract the king as a mere dancer. The director calls cut after the scene, praising Jing Qiao for a good job and calling for the next actor, Chen Zuren, to go up. Later, Jing Qiao, still in costume, spits in frustration. An assistant runs up to Jing Qiao, informing her that her friend is looking for her and waiting at the small pavilion. As Jing Qiao walks, she is stopped by a blonde woman who greets her. It is Sidu Jing. Jing Qiao is startled, wondering how Sidu Jing knew she was here and what she wants, recalling that she had just tested her relationship with Jin Yan Shen the previous day. Jing tells her not to guess her intentions and invites her to sit down and try her new milk tea, which unnerves Jing Qiao as she wonders how Jing knows what she's thinking. Jing gets to the point, stating that she came to discuss the engagement, and when Jing Qiao asks what about it, Jing reveals she doesn't want to marry Shuimo at all. With a confident smile, Jing confesses that the person she truly wants to marry is Jin Yan Shen. Jing Qiao is utterly shocked by this declaration, exclaiming in disbelief that he is her husband and questioning if Jing is aware of the bigamy law. Jing confirms she knows and calmly states that is why it would be better for Jing Qiao to divorce him. A flustered Jing Qiao calls her crazy, makes an excuse about having work, and tries to leave, but Jing stops her by asking if she doesn't want to be with Lin Xian again. Jing Qiao freezes, asking how she knows about Xian. Jing explains that checking information is a basic lesson for the heirs of the Sidu family. She reveals she also knows that Jing Qiao married Jin Yan Shen because of her best friend's death, not love at first sight, and that her original lover's name is Lin Xian, whom she married Jin Yan Shen to protect. Jing then presents a video recording showing Lin Xian on a university campus. In the video, Xian tells little Qiao that he is at the university they promised to attend together and is now a graduate student, asking when she will come to complete their promise. Jing offers to send Jing Qiao abroad and help her do everything to get back to his side and pursue the one she loves. Their tense conversation is interrupted by Jin Yan Shen, who suddenly appears and asks what they are both doing there. Jing smoothly feigns a coincidence, greeting Mr. Jin. Jin Yan Shen tells her to go ahead with her work, as he has something to do and will discuss the garden revision plan tomorrow. Jing explains she heard the scenery was nice, and since Jing Qiao works there she wanted to ask for a tour, turning to Jing Qiao for confirmation. Thinking quickly, Jing Qiao realizes she can't let Jin Yan Shen know about Xian's news and agrees, stating that her work for the day was just over. Jin Yan Shen puts his arm around her, telling her to go back and rest when work is over and adding that he will feel hurt if she is too tired. Though Jing Qiao knows he's pretending, she finds it scary and agrees. Jin Yan Shen then turns to Jing, reminding her that Shuimo also works there and suggesting she should ask him for a tour instead of Jing Qiao, pointedly stating that it's better for them to have less contact. He then announces they have something else to do and leads Jing Qiao away. As he pulls her along, Jing Qiao asks where he is taking her, but he forcefully grabs her hand. He confronts her, asking if she thinks she is very smart and questioning whether someone like Jing, who has seen every kind of beautiful scenery, would come there simply to walk around. He pins her against a wall, demanding to know what she is covering up or who she is protecting, his expression menacing as he warns her about the consequences of daring to join hands with outsiders to deceive him. Cornered, Jing Qiao internally debates whether to tell him about Jing, but worries what will happen if Jin Yan Shen discovers Xian's existence. As Jin Yan Shen presses her for an answer, demanding to know who she is protecting, his phone rings. It is his brother, who informs him that their mother is holding a banquet at home tonight and has told all of them to go back, specifically reminding him to bring Jing Qiao. After the call, Jin Yan Shen informs Jing Qiao about the banquet and tells her he will have Wu Bai prepare her attire in advance, so she won't be late. Relieved to have escaped the confrontation, Jing Qiao thinks she has finally gotten away, but knows Jin Yan Shen won't let the matter drop. Her thoughts are interrupted by a person shouting for help, claiming someone fell into the water. Another person explains they saw someone fluttering on the water, but now they are drowning. The first person panics, saying they can't swim, but Jing Qiao declares that she can and tells them to call for people while she goes down to take a look. She dives into the water, searching for the person. She spots the drowning man and swims toward him, pulling him to the surface. With help, she pulls him onto the bank. The bystander worries, but Jing Qiao tells them to call the hospital while she administers first aid. As she performs chest compressions, she urges the man to wake up. The man eventually stirs and slowly opens his eyes. Jing Qiao reassures him that he accidentally fell into the water but is all right now, and that the doctor will be there soon. A man who appears to be a hotel employee thanks her and offers to take the rescued man to a nearby lounge, but the man declines, stating his room is just nearby. The scene then shifts to Jin's villa where a party is underway. Jing is introduced to a Mrs. Yan and she expresses her admiration, stating that Mrs. Yan, who built the Yan group from scratch, has been her idol since she was a child. Jin's mother proudly watches as Shuimo arrives and calls out to her. She chides him for his manners and tells him to accompany Jing, but he complains in a low voice that she doesn't need his company. His mother is about to scold him when she is pulled away by Mrs. Yan to look at some jewelry, asking Jing to help greet the guests. Shuimo approaches Jing Qiao, who is dressed elegantly for the party, and asks if she has seen Jin Yan Shen, as Wu Bai said he had arrived but she couldn't find him. Shuimo claims he hasn't seen him either and suggests he is probably with their grandpa, then playfully offers to take her there if she begs him. Siru Jing observes them from a distance, noting that Jin Shuimo's attitude towards Jing Qiao is completely different and more like a pleasant surprise. Jing Qiao refuses Shuimo's offer, saying she'll find him herself, leaving him disappointed. As she walks away, Siru Jing confronts Shuimo, guessing that he likes Jing Qiao. He flusteredly denies it, but she tells him not to deny it so early and offers him a way to get them together. She leads him away, mentioning that she remembers Jin Yan Shen was sent to a specific room when he brought his grandfather back. As Jing Qiao approaches the room, she hears a loud crash from inside and wonders what is going on. Inside, Jin Yan Shen's grandfather is scolding him, throwing a cup and asking what kind of tea he is making. He demands that Jin Yan Shen call for Wang Ma, who knows his taste best. Jin Yan Shen calmly reveals that he has fired Wang Ma. His grandfather is enraged, asking if he fired Mrs. Wang and slaps him across the face, calling him an evil creature. He furiously questions if Jin Yan Shen thinks he is so mighty now. Jing Qiao, hearing the commotion, enters the room, shocking Jin Yan Shen. She confronts the grandfather, stating that he has misunderstood Jin Yan Shen. Jing Qiao declares that Jin Yan Shen did nothing wrong and that the grandfather shouldn't treat or hit him like that, demanding that he apologize. Jing Qiao declares that Jin Yan Shen did nothing wrong and that the grandfather shouldn't treat or hit him like that, demanding that he apologize. The grandfather deems her demand absurd, stating there is no reason for an elder to apologize to the younger generation and questions her status and worthiness to teach him. Jing Qiao stands her ground, saying that even if she has no status, people like her know they have to apologize when they do something wrong, questioning if a noble elder like him doesn't understand that. Enraged, the grandfather raises his cane to strike her, but Jin Yan Shen moves in front of her, taking the blow himself. Jing Qiao is shocked that he blocked it for her. Jin Yan Shen glares at his grandfather with a menacing look, stating that even if he is just a dog in the Jin family, he can also bite when in an urgent situation. He grabs the cane and declares that from that day on, he, Jin Yan Shen, has nothing to do with the Jin family anymore. Outside, Shuimo is approached by Siru Jing, who asks him what he said. She reveals that the party is actually his engagement party, and that everyone except him, his brother, and Jing Qiao knew about it. Shuimo is furious, wondering what his mother is trying to do, and storms off to confront her. Siru Jing stops him, pointing out that it's no use, as they wouldn't have hidden it from him if they respected his decisions. She warns him that even if he stops at this time, there will be a second and third time. Her plan is to directly announce at the banquet that she is marrying Jin Yan Shen. Shuimo thinks she is crazy, but she acknowledges that she knows Jin Yan Shen has a wife. She then points out that it is his wife, Jing Qiao, that Shuimo likes and proposes a win-win solution. She marries Jin Yan Shen and he marries Jing Qiao, telling him to think about it carefully. Shuimo immediately rejects Siru Jing's proposal, stating that his big brother is sincere and good to him and that he cannot betray him. As he contemplates his loyalty, his phone rings. He is informed that Jin Yan Shen had a big quarrel with their grandfather and is now pulling Jing Qiao out of the villa, intending to leave the Jin family. Siru Jing overhears this and tells Shuimo it is up to him whether he wants to cooperate, adding that they only have this one chance tonight. She says she will delay the time and have his mother announce the news later, urging him to go bring Jin Yan Shen back. She pressures him, stating that if he doesn't want to do it, she can't do anything before hanging up. Meanwhile, as Jin Yan Shen leads Jing Qiao away from the villa, she is filled with anxious questions about his back injury and the severity of his break with his family. She feels frustrated that she cannot ask him anything. Jin Yan Shen stops, noticing her staring, and tells her he is about to be stared into a hole by her. He gives her permission to ask her questions now before they expire, but warns her to pay attention to logic and relevance, or he will not answer. She dismisses his conditions and asks her first question, why his relationship with his family is so bad, admitting she thought it was because they hated her for marrying him. Jin Yan Shen's expression darkens as he explains that family is a very distant word to him. He recounts that when he was born, a master predicted his fate, calling him a jinx who would bring misfortune to his family. He says that only his father did not believe in such nonsense and insisted on keeping him. However, his father later got into a car accident and died on a rainy day while sending him paintbrushes. He then asks if she remembers the little boy Shuimo used to use to scare her, and she recalls the memory. He reveals the boy's name is Jin Yangshuan and that he is, in fact, his elder brother. He says that when Yangshuan was sick, he recognized him as his elder brother, a fact Jing Qiao had thought was a joke but now realizes was true. A year after their father's death, his brother fell from the second floor while trying to fetch a kite from a tree for him. He recalls his brother's words, reassuring him not to be afraid because he was holding him, and emphasizing the kite's importance as a gift from their father. But as a result, he couldn't hold on and his brother fell. Jin Yan Shen states that he will never forget that scene for the rest of his life. He takes Jing Qiao's hand, telling her that it's all in the past now. From a distance, Xuemo watches them, recalling Siru Jing's proposition of a win-win solution where she would marry Jin Yan Shen and he would marry Jing Qiao. Jing Qiao asks Jin Yan Shen if Xuemo knows about their brother. He explains that Xuemo was very young at the time and has no memory of it, and their mother and grandfather felt no need to tell him. He adds that he doesn't want Xuemo to know such a heavy thing and asks her to please not tell him. Suddenly, Xuemo appears behind them, asking what they are hiding from him. Jing Qiao feels incredibly awkward, and Jin Yan Shen coolly replies that it's normal for people to have things to hide from each other. Xuemo playfully persists, asking if they don't feel bored with him around and insists they stay, claiming his mom finally held a banquet and it would be boring if they left. He adds that although his eldest brother is strict, he never refuses his reasonable requests, successfully guilting them into staying. Jin Yan Shen reluctantly agrees to stay for just this once. Xuemo celebrates his victory, thinking to himself that only then can they all be happy. Back in the ballroom, Jin's mother frets about Xuemo's whereabouts as it is almost time. Siru Jing calmly reassures her that good things are worth waiting for and that Xuemo knows the rules and will definitely come. Just then, Jin's grandfather impatiently asks why the event hasn't started. Xuemo arrives, announcing he went to find his brother. His grandfather is displeased, but Xuemo's mother asks if something is wrong. The grandfather says it will be a matter of time before Jin Yan Shen is out of the family anyway and forcefully pulls Xuemo towards the stage. Once on stage, Jin's mother begins to announce the engagement of Xuemo and Siru Jing. However, Siru Jing interrupts her, taking the microphone and declaring that she has something to say that she has held in her heart for a long time. To everyone's shock, she confesses that the person she likes is actually Jin Yan Shen. She tearfully admits she knows he has a wife, but her feelings are out of control. She declares that she doesn't want to marry Jin Xuemo and publicly proposes to Jin Yan Shen, asking him if he will marry her. The crowd erupts in whispers about the unbelievable love story unfolding. Jin's mother tries to stop her, but Siru Jing refuses, apologizing for her selfishness but stating she can't let go of her closest opportunity in love. Xuemo watches the scene, cynically thinking it's a shame she didn't become an actress. Jing Qiao is stunned, wondering if Jin Yan Shen will now divorce her. Jin Yan Shen leans in and whispers, asking if she is angry, then reassures her not to worry because no one can take him away from her. The guests gossip about the disgrace to the Siru family. Siru Jing, seeing her confession isn't working, pulls out her phone and shows Xuemo's mother a video of Lin Zian, Jing Qiao's ex-boyfriend. Just as the situation escalates, Xuemo's mother dramatically faints. Xuemo rushes to her side, calling for a doctor, and the party is abruptly brought to an end as the guests are escorted out. Later, in a private room, the grandfather is furious with Xuemo, who suggests letting his brother divorce and marry Siru Jing. The grandfather calls him an idiot, explaining that the Siru family is a crucial resource for the Jin company's future and that Xuemo needs them since he will inherit the company. Xuemo retorts that he doesn't like her and she doesn't want to marry him, questioning what else they can do. The grandfather reveals that Jin Yan Shen wants to leave the Jin family, and if he marries Siru Jing, he would take all the resources of the Siru family with him. He declares that he is not letting Jin Yan Shen leave right now, not as long as the matter with Siru Jing is unsettled, ensuring he can't leave the Jin family. In the car on the way back to the Clearwater Garden Hotel, Jing Qiao is silent, consumed by worry about whether Jin Yan Shen is angry about Siru Jing or about her and Xian's past. Once they arrive, Jin Yan Shen coldly tells her to get off. He confronts her, revealing he knows that Siru Jing told her about Lin Xian and accuses her of choosing to hide it from him to protect her ex-boyfriend. Jing Qiao panics, realizing he knows and denies everything, but he grabs her wrist forcefully. He tells her that he will investigate the matter thoroughly and that before he does, she is not to think of going anywhere. He takes her to his room, telling her to wait for him and not to sleep until he comes back, before locking the door and leaving. Jin Yan Shen drives to Yelu's private bar, where he finds Yelu flirting with a woman. The woman sees Jin Yan Shen's intimidating presence and quickly makes an excuse to leave. Jin Yan Shen angrily grabs Yelu, berating him for not notifying him directly after checking the information and instead choosing to pick up girls. Yelu pleads for forgiveness, and Jin Yan Shen says he will forgive him this once for the sake of the information. He then remarks on how Siru Jing went to great lengths to fool them all, saying it is time for her to suffer. Yelu starts to ask what he's going to do, but Jin Yan Shen is already leaving. Jin Yan Shen simply tells him to come back for dinner. Jin Yan Shen simply tells him to come back for dinner. Back at the hotel, Jing Qiao, having consumed alcohol to boost her courage, changes into a seductive black outfit and enters Jin Yan Shen's room, which is now filled with red rose petals. She stumbles drunkenly, thinking she needs to coax the unhappy Mr. Devil. He asks her why she got drunk. She explains that she wouldn't dare do this without being drunk. It was to boost her courage. He looks down at her and asks if she doesn't like it. She defensively asks who said she didn't like it, then tries to pull away to get changed, but he holds her close, asking why she is still frowning. Surrounded by a sea of red roses, Jin Yan Shen tells Jing Qiao to turn over and hold him by his neck. She feels her legs are weak but complies. He asks if she is still angry with him for not telling her something, and she questions if this is the right time to ask. He admits that at any other time he wouldn't dare to ask. She then brings up Siru Jing, prompting him to tell her to shut up. He states that he will forget it this time, but there will not be a next time as they kiss deeply. The next day at a hotel, a package is delivered to Miss Siru. Inside, she finds a phone which begins to ring. The caller, Mr. Jin, asks if she likes his present and then reveals he knows her supposedly dead lover, Chang Sinin, is alive on an island owned by her late mother, or more precisely, by Miss Siru herself. He taunts her, wondering aloud if the old foxes of the Siru family would be interested in this news, and claims he has something else she wants, suggesting they can talk about anything. Meanwhile, Jing Qiao, now wearing a large white hoodie, confronts Jin Yan Shen, demanding to know where her dress is. He calmly tells her to come to his office at 3 p.m. to discuss it. She accuses him of hiding it on purpose and insists he return it so she won't be late for work. He chides her for her tone, telling her she's getting bold and presents two choices. She can either wear his clothes back to her room to change, or he will request a leave of absence for her from work, forcing her to stay as she is. She furiously calls him shameless. Later, Jing Qiao walks through the Clearwater garden wrapped in a large quilt, feeling embarrassed as she overhears people commenting on how young people are so good at having fun. A man approaches, asking if she is the lady who saved him from the pool that day. She recognizes him as the man who accidentally fell into the water. He corrects her, explaining that he jumped in himself to experience the feeling of drowning, which makes her think he is a weirdo. He says he couldn't see her face at the time and has been trying to find her since, so he is thrilled to finally meet her properly and asks for her name so he can thank her for saving his life. Wary that he might be trying to blackmail her, she dismisses his thanks as unnecessary and tries to leave, but another man rushes up, addressing him as Teacher Han Feng and informing him that Director Pei is waiting. As he is led away, Han Feng wonders if he will ever see her again. In an office, Miss Siru pleads with Mr. Jin, offering him all her shares in the Siru group if he will just let her and Sinin live peacefully on the island. He coldly rejects her offer, stating he has no interest in her love story and that accepting her shares would only bring him trouble with his grandfather. He reminds her she came for trade and asks what she expected. She expresses disbelief that he would refuse the shares and asks what else he could possibly want. He instructs her to sit properly before laying out his two conditions. First, she must give all her shares to Shuimo, and second, he is to never get close to Jing Qiao. Miss Siru bursts into laughter, realizing he is merely jealous of a first love and calls him an unfrank man who won't be loved. She agrees to his second condition, promising that Lin Xian will not appear where he and Jing Qiao are. However, she adds a condition of her own. If he ever gives up on Jing Qiao and she still loves Lin Xian, she will not keep them apart. She asks if he is threatening her, which he denies, claiming he only wants her to find happiness and questions if she can find it with him. Jin Yan Shen declares he won't give her the chance, stating that his prey can only stay by his side. Back at the Clearwater Garden film set, Jing Qiao is being dragged away by guards when the lead actor, Han Feng, intervenes, asking what she has done. A guard explains she was attempting to seduce the emperor. The director shouts cut, praising the scene's wonderful execution. Han Feng recognizes Jing Qiao and expresses his surprise at seeing her there. She in turn is shocked to realize he is the famous movie king, Han Feng, and apologizes for previously thinking he was a weirdo. Their conversation is interrupted when a crew member informs Han Feng that the actress for the afternoon's drowning scene is injured, and they urgently need a substitute with strong swimming skills. Han Feng immediately recommends Jing Qiao. He offers her the part, calling it a great opportunity, but she initially declines. However, when the director mentions the role pays 30,000 yuan, she instantly changes her mind and accepts. Han Feng asks if she's short of money, and she confirms that she is due to family problems. He then gives her his personal contact information, telling her to call him if she ever needs help, considering it his way of repaying her for saving his life. A silver-haired man named Brother Mo arrives on set searching for Jing Qiao, but is told she isn't there and might be sick. He tells an assistant he's there to practice, even though he has no scene that day. The assistant informs him they are filming Han Lingfeng's drowning scene and that his co-star is Jing Qiao. Alarmed, Brother Mo rushes to the scene, finding Jing Qiao already submerged in the water as the director calls action. In the next scene, Brother Mo is in the water with Jing Qiao for a photo shoot. As the photographer gives directions, Brother Mo's hand moves on its own to lift her chin, a strange sensation he cannot explain. Meanwhile, Jin Yan Shen packs his bags, telling his butler Uncle Zhang that he has no reason to stay and will never return. As he leaves, Auntie Jin warmly tells Jing Qiao that she is always welcome to visit. But once she is gone, another woman coldly informs Jing Qiao that since she has left the Jin family, she is no longer welcome. Watching the scene unfold, Miss Siru is confronted by Jin Yan Shen, who asks what she did to make them hate her so much. She dismisses his question as useless knowledge for someone who will spend his life on an island and then offers him a parting gift: the knowledge that his little brother Xuemo also has feelings for Jing Qiao. A woman with red hair reflects that Jin Yan Shen wasn't the only one causing trouble at the engagement party, noting that his brother also likes Jing Qiao. She muses over the cliché plot of brothers falling in love with the same woman and wonders if they will fight, or if one will give up Jing Qiao for the sake of their brotherhood. Jin Yan Shen waits impatiently in his car, wondering what's taking Jing Qiao so long to come out. Inside a utility room, Jing Qiao sneezes, and a coworker asks if she's catching a cold, suggesting she go home and rest after being soaked in water all day, but Jing Qiao insists it's just from the dust. Suddenly, Jin Shumo appears, cheerfully announcing he has rented a milk tea cart and invites them to help him taste it. A male colleague interprets this as a clever invitation for milk tea, and he and another woman thank Jin Shumo, whom they call Mogo, before leaving. Jin Shumo then invites Jing Qiao for milk tea, but she declines, stating she just wants to finish her work and go to sleep. He offers to bring her a cup, but when she hesitates, he lightly scolds her for not caring about his offer and warns that the tea might be gone if she waits too long, which finally prompts her to exclaim that she's going right now. He hands her a cup, teasing her about her quick change in attitude and calls it working well, but she yelps that the tea is burning hot. He calls her a fool and tells her to drink it for him, then touches her hand and questions how she can find it hot, reminding her that she hates ginger tea. He then softly tells her he is willing to let her take care of it. As he wonders where some boxes go, Jing Qiao struggles past carrying a large, heavy box. Jin Yan Shen suddenly appears, his expression furious as he orders her to put the box down since it's not her job, warning that the leader would scold her to death. Jin Shumo casually puts his arm around Jing Qiao, greeting Jin Yan Shen as his uncle. Jing Qiao looks between the two brothers in confusion. Jin Yan Shen angrily demands to know what Jin Shumo is doing there. Jing Qiao tries to explain that she's still working and can't go back, but Jin Yan Shen thrusts a file at her, telling her to take care of it and that this is her work now. She is left speechless. Jin Shumo intervenes, telling his big brother that he was the one who deliberately found fault with her and that it has nothing to do with her. Jin Yan Shen dismisses him, telling him not to speak for her, and then turns on Jing Qiao, accusing her of not cherishing the freedom he gave her to work and instead choosing to flirt with Jin Shumo. Jing Qiao is stunned by the accusation. Jin Shumo protests that his brother is going too far and that he only started it because he hated seeing her being toyed with. Jin Yan Shen tells him to get out of the way, stating that while he knows Jin Shumo means nothing by it, she might not feel the same and warns him to stay away from her in the future. He adds that keeping a proper distance is good for both of them before grabbing Jing Qiao's wrist and telling her to come back with him. She wrenches her hand free, insisting she can walk by herself. Jin Shumo watches them leave together. Later, parked outside a large house, Jin Yan Shen tells her to get out of the car after she asks if he plans to spend the night there. She then cautiously asks if he's planning to lock her up. He asks why he would do that, and she asks why he brought her to this unfamiliar place. Looking helpless, he explains that if he wanted to lock her up, he'd send her to prison, not here, revealing that this is his private villa. He then holds her hand and announces that from now on, they live here. Just then, his phone rings with a call from Fu Wenchen. He tells Jing Qiao to go inside first while he takes the call, and she quietly agrees. He turns his back to her to answer the phone. The woman on the line, Fu Wenchen, tells Jin Yan Shen that people miss him and asks him to come see them. Inside, Jing Qiao looks around the vast home, realizing it's a long way from her workplace and wonders how she'll commute. As she decides to check bus routes, she marvels that the new house is even more gorgeous than the old one and is very much his style. Her admiration is cut short when she sees a large German shepherd sitting in the room. She screams in terror, calling for Jin Yan Shen's help. He rushes in as she points and tells him there's a dog in the house. While the dog barks, Jin Yan Shen quickly ends his phone call, telling the other person he's busy. He calmly reassures Jing Qiao that it's his dog, General, and that she doesn't need to be afraid. She explains that she's terrified of dogs ever since being bitten as a child, and he listens with a look of understanding. He then calls the dog over. Jing Qiao panics, asking why he's calling it closer, but he steps in front of her protectively as the large dog approaches and sits calmly. She quietly thanks him for his protection. Elsewhere, two men discuss Jing Qiao over the phone, with one confirming he found her living in a lavish mansion with Jin Yan Shen, the eldest master of the Jin family. They plot to confront her for the money she owes them the next day. The following morning, Jing Qiao wakes up and realizes it's a half-hour walk to the bus station. She decides to make breakfast for Jin Yan Shen before leaving early for work. In the kitchen, a strange feeling comes over her, and she turns to find the dog General standing right behind her. Startled, she tells it not to come any closer, holding up a wooden spoon defensively. The dog drops its empty food bowl at her feet. She looks at the bowl and asks the dog if it wants her to feed it. Just then, Jin Yan Shen descends the stairs, busy on a phone call, saying he can't get away. He sees Jing Qiao crouched down, cautiously feeding General and telling the dog to eat slowly. The dog woofs in response. She looks up, smiles at Jin Yan Shen, and tells him he's awake, offering him some porridge she made. He hesitates. On the phone, the caller Fu Wenchen asks who is speaking and correctly guesses that it's Jing Qiao. Hearing her name, Jing Qiao looks up in surprise. Fu Wenchen's voice continues, accusing Jin Yan Shen of having found a new girl and forgotten about his old acquaintance. Jin Yan Shen tells Jing Qiao he has things to take care of and that she should eat by herself. As he walks away, he speaks into the phone, asking Fu Wenchen if she really has to do this. Jing Qiao watches him go, a look of silent concern on her face. Later, at the bus stop, Jing Qiao replays the phone conversation in her mind, recalling the woman identifying herself as Jin Yan Shen's old acquaintance. She flashes back to an image of a woman in a red dress embracing Jin Yan Shen, leading her to wonder if Fu Wenchen is his ex-girlfriend. She grows increasingly annoyed, frustrated that he deliberately walked away to take the call instead of speaking in front of her. Her thoughts are interrupted when a thuggish man approaches, asking if she's Jing Qiao and if she has the money. She stands up nervously, pointing out that he gave her a month and it's only been 15 days. He laughs menacingly and grabs her, questioning how she can be with Jin Yan Shen and not of $200,000. She struggles, trying to explain that their relationship isn't what he thinks and that Jin Yan Shen won't give her money. He dismisses her explanation, demanding $500,000 in 2 days, and shoves a small black box into her hands. She opens it and gasps in horror, her hand flying to her mouth as she sees a severed finger inside, recognizing it as her father's. The man smirks, glad she recognizes it, then slaps her across the face and reminds her of the deadline before pushing her to the ground. She collapses onto the pavement, trembling in shock and despair as she whispers and questions how this could be happening. An employee presents Jin Yan Shen with project plans, reporting that the core employees are on duty and they are developing new fields. The employee then begins to mention their old friend, Fu Wenchen, when a woman suddenly bursts into the office. She exclaims that she hates him, asking why he would spoil the surprise she had planned. Elsewhere, Jing Qiao is on a phone call, expressing her frustration that some people took advantage of her by raising a price from $50,000 to $500,000. She tells her friend not to worry, knowing $30,000 is all she has. She plans to borrow the money from Jin Yan Shen when he returns, but then she sees him arriving, being dropped off by the same woman who was in his office. She quickly tells her friend she has to hang up because Jin Yan Shen is back. Later that evening, as he enters the house, Jing Qiao greets him. She tries to tell him something, but he coldly cuts her off, saying they can talk tomorrow because he is tired and needs to rest. In a flashback, Jing Qiao asks a film director for a $400,000 advance on her wages. The director scoffs, asking if she thinks she can charge whatever she wants just because she has some connection to him. He tells her she doesn't need to say anything more and that he won't give her the advance. Another man handling Feng steps in and asks what is going on. After learning of the situation, he tells Jing Qiao to finish shooting the day's scene first and then let him know if she still has problems, promising he will try to help. In handling Feng's restroom, he hands her a completed check for $400,000. He tells her to take it to the bank and she thanks him profusely. She insists that she will pay him back and starts to write an IOU, but he tells her there is no need, as he has no intention of getting the money back. She asks if his life isn't worth that much, and he tells her she can keep it, prompting her to thank him for his kindness before hurrying off. On her way home, she clutches her purse, worried she might lose the check, and sneezes, thinking she may have caught a cold in the pool earlier. When she gets home, the dog, Zhongjun, greets her enthusiastically. Jin Yan Shen then arrives, and she notes that he is home early, asking if he has eaten. He says he hasn't and tells her to cook something for him. He then remembers she wanted to talk to him the previous night and asks what it was about. Jing Qiao replies that it was nothing and that the matter has been settled. As she is cooking, her phone rings and she asks him to get it for her. He picks up her purse and instead of the phone, he pulls out the check from Han Lingfeng. He coldly holds up the check and demands that she explain it. As she pleads with him to give it back to her first. He warns her that his patience is limited and tears the check in half, shocking her. He grabs her, demanding to know the truth about the check, and she explains that something happened and she needed the money. He grabs her chin, telling her she should be clear about her status. She retorts that he has no right to tell her what to do and asks if her status is lower than that of his dog, Jiangzhen. She angrily states that she only married him because he felt responsible for Anya's death, but that doesn't mean she is his servant. She declares it isn't wrong for her to earn money for herself or to borrow money for a family emergency. She furiously tries to push him away, shouting for him to go away. She says she'd rather go to prison than spend her life with him. He grabs her as she tries to leave, asking where she's going so late at night. She calls him useless and selfish for blaming her when he is only with her to shoulder the responsibility for Anya's death. He calls someone named Wu Bai on the phone, telling him to send a doctor to his house. He also instructs Wu Bai to find out what is going on with Jing Qiao's family. The next morning, Jing Qiao wakes up and wonders where Jin Yan Shen is. She suddenly remembers it is the day she has to pay back the money and worries about what to do. She then notices a new check on her bedside table, made out for $400,000 and signed by Jin Yan Shen. She wonders if he is trying to give her a slap first and a candy later, but decides to use the money for the emergency and pay him back. The dog, Jiangzhen, whines at her feet and she asks if he wants to go out. Jin Yan Shen appears and tells Jiangzhen that Jing Qiao is going out and that the dog should go with her and protect her. Jing Qiao tells Jiangzhen that it is raining too hard outside and that she will take him for a walk when the rain stops. The dog scratches at the door wanting to go out, but she closes it, and Jiangzhen runs out into the downpour. Jing Qiao meets two men in the rain, and one of them comments that she seems to take good care of Jin Yan Shen. She says she has given them the money and asks where her father is. The man tells her that her father isn't well and suggests she come with them to pick him up. The men grab her arms and she struggles, telling them to let her go. Just then, Jiangzhen leaps out of the rain and bites one of the men's arms. The other man calls the dog stupid and pulls a knife, intending to kill it. Jing Qiao screams no, and a gunshot suddenly rings out, hitting the man's hand and making him drop the knife. Jin Yan Shen appears holding a pistol and tells his associate not to kill the man. Jing Qiao runs into his arms, sobbing his name and telling him she thought she would never see him again. He comforts her, telling her everything is going to be fine. He informs her that he has sent his men to take care of the two assailants and the person behind them. He tells her to go take a shower and suggests he can send her father to a treatment center for his gambling problem. Jing Qiao confesses that she is terrified of him, both of his cold words and even when he treats her well. She begs him to let her go. He coldly reminds her of the marriage contract she signed, stating that unless he gets tired of her and asks for divorce, she cannot leave him. He grabs her wrist as she backs away, telling her she has no right to say no. He pulls her into the shower, telling her she can't avoid him. He holds her tightly as the water runs over them. The next morning, he gets out of bed while on the phone, telling the person on the other end that he agrees about the matter they were discussing. He tells them he'll be there and they can wait for him. He then turns to Jing Qiao, who has just woken up, and tells her to go pack because they will be taking a trip tomorrow. She looks up at him, surprised by the suggestion of a trip. A friend excitedly approaches Jing Qiao to tell her about a victory banquet that Director Qin has booked for them at a KTV that night. Jing Qiao, who is with a man, tries to refuse, explaining that she is in the middle of something. Her friend pleads with her, saying Qiao is her only friend in the crew and she would be very embarrassed to go alone. Qiao relents and agrees, to her friend's delight, who says she has already sent the address. The man with Qiao asks what is going on. She explains it is the victory banquet for her crew and asks if he agrees to let her go. The man, Jin Yan Shen, surprises her by saying it is all right and that he will pick her up if it gets too late. He explains that he feels he should give her more respect and will no longer stand in her way, asking only that she inform him of her plans beforehand. Qiao agrees happily. Later, she arrives at the Jesha International KTV and is greeted by her friend Bai Bing. Inside, a man with long silver hair, Jin Xuemo, is singing a love song for the crowd. Bai Bing remarks on how handsome he is, and others compliment his beautiful voice. After the song, Director Qin thanks everyone for their hard work and announces that the drinks are on him, leading to cheers from the crew. Jin Xuemo approaches Jing Qiao, calling her name. He asks if he looks extremely good that night, but she is unimpressed, finding him greasy and full of affectation. The group decides to play the king's game, and Bai Bing reveals that she is the king for the first round. Bai Bing checks her phone and announces that she remembers Xuemo's card is number 7, then declares that the person with card number 7 must kiss a person of a different gender for 1 minute. Jing Qiao looks down at her hand to see she is holding the 7 of hearts. Others tell her not to cheat and to accept the punishment, but she tells Bai Bing she cannot do it because she does not have any male friends in the crew. Qiao thinks to herself that there is in fact one exception, Jin Qiao. Meanwhile, Jin Yan Shen tries calling Jing Qiao's phone but gets no answer. He wonders what she is doing and, concerned that something might be wrong, decides to go check on her. At the KTV, a conflicted Jing Qiao decides to follow the rules of the game and approaches Jin Qiao for help, explaining he is the only man she knows there. He calls her a burden but pulls her close, telling her to forget about it. As he leans in, he asks if she is waiting for him to initiate the kiss, but she says there is no need as her heart pounds and she begins to lean in herself. Just before their lips touch, Jin Yan Shen appears, grabbing Xiumo's arm and telling him to stop. He tells Qiao it is late and time to go home. She protests, reminding him that she lost the game and has to kiss a guy for a minute. Jin Yan Shen says that is easy and pulls her into a passionate kiss himself. The onlookers are stunned, and Bai Bing recognizes him as Jin Xiumo's older brother, wondering what his relationship with Jing Qiao is. This leads her to speculate that if Yanshin is Xiumo's brother, Qiao must be his sister-in-law. Xiumo drunkenly dismisses him, saying he will make his own contacts and telling Yanshin to leave. Xiumo drunkenly dismisses him, saying he will make his own contacts and telling Yanshin to leave. As Xiumo tries to walk, he stumbles badly. Bai Bing appears and catches him, offering to help him downstairs. In the parking garage, Bai Bing helps the barely coherent Xiumo to his car. After helping him into the passenger seat, she retrieves his dropped phone for him. He thanks her and asks her to call a Mr. Zhang from his contacts to pick him up, saying he will just rest for a moment before passing out. While unconscious, he dreams that he sees Jing Qiao's face. In the dream, she leans over him and he kisses her, asking if she likes him. She says she does, and they embrace as he tells her he likes her so much. The scene changes to Jing Qiao and Jin Yan Shen on a private plane. He tells her they have arrived at Fu Wenchen's manor. Qiao is silently furious, believing he brought her on a trip just to see his ex-girlfriend. Yanshin warns her that the manor is remote and she should stay with him. She sarcastically replies that she will not get in the way of him and his old lover, leaving Yanshin confused by the term. The scene shifts back to Jin Qiao, who wakes up in a hotel bed next to Bai Bing. She greets him by saying last night was amazing. He shoves her away and demands to know why she is in his bed. She feigns innocence, claiming he told her he wanted to rest at a hotel and then confessed he'd liked her for a long time before pushing her into bed. Xiumo is distraught, realizing he was too drunk to remember anything. At the manor, Jin Yanshin and Jing Qiao are greeted by a beautiful person with long hair, whom Yanshin introduces as Fu Wenchen. Wenchen asks about their trip and Yanshin says they had some trouble. Wenchen playfully touches Yanshin's chin, calling him a real man, which makes Jing Qiao realize that the beautiful Fu Wenchen is male. Wenchen compliments Qiao's loveliness, but Yanshin cuts them off just as the sound of a car crash echoes outside. A man named Zhang Heishan gets out of a crashed vehicle, and Yanshin yells at him, asking if he is crazy. Zhang Heishan glares at Yanshin with pure hatred, agreeing that he is crazy and that he wishes he could kill him. Heishan dares Yanshin to kill him and pulls out a gun. Yanshin tells him to face the truth that a woman named Jiang Ran killed herself and he had nothing to do with it. Heishan refuses to listen, blaming Yanshin for her death and saying he must pay. Fu Wenchen steps in, calling Heishan a cold-blooded monster and saying they never should have saved him, then reveals Yanshin came to make peace. Heishan scoffs and throws the gun to Wenchen, telling them to go back. Jing Qiao calls out Yanshin's name and he takes her hand, reassuring her that it is a personal matter he will handle. Fu Wenchen apologizes for not watching Heishan, but Yanshin says it is fine and tells Wenchen to make arrangements, with the strict condition that nothing he does should scare his timid wife. Later in their room, Qiao demands the truth, stating that this feels more like a life-or-death situation than a trip and asks about the man with the gun. Yanshin confirms his name is Zhang Heishan and explains they, along with Fu Wenchen, used to be good friends. The friendship ended because Heishan fell in love with a woman named Jiang Ran, who seemed to prefer Yanshin. He explains that he and Heishan have not spoken in years because of her. Qiao asks if Jiang Ran killed herself, and Yanshin confirms she cut her wrists after hearing he was getting married. He asks Qiao if she thinks he is cold-blooded for his belief that what Jiang Ran and Jiang Heishan had was not love, but a destructive desire to plunder and take, and that they were foolish to torture themselves over it. A man holds a woman, telling her that the essence of love is to fight for what you want and to take it. He questions why they should torture themselves as he leans in to kiss her. She pushes him away, covering herself and blushing furiously as she declares that he is wrong. She argues that plundering and taking are not love, but rather a form of possession. He grabs her, remarking that she is just talking nonsense. She looks at him, confused about his scary look and wondering why her hand is reacting strangely. He tells her that he doesn't agree with or understand what she said about love because he has never received it. In a flashback, Jung Hae-ashin confronts a woman with blue hair named Wenshin, calling her a bastard. He furiously tells her that she claimed she wanted to make peace with Yanshin, so he begged him to come, only for her to ask for help messing with him. He demands to know what Jung Hae-ashin is thinking and punches him, questioning how they could make peace after Rand died. He declares his intent to avenge Rand. The woman tells him he can do it on his own. He grabs her, pleading for Wenshin's help and saying he can't compete with him alone and that she is all he has now. The next day, Jing Qiao wakes up and wraps a towel around herself. A knock comes from the door, and a butler informs her that their master, as an apology for not taking good care of her, has chosen a gift for her. Jing Qiao looks on in surprise, questioning the gift. Later, a man pours wine for Wenshin, explaining that because of Hae-ashin, he didn't give her a warm welcome yesterday. He says he specially stole this valuable wine from his father for her to taste. A beautifully dressed Jing Qiao arrives. The man, Mr. Fu, raises his glass to her, noting his own good taste. He comments that the ladies are here and they should get started. Wenshin thanks Jing Qiao. Mr. Fu compliments Wenshin, saying she's getting more adorable and made him blush. She accuses him of being jealous, but he declares that he will do everything for her, which makes her tell him to stop as he leans in to kiss her. A furious Jin Yan Shen watches them, thinking that it is enough and time to eat. Wenshin tells him he won't interfere. Jin Yan Shen walks in, announcing that he is coming at the right time. He sarcastically asks if they are having fun and tells them not to stop. He sits down, saying he'd like to see how a cold-blooded monster like him would become a human. Jung Hae-ashin approaches the table, stating that he guesses Jin Yan Shen isn't there to eat and asks what's up. Jin Yan Shen pours a drink, saying he is there to forgive him. He explains that their dispute started with a woman and needs a woman to settle it. He challenges Jung Hae-ashin, saying if he can win, he'll forgive him and they can start again, but he needs him to fight. He clarifies that he won't fight Jung Hae-ashin himself, but will have a woman compete for him, pointing directly at Xing Qiao. Jung Hae-ashin smirks, taunting that he is afraid Jin Yan Shen's woman is too scared to fight. Xing Qiao confronts Jin Yan Shen, demanding to know why he involved her after he already agreed to fight. She accuses him of trying to provoke her by calling her a coward and deduces that he is aiming at her, a pushover, because he knows he will lose. Jung Hae-ashin remarks that he didn't expect her to be so protective. Xing Qiao slaps him, yelling at him for interrupting while she was talking to Jin Yan Shen. Jin Yan Shen holds her back, telling her it's okay, as she agrees to the deal. She then whispers to Jin Yan Shen that they will surely lose as she knows nothing about shooting. He reassures her gently, saying not to worry because he can teach her. They agree to meet at the gun range in 3 days. At the range, Jing Qiao fires 3 shots. The results show 1 shot hit for 6 points while the rest missed entirely. Frustrated, she screams, complaining that after a day and a half of practice, she keeps missing the target despite remembering everything he said. She worries that she will lose for sure if this continues. Jin Yan Shen asks her if she wants to win, and she replies that of course she does. She points out that Jung Hae-ashin won't make peace with him if she can't win, but Jin Yan Shen counters that he won't make peace even if she does win. He hands her a gun, telling her to take it. He stands behind her, guiding her hands, telling her to hush and not think about anything else except winning. He instructs her to breathe evenly and look forward. The gun fires, hitting a perfect 10 on the target. Jing Qiao is amazed, and Jin Yan Shen tells her that's awesome and that she can do it. He points out that she got 6 points after he only gave her rough instructions, proving she has a gift. He tells her it's still not far enough if she wants to win, and she agrees to do exactly as he says. He explains the basic principle of holding the gun steady, but she gets distracted by the warmth of his hands on hers. He flicks her on the head, telling her to come back and stay focused when he is teaching her. Blushing, she agrees, thinking to herself that he was the one who distracted her. Elsewhere, Jung Hae-ashin is given a modified gun and told to make sure Jin Yan Shen's woman has it on the day of the game. Wenshin asks Hae-ashin if this is necessary, and he replies that he asked someone to smooth the rifling, ensuring she will miss the target even if she were a professional sniper. He notes that Yan Shen couldn't possibly train her to be a sniper in just 3 days. Hae-ashin states that he still needs to make sure nothing unexpected happens, prompting Wenshin to remark that he didn't used to be like this. He grabs her chin, saying that everything changes, especially humans, and asks if she doesn't think so. He lets her go, telling her that's enough. Later, as he walks alone, Jing Qiao mumbles to herself, feeling she is screwed and that he shouldn't have agreed to let her do such an important thing. She worries about missing the target, meeting a strong opponent, and Jung Hae-ashin never making peace with him. Jin Yan Shen stops her worries by kissing her, telling her it's no big deal even if she loses. On the day of the competition, they arrive to meet Jiang Heiyashin and his partner. Jing Qiao observes that the woman next to Jiang Heiyashin looks like a strong opponent. She wonders how they are supposed to decide the winner as she sees no targets or guns. Jiang Heiyashin asks Yanshin if he remembers what they did with Alan, suggesting one person stands in front of apples while the other takes aim. He explains that if a partner shoots the person, that person becomes the target. Jing Qiao realizes it will be up to her and is shocked at the prospect of making humans the targets. She never thought she would be doing the same thing to someone that they did to their deadly enemies. Jiang Heiyashin says this is what the game is supposed to be. Jiang Heiyashin says this is what the game is supposed to be. Jing Qiao declares it unfair and tells Jin Yan Shen they should quit, but he insists they are doing this. Jiang Heiyashin dares him, saying he wants to risk his life and he will play along. His partner takes aim and shoots the apple off his head flawlessly. She then turns to Jing Qiao, telling the little girl it is her turn. Jing Qiao trembles, holding the gun, thinking that she can't do it because she might hurt or even kill him. Jiang Heiyashin's partner taunts her, saying his timid wife is only good at talking back. Jin Yan Shen calls out to Jing Qiao, telling her to shoot. He reassures her, saying he trusts her and tells her to hold her gun up. She raises the gun as he encourages her, calling her a good girl. With his encouragement, she fires the gun with a loud bang. The chapter opens with the sound of a gunshot as Jing Qiao realizes she successfully hit the apple, not Jin Yan Shen. Nearby, onlookers comment on Jin Yan Shen's incredible luck, expressing their disappointment at having lost the bet. Jin Yan Shen approaches the trembling Jing Qiao, who is still holding the pistol, and gently warns her that if she keeps shaking, he might get hurt for real. Overcome with emotion, she cries that it's all her fault and that he wouldn't have been hurt if she had been better. He calmly tells her it is none of her business, explaining that there was an issue with the gun which made the bullet's trajectory unpredictable. He reassures her that she was excellent and lucky to have only given him a small scratch, urging her to stop blaming herself. Jing Qiao, still concerned, says she might as well tend to his wound. She then voices her suspicion, wondering aloud if Fu Wenchen, the one who provided the gun, had intended to harm him. Jin Yan Shen dismisses the thought, stating that it doesn't matter now and that he owes them this debt. Confused, Jing Qiao asks him what he means. She inspects the scratch on his cheek, asking if it hurts and suggests that blowing on it might make it feel better. As she gently blows on the cut, he flinches slightly, prompting her to apologize immediately. When she asks if her method is working, he asks her how she thinks she is supposed to properly treat his wound. He then takes her hand, and she asks what he is doing, protesting that this is not the right way to treat an injury. Jin Yan Shen loosens his tie, says like this, and leans in to kiss her deeply as they lie together on a bed. He interrupts her protests, telling her that saying no way is not an option. She exclaims his name, reminding him that he's hurt and what they are doing is absolutely not right. He gently touches her chin, asking if she is trying to tell him what the correct course of action is. She firmly replies that of course she is. She continues to argue that he got hurt because of her, making her responsible for his recovery. He pins her down gently and she murmurs the word ointment, still focused on his injury. He tells her he is not yet done dealing with his wound as he leans in to kiss her again, whispering that only she will be enough to heal him. The scene shifts to another location where Jiang Heiyashin watches a weather forecast, predicting a severe cold front and snow. He turns to a man with blue hair lying in bed behind him and aggressively asks what he is doing. Heiyashin pins the trembling man down, asking if this isn't what he truly wants. He recounts how the man used to follow him everywhere, collecting his things just to be near him, and says he realized a long time ago that the man had fallen in love with him. He demands to know why the man is rejecting him now that he is right there in front of him. The blue-haired man avoids his gaze, saying no and explaining that he just doesn't want to hurt Yanshin anymore. He trails off, telling Heiyashin to forget it. The man says he doesn't need Heiyashin's help and will figure things out himself, but as he tries to leave, Heiyashin grabs his hand, which he quickly pulls away. Back in the mountains, Jing Qiao wakes up in bed next to Jin Yan Shen. She realizes it is morning and shivers, exclaiming how cold it is and wondering at the sudden drop in temperature. Jin Yan Shen, now awake, asks what is wrong and surmises that the weather in the mountains is just notoriously changeable. Jing Qiao complains that she hates the cold. Hearing this, Jin Yan Shen asks if she hates the cold before pulling her closer under the covers, telling her she won't feel cold this way. As she lies in his arms, he asks if this is also a way to keep her warm. He smirks and agrees that it is very helpful. She becomes flustered and yells his name, telling him she hates him for being so bad. Later, Jing Qiao, now dressed elegantly, warms herself by a crackling fireplace. Jin Yan Shen brings her a blanket and a cup of coffee. Their quiet moment is interrupted by a knock at the door. It is an associate of Fu Wenchen, there to deliver a letter detailing the time and place for the next battle. Jing Qiao is confused, asking what next battle means as she thought their competition was over when they lost. She expresses her distrust of Jiang Ashen, saying he always seems to be plotting something despite his claims of peace. She suggests they should just go home, and Jin Yan Shen agrees to send her back the next day. She asks what he will do, and he throws the letter into the fire, stating that he cannot leave yet. He explains that since Jiang Ran died because of him, he feels he must make it up to her. Jing Qiao then asks about the nature of the next battle. He tells her it is a mountain climbing competition in pairs. She is initially relieved, thinking it is safer than shooting, and cheerfully says she will stay to help him. However, he warns her it is not that simple. He describes the perilous conditions: a mountain over 3,000 meters high with eternal snow, a volatile climate, venomous snakes that could cause amputation, and ferocious beasts like bears and wolves. Jing Qiao is horrified. She accuses him of trying to scare her, but he insists he is only telling the truth, adding that Jiang Ashen will be there trying to kill him. He tells her to stop talking, saying she will always be in danger with him and should just go home to be free. As he tries to remove her hand from his arm, she grabs him tightly, asking what he will do alone since the rules require a partner. He tells her that if he dies, he will arrange a flight to send her home. With tears in her eyes, she insists that since he brought her here, he must be the one to take her back personally. Moved, he softens and promises her he will. A helicopter drops them onto the snowy mountain, and Jing Qiao is struck by the beauty of the landscape. The pilot gives Jin Yan Shen a flare gun for emergencies, warning that using it signals withdrawal from the competition. Before the pilot leaves, Jing Qiao gives him a letter to deliver to Fu Wenchen. As they begin their trek, Jin Yan Shen breaks the silence to ask what she wrote to Fu Wenchen. Surprised, she asks if his curiosity is why he has been so quiet. He simply says yes. She refuses to tell him, stating that it is her privacy. Feeling exhausted, she suddenly collapses on the ground to rest. Jin Yan Shen advises her to get up to avoid catching a cold and tells her she needs to drink some water. She mumbles that she is fine. He holds a water bottle to her lips for her. He then asks what is wrong, wondering if she has a cramp or is hurt. Blushing with embarrassment, she quietly admits that nature is calling. Elsewhere on the mountain, Jiang Ashen stands staring into the distance. His blue-haired companion asks why he has stopped, reminding him they are there to climb. Ashen says they are going back. When asked why, he grimly states that a large snowstorm is approaching, and he has no desire to die on the mountain with Jin Yan Shen. Jin Yan Shen tells Jing Qiao to come here, but she asks him to wait over there, adding that he must not look at her. He agrees and walks a short distance away, looking up at the sky and noting that it looks like it is about to snow. Suddenly, a terrified scream pierces the air. Jin Yan Shen spins around, calling out Jing Qiao's name as he runs toward the sound. He finds her on the ground, a large snake hissing before her, and he identifies it as a venomous species. He urgently tells Jing Qiao to stay completely still, explaining that snakes have poor vision and typically attack moving targets. She nervously agrees not to move, her hands covering her mouth in fear. The snake coils, ready to strike at the frozen Jing Qiao. As the snake lunges forward, Jin Yan Shen throws himself in front of her. He kicks the snake away, but not before it manages to bite his leg. Jing Qiao screams his name in horror. The scene shifts to a well-lit room where Fu Wenchen's associate delivers Jing Qiao's letter. Fu Wenchen opens it, his expression turning to shock as he reads the contents. Jiang Ashen appears behind him, asking what is wrong and if the letter is from Jin Yan Shen's woman. Ashen reads the letter over Wenchen's shoulder, discovering that Yan Shen knows everything and feels he owes them, even if he must pay with his life. Ashen scoffs, questioning if Wenchen actually believes Yan Shen's words and calls him a person without a conscience. Wenchen looks at Ashen with a conflicted expression. Ashen's demeanor turns menacing as he cups Wenchen's face, saying that since they are already in the mountains, there is no turning back now. Back on the mountain, heavy snow is falling. Jing Qiao, worried, tells the injured Jin Yan Shen that his wound hasn't been treated and they should forget the competition and fire the flare gun. He thinks to himself that it is not the right time, as he isn't sure if Fu Wenchen will actually come to their rescue. He decides his priority is to keep Jing Qiao safe, concluding they must find a shelter to wait for help. Even if he dies, he reasons, she will be able to get back safely. Jing Qiao worries they will not find shelter among the trees, but he remembers a cave nearby and tells her they should go there. They trudge through the deep snow together. Meanwhile, Fu Wenchen sits alone at a large table, refusing to eat. His butler urges him to have something, philosophizing that while life is full of challenges, nothing is more important than life itself. As Wenchen contemplates the word life, the butler spots a red light in the sky outside. He points it out and Wenchen looks up, realizing with alarm that Yan Shen is in danger. In a cave, Jing Qiao tells Jin Yan Shen that she has fired the flare gun, confident that Fu Wenchen will see it in the dark. She then notices Jin Yan Shen's silence and asks why he is so quiet. When he doesn't respond, she touches his shoulder and he slumps to the ground, unconscious. Her eyes widen in terror as she realizes the venom must be taking effect. She examines the bite on his leg and sees that the wound is festering. Realizing the venom is still in his body, she decides that saving his life is what matters most, and after a moment's hesitation, makes a small cut on the wound with a knife before leaning down to suck out the poison. Later, Jin Yan Shen slowly awakens, asking if Xing Qiao is there. She confirms she is right there by the fire and reassures him that it is almost dawn and Fu Wenchen will surely find them soon. He asks if she dressed his wound and then asks about the venom. She admits she sucked it out, and he immediately becomes angry, asking if she has lost her mind and knows how dangerous that was. He tells her the venom could have easily entered her body, even without a wound in her mouth. She tearfully replies that she could not just stand by and watch him die. He looks at her, his anger fading, and gently pulls her into an embrace, calling her a silly girl. The next morning, he tells her to get out of there once dawn breaks, warning her to be careful on the difficult downhill path. She asks why they shouldn't wait for rescue since she fired the flare gun. He grimly informs her that there will be no rescue and that her only chance of survival is to walk down the mountain herself. At Fu Wenchen's mansion, a helicopter prepares for takeoff on the tarmac. An associate confirms they have found a location with a cave where they likely spent the night. Wenchen orders his man, Charlie, to gather his team and follow him. As he walks toward the helicopter, Jiang Heishan appears, demanding to know where he is going. Wenchen states he is going to save Yan Shen. Heishan angrily asks if he is crazy, reminding him they have already made their plan, but Wenchen retorts that he cannot simply do nothing while Yan Shen dies. Heishan grabs him, confessing that he admits he likes Wenchen and that his life would be meaningless if he lost him. He says he doesn't mind being deceived or used because he is willing to do anything for him. Wenchen gently removes his hands, saying that while he loves Heishan, he cannot let his friend die for that love, as it would make him a jerk. Heishan begs him not to go, promising to stay with him forever if he just turns a blind eye to Yan Shen's accidental death. Wenchen rejects the offer, tells Heishan he can leave now and walks away. When Heishan asks in disbelief what he means, Wenchen declares that they are over and this is goodbye forever. On the snowy mountain, Jing Qiao struggles to carry the unconscious Jin Yan Shen on her back, promising him that she will get him out of there. He weakly tells her to put him down, warning that neither of them will make it out if she insists. She refuses, reminding him of his promise to take her back personally and vowing never to forgive him if he dies. He loses consciousness again and she cries out his name, urging him to hang on. As she pushes forward, determined to save him, her foot missteps on the treacherous slope. They tumble down the hill and she cries out in pain as her knee hits the ground hard. Despite the injury, she tries to get up and help him. Suddenly, she hears the sound of dogs barking in the distance. A search and rescue team appears, telling her they are safe now. They are airlifted to safety. Jin Yan Shen wakes up in a hospital bed, murmuring Xing Qiao's name. Fu Wenchen is by his side and informs him he has been asleep for 3 days. Jin Yan Shen immediately asks where Xing Qiao is. Wenchen gestures to the bed beside him, explaining that she only has minor injuries and is sleeping off her exhaustion. He tells a stunned Jin Yan Shen that when they found them, she had carried him almost all the way to the foot of the hill by herself. Fu Wenchen tells Jin Yan Shen that he is relieved to see him awake and says he will come back to see him later. As he turns to leave, Jin Yan Shen tells him not to come back. Wenchen halts and Jin Yan Shen sits up in bed, recounting a memory of how Wenchen and Heishan saved his life years ago when his grandfather abandoned him and he was starving. He recalls them finding him in a dilapidated house and a younger Fu Wenchen introducing himself, promising to protect him from then on. Back in the present, Wenchen begins to say he believes Heishan didn't mean to hurt him, but Jin Yan Shen cuts him off. He says that while it may have meant nothing to Wenchen, to him, it was a favor he could never forget. He continues, stating that he would have died long ago if not for them and that he owes them his life. He then firmly declares that they are now even, and from now on, he will have nothing to do with them. Wenchen leaves the room defeated. His associate finds him in the hallway and asks if Jin Yan Shen refused to forgive him. Wenchen sorrowfully says that it is all over now, admitting that he brought this upon himself. Meanwhile, Jing Qiao stirs in her sleep, feeling a weight on her chest. She opens her eyes to find Jin Yan Shen reading a book that is resting on her. She groggily calls his name and he asks what is wrong. She angrily demands to know how he could use her as a bookstand after she saved his life, but he nonchalantly replies that he couldn't find a better place for his book. She bites his hand in frustration and he asks how she could bite him just after waking up, reminding her that he is a patient too. She retorts that she is the weaker one and he should be taking care of her. He leans in close with a smirk, asking if she is sure about that. He suggests taking care of her in this way and moves to kiss her. She tries to push him away, but her hand slips and she accidentally kicks his injured leg, causing him to cry out in pain. He grabs her hand, saying she's getting bold, and pulls her on top of him. She asks if he has lost his mind, reminding him they are in a hospital where doctors could walk in at any time. He calmly informs her he has already told them not to disturb them. He unbuttons his pajama top, leans in to kiss her, and whispers for her to keep her voice down so people don't hear them. The scene changes to a cafe where a man named Shuemo meets with a woman. He is annoyed, asking why she is calling him again after he already gave her the money she wanted. She offers him a latte, and after he impatiently tells her to get to the point, she reveals she knows he will be the hero in Mr. Kin's next movie and wants him to recommend her for a supporting role. He scoffs at her audacity, reminding her they just had a one-night stand and she shouldn't take herself so seriously. She smirks and shows him a photo or video on her phone, asking what if she were to watch it. He calmly asks if she plans to post it on social media or give it to the media. He tells her that threatening him with it won't work at all. He then turns to leave but stops when she mentions his feelings for Jing Qiao. She reveals she overheard him calling Jing Qiao's name during their night together and asks if he wants to listen to the recording. He gasps as she plays a clip of him saying he likes and is obsessed with Jing Qiao. She then reveals she did some research and knows that the man Jing Qiao was kissing at party is his brother, Jin Yan Shen. She wonders aloud what would happen if he found out about Shuemo's feelings. Enraged, Shuemo snatches her phone and smashes it on the ground. She calmly informs him that she has already uploaded the recording to the cloud and will still tell his brother and Jing Qiao. He grabs her, demanding to know when she will stop. She coolly offers him a deal. She can help him in the showbiz world and will introduce him to investors at a party in 2 days, but she cannot decide who will get the supporting role in the movie. Later that night, Jing Qiao arrives home and is greeted enthusiastically by her dog, Jianzhen. Jin Yan Shen follows her in, carrying a suitcase. He scolds Jianzhen for jumping on people, but Jing Qiao dismisses his concerns, saying the dog is just happy. Jin Yan Shen warns her that rewarding the behavior will only encourage it, which could be dangerous. Ignoring him, she plays with the dog, telling it that being happy is what matters. Jin Yan Shen watches them, then says that in that case, he will have to keep her from spoiling their kid. She is flustered by his comment and he pulls her into a kiss. He then sweeps her up into his arms and she asks what he is going to do. He whispers that he can answer her right now and that it is surely what she is thinking. She calls him an asshole and he replies that it sounds like he has to do something an asshole would do. The next morning, a delivery arrives for Miss Chen's sweetie. It's from her friend Chen Kaiyan, who sent her expensive wool yarn to knit a scarf. While on the phone with her, the doorbell rings again. She opens the door to find Shuemo holding a bouquet of sunflowers, greeting her as his silly girl. Bai Bing asks Shuemo if he is satisfied with her and questions if she truly has to hook up with the investors. Shuemo looks away, telling her he is not as influential as she expects and is just a model. She asks if she isn't his plus one just as an attendant arrives to lead Mr. Jin away. She worries about what will happen if things go wrong, prompting Shuemo to ask if she really thought she could count on him for everything. He leads her to a private room, explaining it is only for guests and he has no access. He warns her this is her last chance and that the investors will stay away from him if she doesn't behave herself. Bai Bing hesitates, feeling ambivalent about whether to enter or leave. She tells herself she is close to realizing her dream and cannot get cold feet now, declaring that she is ready for it. She agrees to go in and Shuemo watches her, thinking that she made her own decision and hoping she will not regret it. Elsewhere in an office late at night, a man with reddish-brown hair is surrounded by stacks of files, lamenting how much work is left to deal with. He collapses onto a couch in exhaustion. His colleague, Jin Yan Shen, tells him he can slack off now, provided he's willing to stay up all night. The first man asks if he is serious, complaining that their current work is supposed to take a month and cannot be finished in 1 day. Jin Yan Shen retorts that if he had not wasted time on dating before he came back, they would not be working overtime. The man complains about being depressed with no wine or girls around, adding that he even missed a dinner made by Jing Qiao. He explains he simply did not expect to have so much work to finish. Jin Yan Shen tells him to speak his mind, warning that it had better be meaningful enough to make him go easy on him. The red-haired man hesitantly says the name Anya, suggesting that she may be alive. Jin Yan Shen stops writing, looking up in shock and asking for an explanation. The man explains he is well-connected, and that a friend of his who works in a hospital saw a photo of Anya alongside a girl he recognized from his own workplace. He asks Jin Yan Shen if he needs him to look into it, adding that while things between him and Jing Qiao are going well, he can tell he is still obsessive about Anya. The friend then asks hypothetically what Jin Yan Shen would do if the person really is Anya, before trying to tell him to just forget what he said. Jin Yan Shen insists he cannot forget it after hearing the lead and must figure out the truth, contemplating how things would change if it is her versus if it is not. At a lavish party, an older man named Mr. Lai greets Shuimo warmly, saying it is an honor to have him attend. Shuimo replies graciously that he could not miss a party held by one of the movie's main investors. Mr. Lai notices Bai Bing and asks if she is with Shuimo. She introduces herself as Bai Bing and expresses her interest in playing the supporting role in the movie. Mr. Lai's demeanor cools as he reminds her that people in their line of work are aware of his rules. Bai Bing quickly interjects, taking the blame and insisting it is not Shuimo's fault as she was the one who asked him to bring her there. Mr. Lai appears to relent, saying that since she came with Shuimo, he will give her an opportunity and arrange an audition for her. Bai Bing is ecstatic, believing she has finally succeeded. Shuimo discreetly checks his phone and reads a text message informing him that an investigation showed Bai Bing was the one who took him from the parking lot the other day, that he did nothing wrong, and that hotel footage confirmed nothing happened that night. She had lied to him. Shuimo looks down with a grim expression, thinking to himself that she brought this on herself. Later, Jin Yan Shen returns home to find Jing Qiao waiting for him with her dog. She mentions he must have missed dinner working overtime and that she made something he likes. She asks if he is okay because he is being unusually silent. He wordlessly leans against her, telling her he is exhausted. She admits he freaked her out, but seeing his current state, she says he has done well. He leans in and kisses her. She becomes flustered, murmuring that it has been so long, which he says only makes him want to kiss her more. She pulls away, saying she has to go heat up his dinner. He watches her go, wondering why she is still so bashful after all the time they have been together. Later, as Jing Qiao calls for him to come to dinner, she realizes with a jolt that she forgot to put her books away. Jin Yan Shen picks one up, an introduction to architectural presentation, and asks why she is reading books on her major when she took a year off from university. She explains that she took a break after Anya's accident to deal with things and pay off her father's debt, but now she feels it is time to go back. She worries that her explanation sounds bad and that he will think she has forgotten what happened to Anya. To her surprise, he looks at her and simply tells her to just go back to school. She is shocked that he'd agreed so easily. He states that it is her right and there is no reason for him to stop her before turning to go have dinner. Overjoyed, she tells him to go ahead while she prepares some soup for him. At the party, Mr. Lai tells Bai Bing that he is into wine, finding liquor too strong, and assumes she prefers wine as well. She nervously claims she is still trying to fit in. He asks if this is her first time, and she quietly confirms it is. He expresses his displeasure, saying he thought Shuimo knew his taste and questions why he would bring him a virgin. Bai Bing panics and pleads, promising she can learn anything and will do exactly as he tells her. He offers her a pill, telling her to take it. He explains that he dislikes virgins because they are too nervous to satisfy him, and the pill will help her relax so they can have a better night. After she swallows it, she moans that she cannot take it anymore, and Mr. Lai, seeing that she is ready, makes a call to have a camera brought in. The next morning, Bai Bing awakens in bed and asks Mr. Lai when she will sign the contract for the film. He acts confused, stating he never said she could have a role in the film. Shocked, she reminds him that they just had sex and that Shuimo told her she would get the part if she did what Mr. Lai said. Mr. Lai scoffs, asking who she thinks she is and reminding her of what she did to Jin Shuimo. He then reveals that he recorded their entire encounter and threatens to send the video to her family and release it to the world if she tries anything. After he leaves, Bai Bing is left alone in the room, sobbing that it is not true. In a car, Jin Yan Shen's friend confirms he is sure that Anya is still alive, explaining her family changed her name but her face remains the same. He hands Jin Yan Shen a file containing a photo of a woman named Anya. He says he has not figured out why she changed her name but suspects it is related to her health. He points to a nearby hospital, noting it is one she often visits and that she is about to come out as usual. Just then, they see a woman who looks exactly like Anya leaving the hospital with an older woman, reassuring her mother that she feels better now. Jin Yan Shen stares at her with a stunned and serious expression. Jin Yan Shen calls out to Anya, who initially walks past him before turning around. He tells her it is him, Yan Shen, and asks if she is all right, but she turns away again. He grabs her arm, but she pulls away, insisting that he has the wrong person and that she is not Anya. Her mother, Mrs. Lin, intervenes and invites Jin Yan Shen to their home, promising to explain the long story behind what has happened. At a university office, Jing Qiao finalizes her paperwork to return to school with her professor, Mr. Kai. As she is about to leave, he stops her, saying he has something for her. He hands her an application for M University in D country, explaining he wants to recommend her for next year's intake. Jing Qiao hesitates, feeling she is not as good as she used to be after taking a year off and does not want to take the opportunity from another student. Mr. Kai insists, saying his current students are not as brilliant as she was and that he used to learn from her late mentor, Mr. Lin. He reveals that Zion has already gone to D country and that recommending her was what Mr. Lin would have wanted, as he hoped they would get together. Jing Qiao politely informs Mr. Kai that she and Zion broke up a long time ago and that she is now married. Understanding Mr. Kai says he will not cancel the application just yet, telling her to come see him within the next 3 months if she changes her mind. As she leaves the office, she is suddenly grabbed from behind by her friend Chen Kaiyan. Jing Qiao tells her she freaked her out, and Chen Kaiyan, delighted to see her, offers to treat her to BBQ to celebrate her return to university. As Chen Kaiyan enthusiastically describes the sizzling meat, Jing Qiao suddenly feels nauseous and runs off to vomit. A concerned Chen Kaiyan follows her, asking if she ate something expired. Jing Qiao says she has only eaten food she cooked herself, which leads Chen Kaiyan to wonder if she might be pregnant. Meanwhile, Jin Yan Shen arrives at the Lin's house with Mrs. Lin and Anya. They are greeted by a housekeeper, Mrs. Liu, and Anya immediately excuses herself to go upstairs. Mrs. Liu recognizes Jin Yan Shen, remarking how he has grown up since she last saw him at Miss Lin's funeral. After Mrs. Lin sends Mrs. Liu to make tea, Jin Yan Shen asks about the housekeeper's comment. Mrs. Lin explains that Mrs. Liu has always called her mother Miss Lin and then begins to recount what happened to Anya. She reveals that after Anya fell into the sea, she was saved by a passing fisherman, but he locked her up. The fisherman refused to help Anya contact her family and instead tried to force her to marry him. Anya finally managed to befriend a girl in the village who sent a letter to Mrs. Lin, allowing them to rescue her. Mrs. Lin tells Jin Yan Shen that they have dealt with the fisherman, but her main concern now is Anya, who looked terrible when she returned. She admits Anya stopped her from telling him the truth because she did not want him to see her in such a state, and now she pleads with him to stay with Anya in the days to come. The weight of Mrs. Lin's request to marry Anya as he had promised, combined with his thoughts of Jing Qiao, causes Jin Yan Shen a moment of physical pain. He recovers and tells Mrs. Lin he wants to check on Anya. In a doctor's office, Jing Qiao and Chen Kaiyan receive confirmation that Jing Qiao is 5 weeks pregnant. The doctor gives her dietary advice and sternly warns against having sex before the 12-week mark, noting they must have had excessive sex already. Chen Kaiyan teases that Mr. Jin must be very energetic, earning a sharp shut up from Jing Qiao. Before they leave, the doctor advises Jing Qiao to bring her husband for the next examination. Jin Yan Shen knocks on Anya's bedroom door, sensing she is sitting behind it like she used to when she was a child. He tells her that her mother told him what happened and that it is a blessing she returned safely. Anya opens the door, crying, and tells him that if he really knew what happened, he would not have come to her. She tearfully recounts her time at the fisherman's home, flashing back to being tied up, and says she lost so much. She tells Jin Yan Shen that she is a mess and undeserving of him, confessing she always knew he only agreed to be with her to repay her grandmother. She reveals she secretly came to his house and saw him walking with Jing Qiao, witnessing an affectionate smile on his face that he had never shown her. She realized in that moment that he loves Jing Qiao, not her. Anya tells him their marriage would be a failure and would only hurt her best friend, Jing Qiao, before tearfully begging him to leave her alone. As Jin Yan Shen turns to leave, he is stopped by Mrs. Lin, who tells him not to listen to Anya. Despite Anya's protests, Mrs. Lin has her taken back to her room. Mrs. Lin tells Jin Yan Shen that Anya is still young and chasing an impossible, perfect relationship, but time will change everything. She reminds him of his debt to her family and how her mother protected him, asking if he wants to see everything her mother worked for fall to ruin. Cornered, Jin Yan Shen asks for some time to deal with things, and she agrees, confident he will do what is best for the greater good. Elsewhere, a distraught Bai Bing is drinking heavily at a bar. A man with red hair, Le Zhengyu, approaches her and offers to pour her a drink. She tells him to get lost, but he smirks, asking if she knows who he is before introducing himself as the son of the city's mayor, Le Guangcheng. Le Zhengyu introduces himself as the mayor's son, but Bai Bing drunkenly dismisses him, saying she does not care and just wants to have fun. Amused, he offers her a card, promising it will bring her endless joy. She recognizes the pill he offers, remembering Mr. Lai giving her one just like it. Le Zhengyu confirms she has taken ecstasy before and offers her the pill for free, telling her to find him in room 431 if she wants more. Meanwhile, Jing Qiao is at home cooking with Chen Kaiyan's help despite feeling sick. Chen Kaiyan questions why she is pushing herself to cook when Jin Yan Shen can take care of himself. Jing Qiao explains that she is pregnant with his baby and wants to celebrate with him, lovingly cradling her stomach. Chen Kaiyan voices her concern, stating she is helpless to stop her but hopes Jin Yan Shen will not let her down in the future. Jing Qiao asserts that even if he leaves her, she will keep the baby, as it is a good thing to have a child of her own now that she has no other family. As Chen Qian prepares to leave, Jing Qiao asks if she will stay for dinner, but her friend declines, not wanting to witness their public displays of affection. Just as she leaves, Jin Yan Shen arrives home. He is upset to find Chen Qian there, reminding Jing Qiao that he does not like strangers in his house. Chen Qian angrily confronts him, asking if Jing Qiao is his wife or his maid. Before the argument can escalate, Jing Qiao urges her friend to go home. After Chen Qian leaves, Jing Qiao tries to keep the mood light, saying her friend did not really mean what she said and that she wants to tell him something in person to surprise him. As they sit down to the celebratory meal she prepared, he asks what the occasion is. She happily says she is celebrating and has something to tell him, just as he says he also has something to tell her. With a grim expression, he tells her that Anya is back and that they should get a divorce. The news is a devastating blow and Jing Qiao is speechless. He confirms that Anya is alive and that he must marry her. Heartbroken, she asks for a reason and he agrees to explain everything. He recounts his troubled past, how his grandfather believed he was a jinx after his brother's death and sent him to the countryside to die alone. It was there that he met Anya's grandmother, who took him in, provided for his education, and saved his life. His only promise to her was that he would take care of Anya. As he finishes his story, Jing Qiao quietly reveals that she is pregnant. The revelation stuns Jin Yan Shen into silence, and Jing Qiao laments that if she had taken her birth control pills regularly, this would not have happened. Back at the bar, Li Zhengyu's associate notes that Bai Bing looks dead and suggests throwing her out. Hearing the word ecstasy, Bai Bing snaps back to consciousness and frantically begs for more, offering to do anything. Li Zhengyu, bored with her, slaps her and says he is tired of her and has no more pills to waste. Desperate, Bai Bing offers to bring her pretty workmate to him. Li Zhengyu is uninterested until she mentions that Jin Shuimo is into this particular actress. Intrigued, he offers her 10 pills if she can bring Jin Shuimo to him, giving her one as a down payment. Back at the apartment, Jin Yan Shen presents Jing Qiao with a signed divorce agreement. He tells her that while their original contract stated she would get nothing, he will now give her the house and $2 million to make it up to the baby. He then tells her they should go to the hospital now, implying he wants her to have an abortion. In the Lin residence, the housekeeper Lily informs Mrs. Lin that Anya has not eaten all day. Mrs. Lin is initially dismissive, but upon hearing Anya might get ill, she devises a plan, believing a man will care more about a feeble woman. Just as Jin Yanshen's driver arrives, Jing Qiao declares she is not going to the hospital with him. She furiously confronts him, asking how he could abandon his own child, a life that will become a human being. She tells him he does not deserve to be a father and that to her, the baby is not a commodity or trouble. Jin Yan Shen argues that she is still in her 20s, without a degree, social status, or money, and questions how she could possibly raise a child alone, warning that an unborn baby will change her entire life. Jing Qiao retorts that her life was already changed the moment she met him on the cruise, and there is no going back. Jing Qiao angrily tells Jin Yan Shen that her life has been changed since she met him on the cruise and that there is no going back. She declares that he has no right to tell her what to do as he is not her husband anymore. He looks down, conflicted, as she asserts that this is her life now. His phone buzzes and he answers it, looking away from her. He tells her he has to go and cannot go to the hospital with her at the moment, explaining that he knows it's hard for her to accept what happened so fast and suggests they can talk again when she figures out what she really wants. Outside, Mrs. Lin asks what the matter is. Back in the room, Jing Qiao watches him leave, her resolve hardening as she thinks about her baby, promising not to let anything happen to it. Mrs. Lin greets Yanshen, telling him she's glad he's finally here. She explains that since he left, Anya has not eaten anything at all. He tells her not to worry and that he will go take a look at Anya. Mrs. Lin worries that Anya's poor health will worsen if she refuses to eat. She then tells a maid named Lily to clean up the guest room next to Anya's. Lily informs her that no one has lived in that room for a long time and it will take a while to clean, asking if a guest is coming. Mrs. Lin says no, thinking to herself that now that he's here, she can't let him leave, otherwise Anya will be sad. Elsewhere, Jing Qiao is angrily throwing things into a box, telling her friend Qian to screw Jin Yan Shen and that she never wants to see the bastard again. Qian tries to calm her down, asking if she's there to help pack or smash things. Qian says she doesn't understand why Jing Qiao has to move out when he's the one who should leave, adding that he just wants to avoid responsibility for the baby by taking her to the hospital. Jing Qiao clarifies that it's not like that, and he offered to give her the house plus $2 million in compensation, but she is the one who no longer wants to live there. She explains that while it would be great to have the house and money, she would rather not take them if it means giving up her baby. She asks Qian if she understands. Kayan calls her hopeless but agrees that packing is the priority before Jin Yan Shen returns. The doorbell rings and Jing Qiao wonders if he is already back. A white-haired man with a large swan plushie stands at the door, asking if she is deaf or just busy having fun with her friend, complaining that he's been ringing the doorbell for a long time. Jing Qiao breathes a sigh of relief. Her friend Kayan holds up a coat hanger menacingly, asking why she sighed in relief and stating that she should be grateful the visitor isn't Jin Yan Shen, or she would have slapped him. The visitor, Jin Qiao, tells Kayan not to mind her as she's always like this. Jing Qiao asks how he knew her friend was there, and he replies that he still remembers her car from when she picked him up the first time they met. He reminisces about that moment, and Jing Qiao remembers him being called Jin Qiao, realizing it's him. Kayan looks suspiciously at Jin Qiao, wondering what's with the look on his face and if he likes Jing Qiao. He hands the silly-looking swan plushie to Jing Qiao, saying he bought it on the street and that it looks as silly as she does. Jing Qiao asks why he can't say something nicer and what he's doing there, to which he replies that he's just passing by. Kayan thinks to herself that she'd like to see how he acts after she tells him what happened. Jing Qiao tells him to take a seat while she continues to pack. Kayan asks if his family name is also Jin and if he is Jin Yan Shen's younger brother, which he confirms. Kayan then informs him that from now on, Jing Qiao is no longer his sister-in-law. She follows up by telling him that Jing Qiao has divorced his brother. Fireworks seem to go off in his mind as he processes the news. He says it's a pity, and Kayan correctly guesses that he likes Jing Qiao and has loved her from a distance for a long time. Jing Qiao tells him he can't stay long because she is packing her things. He says he gets it and turns to leave. He pauses, touching his chin as he thinks to himself that she just got a divorce and will refuse him if he shows his love at this moment. He tells her it's nothing and that he'll leave her alone, then quickly leaves. As her friend laughs, Jing Qiao asks what's so funny. As they head upstairs, he calls out her name, Jing Qiao. He awkwardly tells her that he likes her outfit and that she looks pretty today, which leaves her momentarily stunned. Jin Yan Shen returns to find the room quiet. He asks Mrs. Lin if Anya ate anything. Mrs. Lin replies that she has fallen asleep and seems to have calmed down, believing she'll get well soon as long as he is there. She tells him she has had the room next to Anya's cleaned for him to stay the night. He apologizes, saying he still has something to deal with and can't stay. Mrs. Lin insists, saying she knows he's a busy man but Anya still needs him. He cuts her off, stating that while he understands she's worried about Anya, he can't put all his focus on her and set aside his own things. He adds that after all, she wouldn't want a loser who only understands love. He tells her he knows exactly what she wants and just hopes they can respect each other at least. He announces he is leaving. After he's gone, Mrs. Lin instructs Lily to find out what Yanshin has been doing recently and if he's dating anyone. The maid confirms she will. Jing Qiao leaves with her luggage, saying it's done. She tearfully says goodbye to the dog, telling it she can't be there to take care of it anymore and to be good and listen to Jin Yan Shen. The dog whimpers and nudges her hand, but she apologizes and says she has to leave. She closes the door behind her, stealing her resolve. Jin Yan Shen returns to the dark and empty house. The dog approaches him with a letter in its mouth. He takes the letter and reads that Jing Qiao is gone, asking him to respect her choice. In the letter, she states she will keep the baby and doesn't need his money or the house. She writes that she knows he's worried she might show up one day with the baby and disturb his life with Anya, but reassures him that she will never do anything to break up their relationship, and that from now on, they are just strangers. The letter ends with her thanking him for everything and saying she was happy to meet someone like him, even though she knows he doesn't love her. He sits in the dark, telling the dog that humans know how to hide their feelings best among all creatures. He reflects that they can put on any mask and pretend to be anyone, even refusing to follow their hearts. He collapses onto the floor, clutching the letter as rain begins to splatter against the window. He lies on the ground, defeated, whispering Jing Qiao's name. At Chen Kayan's house, Jing Qiao arrives soaking wet, exclaiming that she's finally home and got caught in the sudden rain. Kayan asks why she looks so sad and offers her some fried chicken she bought. Jing Qiao retorts that she doesn't feel sad at all. Her phone rings, showing a call from Bai Bing. Jing Qiao answers, and Bai Bing is heard crying on the other end, wailing her name. Bai Bing sobs that her boyfriend dumped her and she's in a bar with no money. Jing Qiao immediately tells her not to be afraid and that she will go find her right away, asking for the address of the bar. After getting the location, she tells Bai Bing she is on her way. In a lavish private room at a bar, Bai Bing hangs up her phone and says that she's on her way, as a red-haired man looks on approvingly. Jing Qiao tells Kayan she needs to go out, explaining that her friend got dumped and is stuck at a bar with no money. Kayan offers to go with her, but Jing Qiao says it's better if she doesn't since her friend doesn't know her, and it would be embarrassing. She arrives at the bar in the rain and calls Bai Bing, who emerges from the entrance. Jing Qiao asks if she's alright, and Bai Bing says she's fine but needs her to go inside and pay the bill. However, Bai Bing leads her toward a private room, explaining that a friend of hers wants to meet Jing Qiao first. Sensing something is wrong, Jing Qiao pulls her hand away and asks what's going on, demanding to know why Bai Bing lied to her. Bai Bing admits that if she hadn't lied, Jing Qiao wouldn't have come. The red-haired man appears, blocking the doorway and asking where the hottie is going. He says he just wants to make friends with her. Meanwhile, Jin Shuimo is relaxing when his phone rings. He answers, and it is Le Zhengyu on the other end, asking if he's moved out. Le Zhengyu asks if Jin Shuimo remembers him. Jin Shuimo recognizes his voice and demands to know why Le Zhengyu has Jing Qiao's phone. Le Zhengyu laughs, saying he was bored and wanted some fun, adding that he'd heard Jin Shuimo took a liking to a girl and wanted to see what she looked like. Jin Shuimo furiously warns him that he'll make mincemeat out of him if he harms a hair on her head. Le Zhengyu says he can't guarantee that, commenting on how cute she looks with her fair skin, and threatens to enjoy her body for him if Jin Shuimo doesn't show up by 11 p.m. He hangs up. Enraged, Jin Shuimo smashes his glass against the wall, thinking that nothing bad can happen to Jing Qiao. Jin Shuimo bursts through the door, yelling Jing Qiao's name. Le Zhengyu dismisses him as noisy, remarking that they haven't met for years, but Jin Shuimo is still as rude as ever. He declares that today he will teach him how to speak properly and orders his men to catch him. Jin Shuimo warns them that if they let Jing Qiao go now, he can pretend nothing happened. Le Zhengyu's men surround him as he glares defiantly. Le Zhengyu scoffs, telling Jin Shuimo not to give up so easily, and orders his men to get him. As the fight breaks out, Le Zhengyu holds Jing Qiao, taunting Jin Shuimo that they should see whose fist is harder. Jin Shuimo fights fiercely, kicking and punching his way through the henchmen. Le Zhengyu laughs, urging his men to kick his ass. Despite being outnumbered, Jin Shuimo continues to fight back, landing powerful blows. Jing Qiao cries out his name as he's overwhelmed and beaten to the ground. Le Zhengyu laughs triumphantly, looking down at the defeated Jin Shuimo. He orders his men to stop and approaches the battered Jin Shuimo lying on the floor. Jin Shuimo weakly calls Le Zhengyu's name, warning that if he dies, Le Zhengyu's whole family will be buried with him. Le Zhengyu feigns misunderstanding, saying he wouldn't dare let him die and that he just wants to feed him something. He holds up a small bag of pills. He claps his hands and his men force Jin Shuimo's mouth open. Le Zhengyu smirks, telling Jin Shuimo he will let his girl leave if he eats all of the pills. Elsewhere, Chen Qian grows worried, wondering where Jing Qiao is since it is so late. She tries calling her, but the call goes unanswered, and she wonders if Jing Qiao is with Jin Yan Shen. Back at the bar, Jing Qiao struggles against her restraints, yelling for Jin Shuimo not to listen to him, as she screams that it's illicit drugs. Le Zhengyu orders her to shut up and slaps her. He warns her that if Jin Shuimo doesn't eat the pills, she will suffer. Jin Shuimo, seeing her being threatened, shouts that he is the target and tells Le Zhengyu to let her go, declaring that he will eat the pills. Jing Qiao screams for him not to do it. As Le Zhengyu's men force the drugs into his mouth, they take pictures, laughing about how the innocent Jin Shuimo is now taking illicit drugs and how they will post it on social media. Bleeding from his mouth, Jin Shuimo glares up defiantly. Blood drips to the floor as one of the men notices some pills were left behind and tries to force them into his mouth. Jin Yan Shen holds Jing Qiao closely, telling her with a serious expression that they will definitely keep the baby. She asks what about the baby, and he kneels before her, asking her to start over with him. He gently explains this is their first baby, not as if they have other. She agrees to start over and face all future difficulties with him, but firmly states this is the first and last time. She warns that if he ever abandons her again, she will never come back to him. He pulls her into an embrace, promising that he won't let it happen again. A phone buzzes nearby as Chen Qian anxiously wonders where Jing Qiao is and urges her to pick up the phone. Chen Qian runs out of a building, calling for Jing Qiao to wait. From her perspective, Jin Yan Shen appears suddenly, blocking her way, and her internal alarm goes off as she demands to know what he did to Jing Qiao. From her perspective, Jin Yan Shen appears suddenly, blocking her way, and her internal alarm goes off as she demands to know what he did to Jing Qiao. He calmly explains that he is just sending her back. Turning to Jing Qiao, he tells her he needs to go handle something and that he will arrange for someone to take her to an apartment later. As he walks away, Chen Qian watches him with deep suspicion from behind Jing Qiao. Jing Qiao waves goodbye to him. Chen Qian, her expression grim, immediately asks what he meant and whether the two of them have made up. Jing Qiao appears flustered and says she can explain. In a car, Jin Yan Shen's subordinate reports that he has arranged an apartment near Miss Chen's residence and has assigned someone to protect Mrs. Jin Yan Shen then instructs him to investigate Jing Qiao's gynecologist, stating that he doesn't want any accidents to happen to Jing Qiao or the baby. The subordinate confirms the order and asks for their next destination. With a determined look, Jin Yan Shen declares that it is time to visit Manhwa. Jing Qiao explains the situation to Chen Qian, who still looks unconvinced. Chen Qian voices her disbelief, reminding Jing Qiao that Jin Yan Shen chose Anya even after knowing she was pregnant. She argues that he already gave up on her once, questioning how Jing Qiao can be certain he won't do it again, especially given her current vulnerability. Chen Qian continues her warning, pointing out the risks if Jin Yan Shen breaks his promise or if the Jin family decides to act against her. She apologizes for being so harsh, clarifying that she just doesn't want to see her friend lose herself for a happiness that might be fleeting. Jing Qiao reassures her that no apology is needed, saying she knows Chen Qian is just looking out for her. Jing Qiao confesses that seeing Jin Yan Shen makes her happy and that she is willing to do anything for him, acknowledging the gap in their social status but affirming that she truly loves him. She continues, explaining that because she loves him, she can't help but forgive him, even when he has hurt and betrayed her, and she wants to be wayward just one more time. Chen Qian thinks to herself how scary a love-struck girl can be. Jing Qiao resolutely states that she is willing to accept the consequences if he betrays her again. At Manhwa's residence, a woman named Jiang Yingmei furiously tells a man, Le Guangcheng, that he must avenge their son, Zhang Yu, insisting that Jin Shuimo killed him and must pay for it. Le Guangcheng counters that Zhang Yu committed a crime first and blames her for spoiling him. She accuses him of being too scared to seek revenge and deflecting by talking about their son's upbringing, reminding him that Zhang Yu was his son too. She screams that he only cares about his ex-wife and daughter. Le Guangcheng tells her to stop, assuring her that he isn't just going to let it go. Le Guangcheng tells her to stop, assuring her that he isn't just going to let it go. Le Guangcheng tells her to stop, assuring her that he isn't just going to let it go. She asks what he plans to do. Just then, an aide enters to announce that Jin Yan Shen has arrived. Jiang Yingmei scoffs, saying she expected he would be the one to handle this and calling him a truly something man. Le Guangcheng says he will decide what to do after speaking with him. Jin Yan Shen is shown into the mayor's office. He states that he is there to discuss reparations. The mayor, smoking a cigarette, asks how much he intends to pay for taking his son's life. Jin Yan Shen coldly replies that the mayor only wants Jin Shuimo's life. The mayor is visibly stunned. Jin Yan Shen calmly lays out that if the matter goes to court, Shuimo would only be sentenced for excessive defense, making the demand for his life absurd. The mayor insists on a lawsuit and Jin Yan Shen agrees, outlining the lengthy process of collecting evidence and appeals. Jin Yan Shen confidently declares he will ensure the mayor's brother spends so much time in jail, he'll know it better than his own home. He laughs at the idea of collecting evidence, revealing he knows the mayor's son was dealing prohibited drugs and forcing them on others. He warns that the inspection agency will be contacting the mayor soon, as he possesses evidence of the mayor taking bribes, and promises that the mayor's jail time will far exceed his brother's. The mayor furiously dares him to sue, threatening to call the media and ensure Jin Yan Shen's entire family suffers. Jin Yan Shen coolly replies that he wouldn't mind having the mayor's family for company in prison. Seeing that a productive conversation is impossible, Jin Yan Shen turns to leave. On his way out, he casually wonders if the mayor's influential ex-wife, Ms. Zhang, would take him back. He continues the veiled threat, asking what would happen if she found out about all of this. He leaves a visibly shaken Mayor Le behind. Jiang Yingmei enters and asks what happened. She asks if Jin Yan Shen is gone. The mayor admits with resignation that he has no choice but to release Jin Shuimo. The mayor scoffs at the idea of a price. She agrees, and a sinister smile spreads across his face as he notes that Shuimo is still within his jurisdiction, implying he can still exact some form of revenge. An officer assures the mayor that Shuimo is in a cell with their men and will be properly taught. Inside the cell, an inmate taunts Shuimo, calling him a pretty boy who must have serviced many rich women. Shuimo is struck. He defiantly dares them to kill him. The inmate mockingly feigns fear before declaring he will teach Shuimo a lesson and asks for a tool. Another prisoner hands him a wrench. The inmate says that rule number 1 is to have a good morale outlook before brutally striking Shuimo with the tool. Jin Yan Shen arrives home looking weary. He informs her that it is settled. He will sign a mediation agreement the next day and Shuimo will be released. Overjoyed, she says she will go with him to pick Shuimo up. She offers to make him dinner, but he leans against her, completely exhausted. She asks what happened, and he replies that he is just a little tired. Later, as he rests on the couch with his head in her lap, he says he feels better. He notices she is looking at something and asks what it is. She shows him the object in her hand. It's an ultrasound photo, the first picture of their baby. She shyly mentions that Xing Qiao commented on her becoming very maternal lately and asks if it's weird. He reassures her it isn't just her. He is also eagerly looking forward to the baby's arrival. She smiles warmly and thanks him. As he rests, he thanks her again. She thinks to herself that while she can't experience the pregnancy for him, she is happy he will be around her in the days to come. He looks up at her affectionately. He suddenly sits up and leans in close, whispering that he is just paying her back. He tells her he wants a little more before kissing her deeply. She calls his name in a fluster. He playfully bites her lip and she calls him a pervert. She reminds him that the doctor advised against intimacy for now. He gently pushes her away and tells her she should try to control herself. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he asks when her next pregnancy test is scheduled. She tells him it's in a month and asks why. He announces that he will go with her next time, so he can ask the doctor personally when they can resume their activities. She blushes and calls him shameless. Jing Qiao wonders aloud why Shuimo hasn't come out yet. The large door begins to open. A figure wearing sneakers emerges. Jing Qiao's face lights up as she calls out Jin Shuimo's name and asks if he is all right. However, the man who steps out is not Shuimo but a stranger with a shaved head, who smirks at her and asks why she looks like that, questioning if she doesn't recognize him. Jin Shuimo with a smile asks Jing Qiao if she doesn't recognize him. She looks up in shock, her hands covering her mouth as she questions how this could be and what happened. Overwhelmed with emotion, she begins to cry, prompting him to ask why she is weeping. He reassures her that he is fine and encourages her to look at him, confirming that he is really there. He pulls her into a tight embrace against a snowy, ethereal background. She is momentarily stunned by the hug. As he holds her, he gently tells the silly girl not to cry. He then suggests that if she feels sorry for him, she can pledge to marry him. She seems confused by his proposal and he teases her, saying it seems she would get the short end of the stick, which she confirms, much to his feigned annoyance. He then hisses in pain, clutching his side. Alarmed, Jing Qiao asks why he seems to be in so much pain. She reaches out to check on him, asking to have a look. He playfully winks, revealing he was just kidding and calling her a silly girl. Enraged by his prank, she imagines herself engulfed in flames, vowing that Jin Shuimo won't get away with this. From a distance, another man, Jin Yan Shen, watches them through binoculars, declaring that Jin Shuimo is dead. He smokes a cigarette, his expression grim. Later, Jin Shuimo confronts Yan Shen, who tells him not to get him, but Shuimo drives away in a car. He tells Yan Shen he has things to discuss with their grandpa and mom. Inside a formal room, their mother asks if he means the La family agreed to let Shuimo go, but forbade him from staying in Z country. A man, presumably the father, confirms this, adding that Mayor Lin never wants to see the murder of his son again. The mother wonders if they can just keep him around, but the father sternly reminds her that integrity is their family's foothold, and they cannot go back on their word now that Shuimo is released. An older man, the grandfather, declares that he will tell the La family that they will send Shuimo abroad in a month. Jin Yan Shen simply agrees to the decision. Jing Qiao is at home looking at a box of wool that Xing Qiao bought. She thinks about how she wants to knit a scarf for Jin Shuimo, feeling she owes him and should do something for him. As she sits knitting with daisies in her hair, Jin Yan Shen walks in, announcing he's home. He approaches her and asks what makes her so smelly, wondering if she smoked and drank. She admits to drinking a little, but he touches her chin, calling her a liar. She asks who he is knitting the scarf for. She explains it's for Jin Shuimo, feeling she needs to do something for him after everything. Jin Yan Shen learns that Shuimo is leaving next month, and Jing Qiao asks why it is so sudden. He replies that it's for the best for him to start over in a new place, then asks if she drank so much because she was in a bad mood about Shuimo's departure. He tells her to go take a bath and promises he will be with her no matter what happens. He gently holds her hand. He gazes at her intently, calling her name. She asks why he is looking at her like that and what he is doing. He pulls her into a tight embrace. He whispers that he loves her. She is shocked by his confession. She thinks to herself that what he said seems to imply he was afraid of losing her. She asks why she would leave him, reminding him he is her husband and the father of her baby. She tells him that he is the man she loves the most. He looks at her, blushing. Overcome with emotion, he calls her name and then pins her down on the bed, saying he can't help it. He leans over her, a determined look on his face. She tries to stop him, reminding him that she is pregnant and he needs to get a hold of himself. He replies that he knows, so he will only go in a little. She blushes as he asks to tip her face, but then complains about his smell and tells him to go take a bath. He agrees and walks away. At the airport, a man named John hands Jin Shuimo his luggage and tells him to take care. Shuimo asks John to tell Yan Shen to pick him up next time he's back, but John replies that Shuimo should take care of himself. John informs him that his grandpa and mom wouldn't come to see him off, and Yan Shen is busy with work. Shuimo says he understands they wouldn't want to see him after the trouble he caused. John tells him it's time for the security check. As Shuimo walks away, he hears Jing Qiao calling his name. She runs up to him carrying a gift box, explaining that there was a traffic jam. As she hands him the scarf she knitted, he looks at it and she confirms she remembered he wanted. She explains that she heard it's colder in M country, so she knitted it a bit thicker. She shows him the initials of his name she stitched onto it, saying it's a plain color, but the initials will help him find it easily. He quietly thanks her, his eyes tearing up. She asks what he said, claiming she didn't hear him. He pinches her ear and she yelps for him to let go, but he tells her not to move. He places an earring on her ear, revealing it as an ear stud. A flashback sequence shows a lavish party where Jing Qiao declares that since she makes money by drinking with people, she should get to have all the tips. A man named Mr. Zhang leers at her, saying she is pretty and he wants her tonight. People in the crowd murmur, recognizing her as Mr. Jin's wife and wondering why he would ask his wife to entertain others. Jin Yan Shen watches with a furious expression, his anger palpable. His subordinate warns him that Mr. Zhang is a pervert who likes to torture women, urging him to stop her. Mr. Zhang offers her a glass of wine, saying it tastes good and won't make people drunk easily. She drinks it and immediately passes out, and he orders his men to send her to his room. She wakes up in a hot room with her hands cuffed and suspended from the ceiling, wondering where she is. The shirtless Mr. Zhang approaches her with a whip, telling her it will just be the two of them tonight. As she realizes she was drugged, he explains that a scented candle in the room is an aphrodisiac, and the more she struggles, the more she will inhale, making her body more sensitive. She feels her body reacting strangely and knows she's losing control. She reasons that she must still be in the same building and can get help if she escapes, deciding she needs to get rid of the handcuffs first. She tells Mr. Zhang the handcuffs are old-fashioned. She suggests he take them off and try something new. He grins, saying it looks like she is experienced in this field. Suddenly, Jin Yan Shen bursts in and strikes Mr. Zhang down with a bottle. He stands over the fallen man and asks if he has had enough fun. Mr. Zhang on the floor accuses Yan Shen of setting him up just for the land. Yan Shen coolly replies that he just wanted to change his business partner, adding that after all, Mr. Zhang's wife is the boss in his house. He orders his subordinate to send Mr. Zhang and incriminating pictures to Mrs. Zhang, instructing him to torture the man as much as he likes but not to kill him. Mr. Zhang begs for mercy, terrified of his wife. Yan Shen's subordinate agrees to the orders with a smile. Yan Shen then approaches the still-dazed Jing Qiao, trying to wake her up. She instinctively bites his finger. Now fully lucid, she looks at him with a smirk and asks if Mr. Jin is satisfied now. She has a nightmare in which she is trapped in a birdcage as a man with angel wings named Zion comes to rescue her. The dream shifts to a watery scene where a ghostly woman asks if she is happy marrying her fiancé and tells her to give back what she owes her. Jing Qiao wakes up with a scream, realizing it was all a dream. She receives a phone call from her friend Chen Kaiyan, who is upset that she learned about Jing Qiao's marriage from the newspaper. While on the phone, Jing Qiao agrees to pick up someone at the airport. A handsome man with long silver hair arrives at the airport, wondering if Yan Shen sent someone to pick him up. He thinks that they haven't met in a long time and bets his brother misses him and will give him more pocket money. He searches for Yan Shen's car but instead sees Jing Qiao by a pink car, holding a cardboard sign. He is embarrassed by the old-fashioned way she is picking someone up. He then sees the sign says Mr. Jin and realizes with a shock that it's him she's looking for. She holds the sign up and she thinks to herself that he must be Jin Yan Shen's brother and looks extraordinary. She approaches and asks if he is Mr. Jin. He denies it, but she insists, saying she is Jing Qiao and Yan Shen asked her to pick him up. He is annoyed by her pink car and its pink upholstery, declaring that as a man he won't get in it. He then recognizes her name and asks if she is the one who got Anya killed and married Yan Shen. She calmly confirms that it's her. She looks back at him defiantly, asking so what? A wedding is presented not as a guarantee of happiness, but often as a mere show, as a couple stands before a stained glass window amidst a shower of rose petals. Jin Yan Shen is shown holding a ring, thinking about his vows to love, honor, and cherish her, but a narrator reveals that once the act is over, he shows his true, cruel colors, telling her she should not have expected happiness. He is then shown with a harsh expression, as the narrative explains a shipwreck makes her a killer and that this man throws her life into an abyss of despair. An introduction card identifies the woman as Jing Qiao, a 22-year-old college student who is persevering and determined, specializing in cooking and acting. Another card identifies the man as Jin Yan Shen, the 35-year-old CEO of Jin's group, who is mature, unflappable, decisive, and cruel, and he coldly asks if she is the one who got Anya killed. The narrative states she is trapped in his prison as he pins her against a wall, telling her she can never run away from him. Her suffering seems endless as she is depicted sinking into dark water, bound by chains, her fate sealed with no escape. He holds her chin, telling her that she owes this to him and Anya, but she tries to push him away, refusing to give in. She defiantly tells Jin Yan Shen that he knows the truth, insisting she owes him nothing and declaring her intention to leave, stating that no one can stop her. He challenges her to try, vowing that he will catch her no matter where she goes. He holds her face, reminding her that he told her she could never run away from him. Later, feeling tired, Jing Qiao walks into a kitchen. She opens the refrigerator, complaining that she is starving after having no dinner and must make something to eat. She internally fumes that Jin Yan Shen made her write the core socialist values 50 times as punishment, calling him a psycho. As she chops carrots, she recalls his devilish chibai form, telling her that the more she writes, the more money she gets, and she grumbles that she hasn't written so many words since high school. She wonders why she keeps running into him everywhere and questions if he is a stalker. Suddenly, she is startled with a scream as Jin Yan Shen appears behind her, asking what she is doing there. Panicking that he might have heard her, she quickly puts on a polite smile and offers him some of the food she is making, though she internally admits she is just being polite and doesn't mean it. He looks down with a slight glance and simply utters an affirmative sound before saying goodnight. As he walks away, she is left stunned, wondering if his response meant yes. They sit down to eat, and she sees that he has been served an exquisitely prepared plate of food with rice shaped like a puppy, while her own plate contains only a few leftover scraps. She tears up, feeling pathetic about her meager meal. Jin Yan Shen states that he does not want to see any carrots on the dining table from now on, as he removes them from his plate. She agrees meekly while internally cursing him, wishing he would choke to death for making demands while eating her food. He stares at her and asks if she is cursing him in her mind, to which she nervously denies, wondering how he could have known. As he leaves, he reminds her to clean up the kitchen, and she notices his plate is completely empty. She is confused, recalling that he is known to be a very picky eater, yet he finished everything. Finally able to rest, she lies down in her bed, relieved to have her own room and feeling that it is great. She thinks about the job Chen Kaiyan got for her with a film crew that she will start tomorrow. As she sleeps, she dreams of Jin Yan Shen. Meanwhile, Jin Yan Shen lies awake in his own bed, questioning why he is thinking about her again. He wonders if it is because she is the only woman he has touched in recent years. He dismisses the thought, telling himself she is just a little girl who makes delicious food, and there is no way he would take a liking to her. Deciding he has too much free time, he resolves to give his assistant, Eli, more work to do tomorrow, causing a chibai version of Eli to sneeze somewhere else. The next day on the film set, a supervisor instructs Jing Qiao and other new production assistants to keep themselves busy with a range of delegated tasks. A friendly girl with dark hair introduces herself as Bai Bing, and Jing Qiao reciprocates. Suddenly, people get excited, pointing out the arrival of Jin Shuimo, a handsome man with silver hair who causes the women around him to swoon over how attractive he is. Jing Qiao screams in shock, recognizing him. Bai Bing, with stars in her eyes, excitedly asks if it's really him, while Jing Qiao is surprised that anyone would be a fan of that guy. Bai Bing explains that she became his fan years ago, noting he was the first model from Z country to win the highest prize, and that he usually only appears in top fashion shows abroad. She adds that this is his first time working with director Kin Pei and also his first time working as an actor, making it especially meaningful. She gushes about how perfect he is and vows to support him forever, while Jing Qiao looks on with a sweat drop, thinking that this is how fans think of their idols and that he is not like this when he's at home. A chibai version of Jin Shuimo is shown trembling as a stern-looking Jin Yan Shen stands beside him. Back in a bedroom, Jin Yan Shen tells Jing Qiao that what happened with Mr. Zhang was his fault and that she won't see him again, asking her to forget about last night. She tells him they had better keep their distance from now on, even though they are married, before he slams the door and leaves. Lying in bed, she reflects on the idea of keeping their distance, thinking it is probably for the best. She decides she should start thinking about ways to make money. Later, at the ICU and Cultural Festival, she runs a stall, happily noting that she has sold many things this afternoon. A man approaches her, offering to buy half her merchandise if she gives him a hug. In response, Jing Qiao pulls out a police officer hat and puts it on, making a stern face and crossing her arms to form an X, while a caption states one should say no to all kinds of harassment. Other people recognize the pose as a meme from the internet and laugh, telling her she looks exactly the same. They ask her to imitate other memes in exchange for buying her things, and she agrees, making another funny face. A director in the crowd remarks that she is impressive, but when his subordinate asks if he wants to recruit her, he declines, stating that a good actor must be talented and smart and he doesn't have time to train someone new. Having sold all her accessories, Jing Qiao realizes she still has many other items left to sell. She remembers the guy at the wholesale market telling her that this other stuff sold well, so she bought a lot of it. She enthusiastically begins to sell condoms, shouting for people to come and buy some, assuring them they will have a good night with it. In a nearby car, Jin Yan Shen's assistant points out a girl selling condoms and working very hard. The assistant looks closer and realizes with horror that it is Mrs. Jin, and Jin Yan Shen's face contorts in anger as he recognizes Jing Qiao. He storms out of the car, grabs her by the wrist, and drags her away as she yells at him to let go. She demands to know what is wrong with you as he forces her into the back of the car. She lands with a cry, and a graphic notes that the smart assistant had already run away before they returned. Inside the car, Jin Yan Shen angrily berates her, asking how she could be so shameless as to sell such things on the street. She retorts that she didn't steal anything and has no reason to feel ashamed, then calls him conservative, which makes him tell her he's going to teach her a lesson. He rips her top at the shoulder and she demands to know what he is doing. He pins her down, reminding her that she was the one who wanted to keep their distance, and asks if she is tired of eating her words. The scene flashes back to their wedding ceremony, questioning the meaning of marriage. The priest is shown asking Jin Yan Shen if he will take Jing Qiao as his wife, to cherish, love, respect, and support her, and to be loyal in all circumstances. As he places the ring on her finger, he vows to cherish and be loyal to her until death. The priest then declares they may kiss, and as they do, Jin Yan Shen thinks to himself that it's too late for her to run and that this is what she owes him and Anya. The romantic wedding image dissolves into a dark one of her being dragged down by chains, questioning if this is a commitment or an inescapable cage. Back in the present, she is thrown onto a bed still in her wedding dress, demanding to know what he wants from her. Jing Qiao observes the ear stud in her hand as Xuemo explains that he bought it with his first bucket of money and it has been with him the longest. Realizing it must be very expensive, she tries to refuse the gift, but he calls her naggy and says he has to go, leaving her with the stud. Another man tells her to just keep it, as Mr. Xuemo never takes back what he gives out. Jing Qiao relents and accepts the gift. In a fleeting thought, Xuemo vows that he will find a way to come back for Jing Qiao, even if the La family doesn't allow it. The story then moves forward half a month, showing Jing Qiao and Jin Yan Shen in a doctor's office. The doctor finishes giving them instructions, and Jin Yan Shen asks if they need to foster their German shepherd somewhere else. The doctor assures them that as long as the pet is immunized and kept clean, it is safe, and walking the dog is beneficial exercise for an expectant mother. Jing Qiao then blushes and asks the doctor a very serious question about when they will be able to have sex again. The doctor explains that after 3 months, the fetus will be stable enough. Jin Yan Shen clarifies that it will be 3 months and a week, and Jing Qiao, looking flustered, thanks the doctor. As they walk through the hospital, she asks Jin Yan Shen whether he wants a boy or a girl. He replies without hesitation that he wants a girl. She expresses her surprise, saying she thought someone as traditional as him would want a boy. Jin Yan Shen explains that boys only get into trouble while girls are much cuter just like her. When she asks what will happen if it's a boy, he casually suggests they can just keep having babies until they get a girl, as he can afford to raise them. Jing Qiao tells him to shut up, finding his suggestion ridiculous, when suddenly the sound of a camera shutter is heard from nearby bushes. A man with a camera smirks, happy with the photo he just took and confident it will sell at a good price. Elsewhere, a man hands a file to a woman named Lily, telling her to contact him if she needs it. After he leaves, Lily informs her employer, an older woman, that the man is gone. The woman asks Lily for her thoughts on the situation. Lily speculates that while Mr. Jin is a man of his word, Miss Jing's pregnancy makes his future actions unpredictable and advises they should prepare for anything. The woman frets that Jin Yan Shen is like a runaway horse, and she can't imagine what he would do to the Lin family if they angered him. Lily tries to reassure her that it isn't necessary to deal with him directly. The woman then asks for Anya's location. Lily informs her that Anya is with the Pei family, as she is a bridesmaid for Pei Qinghuan's wedding in 3 days. The woman's eyes gleam with a dark intent as she realizes this presents an opportunity. Back at home, Jing Qiao lies on her bed reading a book about pregnancy. Later, she smells something burning and finds Jin Yan Shen in the kitchen, wearing an apron that says Master Chef, while looking at a scorched omelet in a pan. He admits he doesn't know why it got scorched, and she exasperatedly tells him he has to put oil in the pan first. She snatches the spatula from him, telling him they won't have dinner if he cooks and that he has wasted her ingredients. He puts his arms around her from behind, asking sweetly how he can live without her. She tells him to stop the moral blackmail, accusing him of just wanting her to cook for him all the time. He asks who else she would like to cook for, and she retorts that it's none of his business. He leans in and kisses her, daring her to say that again. Flustered, she calls him annoying and tells him to get out. After they sit down to eat, she says she wants to ask him something. She reminds him that he said he would deal with the commitment to the Lin family and asks what he plans to do. She has a bad feeling as if they are going to separate. Jin Yan Shen gets up and retrieves a red folder from a drawer. He shows it to her, explaining that it contains a share of his company's shares, a portion of which he is going to transfer to the Lin family. He explains this will serve as compensation and also alleviate Mrs. Lin's worries about Lin's group. He elaborates on the history of his engagement to Anya, revealing it was a business arrangement to save the crumbling Lin's group. As Mrs. Lin knew nothing about business after her husband's death and bet everything on the marriage between Anya and him. He admits he once thought his marriage was a bargaining chip to repay their kindness, but now things are different because he has found someone he wants to spend his life with. He explains that this document will bind his company with Lin's group, ensuring they won't collapse, thus satisfying Mrs. Lin's original purpose. Jing Qiao looks at the document, feeling sorry that she didn't help him with anything and instead caused him to lose so much. He gently touches her face and tells her he never does business at a loss, before telling her to eat quickly so she can do the dishes. Elsewhere, Anya says goodbye to her friend King Hyun, who tells her she'll be there early on the wedding day to help. King Hyun playfully instructs her to be in charge of guarding the door and not to let the groom, Jiang Chuanbei, in without enough lucky money. King Hyun reminds her to bring Jin Yan Shen to the ball after the wedding, but Anya demurs, saying he is busy and she will play it by ear. King Hyun worries, stating that sometimes she can't even tell if Jin Yan Shen loves Anya, yet Anya continues on. Anya apologizes, and King Hyun immediately says she didn't mean it that way, knowing her friend was speaking out of concern for her. As King Hyun leaves, she laments that Anya always thinks of others and fears she will suffer a lot in the future. When Anya arrives home, a servant informs her that her mother is waiting for her. A week later, Jing Qiao is working at her desk when Jin Yan Shen appears behind her, shirtless, and announces that it's time. She spits out her drink in shock, yelling his name and asking why the curtains are still open. She demands to know why he isn't dressed after his shower, and he replies it's because he'd have to take his clothes off anyway. Flustered, she looks at her calendar and realizes with dawning horror that it has been 3 months since she became pregnant. She tries to bargain, saying she has just settled on her work topic and has a report due next week, asking if they can arrange it for then. He steps closer, blocking her path and remarking that she is getting bolder, while he considers the cost of his own time. He lifts her into his arms, telling her that her behavior of informing him only minutes in advance is enough to make him angry. She tries to compromise, but he says he forgot today was the day. He asks if she thinks forgetting is a valid excuse to make him suffer for her mistake. She coyly asks how she can make it up to him maybe twice. He smirks, telling her he wasn't planning on doing it just once. She protests that she's pregnant, but he assures her the doctor said it's fine now and he will be gentle. He kisses her neck, admitting it has been a while. She breathes that he's tempting her, and he whispers back that he doesn't believe she doesn't have the need. She asks if she succeeded in tempting him, and he confirms she did. As he carries her, she begs him not to do it there as her papers fall to the floor, and he tells her to concentrate as they will start right there and make their way to the bedroom. Back at the Lin residence, Anya tells her mother that what she's proposing is crazy and she can't do it, as Yanshin would hate her for life. Her mother angrily grabs her, chastising her for giving birth to such a useless girl. Anya's mother continues to berate her, asking why she must involve Yanshin since it is their family's matter and questioning why she can't make a small sacrifice for the family. Anya tearfully asks if their family can't survive without him and if there is no other option. Her mother coldly replies that it's because no one else is willing to marry her except him. Softening her tone, she tells Anya she knows this is difficult, but they have no other choice but for her to marry him. Anya declares she will not do such a thing unless she is dead. She then runs past an elderly servant who asks what is going on. The servant finds Anya in her room with a knife and urges her to hand it over. Anya, however, refuses, stating that it is the only way to save everyone. Her mother appears in the doorway, telling the servant to let Anya die as she wishes, promising to follow her and join her in the afterlife. Anya questions if her mother really dares to do it, and her mother confirms she does, warning her that once she is dead, she will have someone abort Jing Qiao's baby, showing her a photo of Jing Qiao. At worst, it will just be a corpse with 2 lives. The threat works, and the knife clatters to the floor as Anya screams in despair. The next morning, a phone buzzes on the nightstand next to sleeping Jing Qiao and Jin Yan Shen. Jin Yan Shen wakes up, wondering who is calling so early, and sees that it is Mrs. Lin. He wonders why she is suddenly calling him. He gives the sleeping Jing Qiao a peck on the cheek before getting out of bed and answering the phone in the living room. Mrs. Lin apologizes for bothering him but asks for a favor. She mentions Pei King Hyun's upcoming wedding and asks if he will be there, which he confirms as he had dealings with the family and received an invitation. Mrs. Lin explains that Anya is King Hyun's bridesmaid and there will be a dancing session, asking if he could dance with Anya. Jin Yan Shen internally scoffs, thinking she is trying to mislead people into believing he is with Anya, and decides to decline. However, Mrs. Lin emotionally manipulates him, claiming that Anya will have no male companion and will be lonely, pleading with him to do it for her as a mother who can't bear to see her daughter dance alone. Jin Yan Shen thinks to himself that he was planning to talk to her after the share transfer paperwork was ready, but now it seems he must make things clear as soon as possible. He agrees to meet her that afternoon to discuss the Lin's property. After hanging up, he finds Jing Qiao awake, and he tells her he's here before calling her to come eat. Jing Qiao looks at the spread of food and suspiciously asks if he cooked it himself. He admits they are takeaways, and she jokingly calls him out on it before opening the containers. As she is about to throw something away, she notices his cigarettes in the garbage bin and asks why they are there. He simply states that he is quitting. Later, at the Lin's mansion, Jin Yan Shen presents the contract to Mrs. Lin, explaining that signing it will link their companies, securing the future of Lin's group. She acknowledges that it means a lot to her, but that it's almost like a steal for their group, and she needs to think about it and consult with the other shareholders. Jin Yan Shen tells her to keep him posted, but Mrs. Lin brings up Anya, revealing that she almost committed suicide the previous day. She explains this is why she insisted he attend the wedding with her, showing him a picture of Anya. Jin Yan Shen agrees to go with her. After he leaves, a servant asks Mrs. Lin if she's still asking him to the wedding because she's unhappy with the contract's terms. Mrs. Lin reveals that the terms were very favorable, but she wants more than just shares. No matter how many shares they get, they will still be outsiders to Yanshin. She believes he is the only man who can take good care of Anya and will never treat them as wholeheartedly as his own family. Meanwhile, at Jing Qiao's college, her professor praises her selected task and suggests she could even base her thesis on it. He notes its difficulty and asks if she needs helpers, but she declines, preferring to work alone. The professor then asks if she has made up her mind about studying abroad, revealing he has secured an S-level scholarship for her that covers accommodation and tuition. Jing Qiao is tempted but says she needs to discuss it with Jin Yan Shen. As she leaves, she is stopped by Anya. They sit at an outdoor cafe where Anya places a slice of cake in front of her, saying she remembers it was her favorite flavor. Anya then makes a cutting remark about how Jing Qiao falls for every man she meets, so it's no surprise her taste in cakes has changed as well. Jing Qiao asks her to stop calling her by her nickname so chummily, stating that the name is only for her family and friends, and Anya no longer qualifies. Anya coldly tells her she doesn't deserve it and gets to the point. She wants Jing Qiao to leave Yanshin immediately. Jing Qiao refuses, saying she can hit her or demand compensation, but leaving him is the one thing she won't do. When Anya asks why, Jing Qiao declares it's because she loves him a lot. Anya scoffs at her naivety and asks if she knows that Yanshin is planning to propose to her. Jing Qiao is shocked and says it's impossible. Anya continues her lie, claiming that he didn't leave her because he wants a child, but she didn't want to bear one. As Anya walks away, she thinks to herself that she is sorry for deceiving Jing Qiao with such a vicious lie, but she has no choice because only after Jing Qiao leaves will Yanshin be safe. Distraught, Jing Qiao goes to her friend Kayan's apartment and breaks down crying. Kayan comforts her and gives her some water, encouraging her to talk about what happened. Jing Qiao expresses her confusion, saying she trusts Jin Yan Shen, but she has never seen Anya act this way before. Kayan explains that when she chose to be with Jin Yan Shen, she effectively gave up her friendship with Anya, as they are like opposing poles of a magnet. She tells Jing Qiao that she can't maintain a good relationship with both of them unless there are no feelings involved, and being too greedy will only bring pain. Kayan advises her not to feel sorry, as friendships change over time, and instead to cherish the friends she has now, like herself. Jing Qiao giggles and promises to cherish her, leading to a playful tickle fight. Later, Jin Yan Shen calls Jing Qiao, asking if she is staying at Chen Kayan's place for the night. Jing Qiao confirms, saying they haven't seen each other in a long time. Overhearing the conversation, Kayan grabs the phone and tells Jin Yan Shen that she doesn't care and wants Qiao to stay with her for the night. Jin Yan Shen is left fuming as the call ends abruptly, cracking his phone screen in frustration. Jing Qiao, seeing Kayan's triumphant expression, advises her to talk to him, worried he might rush over. Kayan, however, is pleased that he is furious and tells Jing Qiao to come to bed, which she reluctantly agrees to. Later that night, Jing Qiao tosses and turns, unable to sleep as Anya's words about Jin Yan Shen planning to propose to her echo in her mind. She tries to reassure herself that it can't be true, as he had promised he wouldn't leave her again. The next day, Jin Yan Shen arrives to pick up Anya for the wedding. Her mother thanks him for doing so. In the car, Mrs. Lin sternly reminds Anya to mind her etiquette, as there will be many people and a live webcast of the wedding. After they leave, Mrs. Lin instructs a subordinate to tell their people that it's time to get moving. At Kaiyan's apartment, she and Jing Qiao are lounging and watching a live stream. Kaiyan complains about having to fetch chips and cola for Jing Qiao, who retorts that's what besties are for. Kaiyan suddenly exclaims when she sees the live stream of the wedding, pointing out that Jin Yan Shen is there. Jing Qiao asks to see and Kaiyan shows her the phone. Jing Qiao dismisses it, saying he probably has business dealings with the Pei family and she wouldn't have gone with him anyway, but Kaiyan argues that couples should at least know what each other is doing. On the stream, the bride, Qinghuan, announces to the world that she loves her husband and will never regret marrying him, despite what some people think. The bridesmaids, including Anya, applaud the happy couple. It's time for the bouquet toss, and Anya is determined to catch it to complete her plan. However, the bride walks directly to her and hands her the bouquet, wishing her to be the next to find happiness. Kaiyan curses when she sees Anya, and Jing Qiao says it must be a coincidence. But then, on the stream, Anya, holding the bouquet, turns to Jin Yan Shen and asks him to get engaged to her that day. The crowd at the wedding starts chanting for him to propose. Jin Yan Shen realizes this has been their plan all along, using the crowd and the live stream to pressure him. He sees Jing Qiao's reflection in the camera lens and turns, but Anya blocks him, asking if he gets it now and threatening to have her mother harm Jing Qiao if he doesn't propose. He doesn't believe her, but she tells him to bet on Jing Qiao and their unborn babies' lives, reminding him her mother would do anything for the Lin family and is watching from behind the camera. Defeated, Jin Yan Shen takes the bouquet, gets down on one knee and asks Anya to marry him. Mrs. Lin, watching from a separate location, smiles in triumph. Her subordinate asks if they should call back the men they sent, but she decides against it, saying they need to keep Jing Qiao as leverage. Back at the apartment, a heartbroken Jing Qiao runs out, ignoring Kaiyan's calls. She tries to call Jin Yan Shen, but the call doesn't go through. As she runs, a van pulls up and a man grabs her. The man reports to his boss that he has her and is bringing her to them. Meanwhile, at the wedding venue, Jin Yan Shen and Anya are swarmed by reporters. They are escorted to their car, where Jin Yan Shen immediately asks where Jing Qiao is. Anya shows him a text from Jing Qiao that was sent 20 minutes ago, in which she curses at him and calls him a liar. Anya claims her mother said she wouldn't hurt Jing Qiao if he proposed, but Jin Yan Shen accuses her of lying and having Jing Qiao kidnapped. Anya realizes with horror that her mother went back on her word. Just then, her mother calls. Jin Yan Shen answers, and she tells him not to blame Anya as she did everything and knew nothing about it. He asks what she wants, and she tells him to come to her home to talk. In a van, Jing Qiao is tied up. Her kidnappers discuss how they can make a fortune, and one of them notes how attractive she is, but the other warns him off, saying she's pregnant and their employer wants them to abort the baby. At the Lin's residence, Anya pleads with Jin Yan Shen to let her talk to her mother, but he has her taken away by his subordinate Wu Bai to a place where the Lins will never find her. Jin Yan Shen confronts Mrs. Lin, who is sitting calmly in her garden. She offers him all the assets of the Lin family if he marries Anya, saying he is the only one who can make her happy. Jin Yan Shen scoffs, telling her she sucks at business and that he could take over the Lin family in a year if he wanted to. He declares that he has now paid back all the debts he owed the Lin family, which he only tolerated for the sake of the deceased Granny Lin. An older woman tells Yan Shen that she has paid enough for all the debts she owed the Lin family, and she reminds him not to forget that she has that woman in her hands. Yan Shen coolly asks what of it, questioning if she naively believes she has an ace in the hole to control him. He admits he was anxious at the wedding, but upon calming down, he found the situation was not hard to deal with at all. He states that as long as she disappears, everything in the world becomes simple. The woman reacts in shock, stepping back as he approaches, and she exclaims that she knows him and he would not do that because he never breaks his rules. He scoffs at the idea of rules, declaring his rules are meaningless in front of her. He grabs her, giving her only one choice now, and fiercely demands she tell him where she is. The scene shifts to Yan Shen in the back of a car, being informed by his subordinate that enough people have been gathered and are heading there at full speed. Yan Shen orders them to speed up and make sure to find her before the operation. A sleek black car speeds down a road at night. In a sterile-looking room, Jing Qiao awakens in a bed, wondering what medicine they gave her as she feels dizzy and strengthless. She discovers her hands are tied and she cannot break free. She overhears her two captors in another room discussing a price, with one asking the other to bring it down a little because they are having a hard time, but the other insists that is his bottom line. Realizing they've been discussing for a while, she knows she has little time to escape and struggles against the tight ropes. Her eyes land on a nearby table where she spots a knife. In the other room, the two men, one in a doctor's coat and another in a dark hoodie, agree to the price and decide to get started, as they cannot delay any longer. As they finalize the deal, a curtain in the operation room suddenly swooshes, and the hooded man turns, asking what is going on. The hooded man pulls back the curtain to find the bed empty, causing him to curse in surprise. The doctor tells him to chill as there is only one exit and bets that she is still in the room. The man checks inside the curtains but finds nothing. Suddenly, Jing Qiao appears from under the bed, giggling that they are here. The hooded man shouts in alarm as the doctor orders him to anesthetize her and prepare for the operation right away. Jing Qiao screams that she is not having the operation and tells them to let her go as the hooded man grabs her. In the struggle, the hooded man accidentally stabs his partner with the syringe, and the doctor groans in pain. The hooded man looks back in shock as Jing Qiao uses the moment to flee through a door, and he curses that she ran away. He tells his injured partner to take care of himself and that he will handle it. Yan Shen and his men arrive at the dark building. His men report back that she is not in the locations they checked. Yan Shen's subordinate Wu Bai informs him that Miss Lin only provided an approximate scope and the kidnappers have turned off their phones, so they cannot find their specific location and can only search door to door. Yan Shen declares this method too inefficient. He reasons that since they want to abort her, they must need certain medical facilities, and he orders Wu Bai to inquire with the neighbors to find out if there is a doctor nearby. He tells him this is a gray zone, so they should offer money to get the truth. He adds that if they still refuse to say anything, they should use hard means, emphasizing that they need the answer as soon as possible. Jing Qiao runs panting through a dark, wooded area at night, wondering if her pursuers are coming. The hooded man appears behind her, grabbing her and asking where she thinks she is going. He throws her to the ground, yelling that not only did she run away, but she also hurt his brother. He looms over her, questioning how she dares to do that, but she retorts that he just wants money. She declares that she can give him 10 million. She offers to let him go if he releases her. He looks down at her, questioning how he can know if she is fooling him or not. She explains that her ex-husband is Jin Yan Shen and that the money she is offering is what he gave her when they divorced. The man recognizes the name, clarifying if she means the man engaged to the daughter of the Lin family. She confirms this and points out that the man who asked him to do this could never offer so much money. She holds up a black bank card, telling him that as long as he lets her off, he will get the money. The man thinks to himself that if he gets the card and then takes her back for the operation, he can earn double. He asks for the code to verify the money, and she tells him it is written on the back and he can try it at an ATM. He decides to give it a shot first, and as he reaches for the card, she suddenly throws it far into the woods. As he cries out in anger, she scrambles to her feet. He wonders what he should do, but ultimately decides that money is more important and runs after the card. Jing Qiao runs, knowing she has to leave, but she trips and falls onto a road just as a bright pair of headlights approaches. She throws a hand up to shield her eyes from the blinding light of the oncoming car. The yellow car screeches to a halt just in front of her and a woman gets out, asking if she is okay. Jing Qiao lies on the ground and pleads for help. Back at the kidnapper's location, Wu Bai questions the captured and injured doctor. The man cries out in pain, claiming he does not know where she went and that his brother went chasing after her. Yan Shen's men present him with the black card, stating it is what they got from him. His subordinate explains that according to the man, Miss Jing gave him the card to save the baby, but then threw it away and ran in the other direction. Yan Shen furiously orders them to go find her now. Later that night, a professor opens his door to find Jing Qiao standing there, who tells him she wants to go abroad to study. Wu Bai approaches Yan Shen's car, reporting that they have not found her yet. He explains they only found a piece of cloth that belongs to her. He hands over the blood-stained fabric and Yan Shen takes it, his eyes widening when he sees the blood. He suddenly starts coughing violently, spitting up blood into his hand. Wu Bai rushes to his side, asking if he is all right as Yan Shen clutches his chest and orders someone to get a doctor. He collapses, weakly whispering Jing Qiao's name. An ambulance rushes down the street with its sirens blaring. In a hospital room, Yan Shen lies in bed with an oxygen mask on, telling Wu Bai to send more people to find her. Wu Bai assures him not to worry as he has already sent a lot of people. Yan Shen closes his eyes, thinking Jing Qiao's name and telling her she will not die. The scene transitions to an airplane in the sky, where a flight attendant gives Jing Qiao a blanket she asked for. In a meeting with her professor, he asks if she is sure she doesn't want to go to D country or M country, as their college has cooperative ties and top resources there. She replies that she does not want to go to either, preferring a place where no one knows her. The professor asks what on earth happened, and she explains that someone is trying to kill her baby. The professor is shocked and asks what her husband is doing about it. She clarifies that they have divorced, so he is now her ex-husband, and while she doesn't know who the attacker is, she knows her ex has something to do with them. She says she did not believe Anya's words at all, but she has to now, since everything she said has come true. She flashes back to Anya telling her that Jin Yan Shen didn't want the baby and only kept her because Anya did not want to carry a baby herself. She thinks about how foolish she was to believe whatever he said and tells her professor that she does not need to go abroad to study, she just needs a place to stay and get away from there. The professor thinks for a moment and then remembers his friend Sun, who is teaching at a university in our country. He tells her to stay put and that he will call him right now. He assures her that Sun is a good friend and she will not have to worry about anything there and can just focus on herself. He also tells her not to worry about expenses, as it is easy to get a loan there and they will help with other things. Jing Qiao begins to cry, thanking them both, but the professor's wife tells her she is a silly girl and that she knows she must have gone through a lot, but she will be fine. On the plane, Jing Qiao looks out the window, thinking about her destination, our country, and wondering what it will be like. 5 years later, in a modern, bustling office, Jing Qiao, now known as Director Jing, confidently gives orders to her staff. She instructs Cherry to organize design drawings and tells Taylor to remind a client about a final payment. An older man salutes her playfully, calling her my lady. A young assistant rushes in, announcing that Mr. Pei has come again. Jing Qiao's expression sours as she wonders why he is there again. The assistant explains that he wants them to design for all the properties of the Pei family, but the catch is that she has to go to Z country with him. Jing Qiao is visibly annoyed, questioning if he is unaware of her history. The assistant is then told by another man that Director Jing is from Z country but never takes any projects related to it, a fact the assistant was unaware of. Jing Qiao asks her assistant about Jack and whether he took the job. The assistant looks downcast and Jing Qiao slams her folder on the desk, shouting for Jack. She storms into his office where an older man is trying to hide under his desk, and she tells him not to try and avoid her. He greets her cheerfully, but she holds up a red folder and demands an explanation. He nervously explains that he could not refuse the offer. She looks exhausted by his excuses. He pleads with her, asking if she could go to Z country just this one time for the sake of money. She threatens to quit her job, which makes him cry out in comic despair. She declares she will not go and is about to call him when a voice says she does not have to because he is already there. A man in a purple suit, Pei Xiaoting, stands in the doorway holding a single red rose. He tells her that if she really does not want to go, she should be his girlfriend instead. She exasperatedly reminds him that she has told him many times she does not feel anything for him. He smiles, saying that while she has said so, maybe she will feel something one day and he can wait. She asks if he is seriously this clingy. She tells him that anyway, she will not go back to Z country. She then turns to her boss, Jack, and informs him that she will be taking a month off after she finishes the Square project. Jack protests, asking if she can settle the Pay project before her month off, but she flatly says no. She announces she is starting her vacation now and walks out, telling Jack not to ruin her vacation as she slams the door behind her. Jack collapses in despair, crying out her name. In the main office, a new intern asks about the commotion, and his colleague explains that Jack is their boss and that Director Jing is too rude and arrogant. The intern mentions knowing the Ryan Center, a beautiful and practical piece of architecture, and is amazed to learn that Director Jing designed it. The colleague adds that Director Jing handles 3/4 of their projects and the company would collapse without her. She reveals that Jack took care of Jing Qiao when she was a student, otherwise she would have started her own business by now. Pei Xiaoting appears and tells a distraught Jack they should talk about compensation now, causing Jack to cry out to the heavens. The intern asks who the man is, and her colleague identifies him as Pei Xiaoting from the Pei Group, one of the world's top 500 companies. The intern is shocked, and the colleague explains that Pei Xiaoting has been doing everything he can to win Jing Qiao's heart, but she feels nothing for him and is basically heartless. The colleague sighs, wishing someone would woo her like that, but the man tells her it will probably only happen in her dreams. Jing Qiao looks at her phone, which shows a picture of a young girl, and thinks that she needs to pick up Annan soon. Her phone rings, showing a call from Annan's teacher. She answers, and the teacher asks her to please come to the kindergarten because Jing got into a fight with a classmate. Jing Qiao is shocked. She rushes to the kindergarten and bursts into a room, calling her daughter's name. A little girl with her hair in 2 buns and a scrape on her cheek runs to her, happily calling out for her mommy. Jing Qiao kneels down, asking what happened. The teacher explains that Jing hurt another boy. Jing Qiao looks over to see a little boy with a bruised eye being comforted by his mother. She turns back to Annan and asks her what exactly happened and why she hurt him. Annan defiantly states that he deserved it. When Jing Qiao presses her, Annan explains that he called her a bastard because she does not have a father. The other boy's mother, Carl's mother, is shocked to hear this while Carl denies it. Annan retorts that he was mean when she hit him, but now he is a mean liar. She shouts that men are born trash, which makes Carl point at her angrily. Jing Qiao asks the teacher if they can leave since her daughter did nothing wrong. Carl's mother tells her son to say he is sorry. Carl reluctantly apologizes. The teacher suggests they shake hands and become friends again. The two children reluctantly shake hands while the teacher beams. Carl's mother apologizes to Jing Qiao for her son's behavior, but Jing Qiao says it doesn't matter. Annan whispers to Carl that if he pisses her off next time, she will kick his butt, causing him to cry out in fear. Annan calls him a coward. On the way home, Jing Qiao tells Annan that her holiday has started and she can stay with her. Annan says she loves whatever her mom makes. Jing Qiao suggests that Annan should do something she wants to do, otherwise her holiday will be meaningless. Annan spots someone and calls out to MS Bai. A woman Bai Ran, who is Jing Qiao's roommate, dramatically jumps down from a ledge. She tells Annan to call her Ranran and asks if it is true she was punched by an annoying boy today. Annan denies it, claiming she just neglected to fight back because she has principles. Bai Ran decides she needs to practice for 1 more hour tonight, which makes Annan pout. Jing Qiao offers to cook beef stew and Bai Ran gets distracted, allowing Annan to run away. Bai Ran calls her a little thing and chases after her, taunting that her short legs cannot keep up. Jing Qiao watches them play, thinking how childish they are, but her mind drifts back to what Annan said about being called a bastard, and she wonders if she should tell Annan about her father. Later, as Jing Qiao cleans Annan's face, she decides to broach the subject. Annan asks her what she is trying to say. Jing Qiao asks her if she wants to know about her father. Annan replies not at all. When Jing Qiao asks why, Annan wisely states that a father is not just a man who is biologically related to her. That man was not there when she grew up, so he is not her father. She tells her mother that happy kids do not need to have both parents. She looks at her mother with love and says that she has her and that is enough. She hugs Jing Qiao, thanking her for working hard to support their family. Bai Ran interrupts, asking if they are having dinner, and Jing Qiao takes Annan's hand to go eat. The scene shifts to Jin Yan Shen sitting at a dinner table opposite Anya, who asks if he does not like the dishes she made. He replies that they are good, but he is just too busy to have a good appetite. He tells her to enjoy her meal as he gets up, and she clenches her fork in frustration. Yanshin stands outside, lighting a cigarette. He tells his old dog, Jiangjun, that he is old now and so is he. He reflects that since she left, he feels like his clock has stopped, but sometimes it feels like time is flying by faster than ever, and maybe he should live his whole life like this. Anya approaches him from behind, calling his name. She tells him it is getting dark, and he says he will have Wu Bai drive her home. She tells him she does not want to go back and hugs him, pleading with him to marry her. Anya reminds Yanshin that they have been engaged for years, and while she knows he still keeps a place in his heart for Jing Qiao, they have to move on. She tells him Jing Qiao is dead and he cannot keep drowning himself in sorrow. He shouts at her to stop, his voice cold as he reminds her that he only allows her to stay around because of a favor he owes her granny. He orders her to get out and never mention that again. Anya screams in frustration, asking why she is still nothing to him after all she has done, reiterating that Jing Qiao is dead. The scene shifts to a bright sunny beach where Jing Qiao, Bai Ran, and Annan are on vacation. Annan, wearing a duck floaty, excitedly runs into the sea, and Jing Qiao calls after her to slow down. Bai Ran tells her to relax, as she has been training Annan since she was young, making her like a little mermaid in the sea. Bai Ran offers to get them ice cream and tells Jing Qiao to keep an eye on Annan. As Jing Qiao relaxes, her phone vibrates with messages from her boss, Jack, begging her to take the project in Z country and warning her that Mr. Pei will not give up. She scoffs, thinking that Pei is not omniscient and does not know where she is. Just then, Pei Shaoting appears beside her, asking what flavor of ice cream she wants. Jing Qiao stares at him in disbelief, thinking he is a stalker. She immediately calls Jack, demanding to know how Pei found her. Jack pleads with her to take the project, warning that they will go bankrupt if she does not. Pei Shaoting tells her she does not have to do this to Jack, as he loves his company. He reveals that Jack told him everything the minute he saw the indemnity clause. Jing Qiao angrily tells Pei that she does not like him and will not go to Z country, adding that there are better designers than her. As they argue, Bai Ran returns, and Jing Qiao suddenly realizes Annan is nowhere in sight. She frantically calls for her daughter. Pei tells her not to panic and that he will check around before diving into the water. Bai Ran follows Jing Qiao into the water as she continues to call for her daughter. Annan suddenly pops up from the water, holding a seashell and asking her mommy to look at what she found. Bai Ran scolds the little girl for frightening them. Annan asks what happened, and Bai Ran explains that her mom and a gentleman were looking for her. When Jing Qiao asks where the man is, Bai Ran points, and they see him struggling in the water. Jing Qiao rushes over and pulls a coughing and vomiting Pei Shaoting onto the shore. She asks Bai Ran to take Annan back to the hotel while she takes care of him. She angrily asks him what he was seeking by diving in when he cannot swim. He weakly explains that he forgot he could not swim because he panicked. He tells her he can now answer her question about why he pesters her, It is because he can trust nobody but her. He reminds her of a day 3 years ago when she saved him. The scene flashes back to him waking up in a hotel room, realizing his best friend had drugged him. He explains that while people call him Mr. Pei, he is no more than a bastard and many people want him dead. The project in Z country is his last test from his family. If he gets it, he will win, but if he loses, he will be doomed. After a moment of silence, Jing Qiao tells him she can go with him, but on one condition. She specifies that she will only be involved in the design and will not participate in any public-facing work like bidding or reporting. Furthermore, her name must not be revealed to anyone. He asks why, but she tells him to take a guess, and she finally agrees, saying she will not ask any further questions. He smiles, saying he is looking forward to their collaboration. That night, Jing Qiao has a nightmare, tossing and turning as she pleads for something not to come closer. In her dream, a dark figure resembling Yan Shen tells her she cannot run away from him and will be his forever. Bai Ran wakes her up, asking if she had a nightmare again. Jing Qiao confirms she dreamt about him again. Bai Ran comforts her, saying she is just anxious about returning home suddenly and then curses the jerk, hoping he is suffering. She reminds Jing Qiao of how much she has overcome, from washing dishes in the cold winter while pregnant to nearly dying from hemorrhaging during childbirth. Bai Ran tells her that since she has gone through the jaws of death, there is nothing left to fear. Jing Qiao smiles, her confidence restored, and asks Bai Ran to take care of Annan while she is away. At the airport in Country Z, an announcement welcomes passengers from Country R. Jing Qiao's assistant Anna runs off to the bathroom, leaving Jing Qiao to watch the luggage. While waiting, Jing Qiao scrolls through the news on her phone and sees an article about Jin Shuimo, the successor of Jin's group, returning to the country. Suddenly, a crowd of reporters and fans rushes past, and she hears someone say he is coming. She sees a man with silver hair and sunglasses, surrounded by people, and her eyes widen in shock. A reporter asks Jin Shuimo a question, and he smoothly replies, looking much as he did 5 years ago. He agrees to a 5-minute interview with the reporters. A reporter asks how long he plans to stay, and he says it depends on the situation. Another asks about the rumors of a fallout with his brother, Jin Yan Shen, who has left the group. He denies it, saying they have a wonderful relationship and that his brother left to pursue his own career, an idea the family fully supports. A reporter then asks about a rumor that he caused the death of Mayor Le's son. He calmly responds that persisting in evil brings about one's own self-destruction. As Anna returns, Jing Qiao comments that he seems to have grown up a lot. Jin Shuimo spots Jing Qiao from a distance, and a flicker of recognition crosses his face. He pushes through the crowd, apologizing to the reporters. He strides towards Jing Qiao, convinced it must be her. He grabs her arm, calling her Jing, but she turns around, asking who he is. He stares at her for a moment before apologizing, saying he got the wrong person. He thinks to himself, wondering if it is true that she is really gone. Jing Qiao hails a taxi, and as she leaves, Jin Shuimo is scolded by his assistant, Gu Fang, for accepting an interview without her presence. He brushes off her concerns, telling her not to nag, and asks where they are going next. She informs him that he will be visiting his brother, Jin Yan Shen, today. Meanwhile, in an office, Wu Bai informs Yan Shen that 5 companies are competing for a project, with the Pei Group being their strongest rival. He adds that Pei's group has hired a senior designer from Country R, but they are refusing to release the designer's name, which is puzzling. Yan Shen asks if he should send their informant to check, and Wu Bai agrees, but only if they are certain they will not be caught. Yan Shen asks if they have decided on their main designer, and Wu Bai confirms it will be Miss Anya, as she came in first in the company audition. Yan Shen looks annoyed but says he knows, admitting that whenever he sees her, she reminds him of how he lost someone else, as he looks at a framed photo of Jing Qiao on his desk. A secretary knocks and informs Mr. Jin that his brother Jin Shuimo is there to see him. Yan Shen, sitting at his desk, gives permission for him to enter. He reflects that it must have been Shuimo who caused Mayor Le to lose the election, and that he must have known about his negotiations with the mayor. Shuimo bursts into the office with his arms wide open, enthusiastically calling out to his brother. He launches himself at Yan Shen for a hug, declaring how much he missed his dear brother. With a stern expression, Yan Shen shoves him away with considerable force. Shuimo lands on the sofa, remarking that it's been 5 years and Yan Shen's hits are still just as hard, adding that he himself had been merciful. Yan Shen sits down and coldly asks why he has returned. Shuimo claims it's because he missed him and that he couldn't be kept from his own country, adding that he did the people a favor regarding the greedy Mayor Le. He then reveals that he learned some interesting information from Le, that Le compromised because Yan Shen had leverage on him, but Yan Shen told their grandfather that the Le family dropped their lawsuit on the condition that Shuimo would never return to the country. Shuimo angrily demands to know why Yan Shen did that. Yan Shen looks down, admitting it's because he didn't want Shuimo getting close to Jing Qiao. He explains that Shuemo's feelings for her were purer and more passionate than his own, and that he knew with Shuemo around, he would eventually lose her one day. Enraged, Shuemo confronts him, asking if he ever thought that Jing Qiao might not have gotten into an accident if he had been there. He accuses Yan Shen of being selfish, declaring she would still be standing before them if not for his actions. Yan Shen shouts back that she isn't dead. Shuemo says that even if he mistook someone for her at the airport and searched the whole world without finding her, he would never give up. He calls Yan Shen a despicable and selfish coward. Yan Shen calmly advises him that as the successor to the Jin family, he should accept the truth and look beyond it, as it is beneficial for their future plans. Shuemo scoffs, asking who Yan Shen is to lecture him before storming out of the office. Yan Shen's phone immediately rings with a call from Yilai. Yan Shen answers, stating that he's very busy and asking to talk later. Yilai playfully asks if he's doing house chores or taking care of a child, before revealing that he's currently cooking for his wonderful wife who is on the night shift. He explains that he must be extremely accurate with his ingredients and cannot be distracted, before proudly tasting his creation. He tells Yan Shen that in comparison to matters concerning his wife, Yan Shen's issues are completely worthless and he's hanging up. Yan Shen quickly interjects, telling him there is just one matter. Shuemo said he saw Jing Qiao at the airport. He explains that even though Shuemo admitted he was mistaken, he still needs Yilai to investigate. Yilai sounds exasperated, reminding Yan Shen that he always advises others to accept that Jing Qiao is gone, yet he can't seem to do so himself. He complains that it's been 5 years of chasing false news for Yan Shen and he's tired of it. He urges Yan Shen to let it go and stop torturing himself. Yan Shen, gazing at a photo of Jing Qiao on his phone, cuts him off, telling him he talks too much and to just go investigate before hanging up. Yilai sighs to himself that his friend is too obsessed. He turns with a packed lunchbox for his wife, Tong Zhu, who is heading out for work. As she reaches for the food, their small child is seen falling off a nearby counter. Tong Zhu moves in a blur, catching the child just in time. Yilai chides her for almost dropping him and she apologizes, explaining she was in a rush. He softly tells her there's no need to be so rushed next time. Before leaving, she kisses him and says she'll wait for him. He tells her all right as she leaves. Once she's gone, Yilai blushes happily, giddy that his honey kissed him and told him she loved him. Later, in a restaurant, a waitress who is a perfect double for Jing Qiao drops a glass when she sees Jin Yan Shen enter with another woman. She apologizes and says she needs to use the back door, rushing away. Yan Shen is immediately captivated, while his companions are confused by the waitress's behavior. Yan Shen gets up to follow her, ignoring his friends. As he approaches the waitress, his friends catch up, offering to pay the bill. Yan Shen ignores them and grabs the waitress's arm. He turns to his companion, introducing her as his fiancée, and tells the group to take a seat. He stares intently at the waitress, wondering if his eyes are deceiving him. Elsewhere, the waitress, Anna, is with Pei Shayotting and another woman. The other woman gives Anna a map and instructs her to go with Mr. Pei to check on some nearby buildings. Anna asks if she isn't coming along, and the woman claims she feels unwell and needs to return to the hotel. Though her friend offers to take her to a hospital or drive her back, she insists she just needs rest. Later in the car, Pei Shayotting asks Anna if Jin Yan Shen is her ex. She coolly replies that it's none of his business. Pei insists it is, as Yan Shen is his biggest competitor for an upcoming tender and he needs to know everything about him, revealing he's already investigated and knows Yan Shen was married once. Anna sternly warns him not to pry into her private life if he wants her to continue with the job. Pei leans in, asking what if this is also about him. She demands to know how that could be possible. He slams on the brakes, getting very close to her and asking if her hesitation is because she still loves Yan Shen. Anna takes a deep breath before responding. Pei asks if she wants the truth, and when she agrees, she states plainly that the answer is no. She clarifies that it has nothing to do with Jin Yan Shen or anyone else. It's simply that she doesn't have feelings for him and doesn't like him. Pei forces a smile, saying he understands but that he isn't going to give up. He tells her he believes that if he never stops loving her, one day she will say yes. Meanwhile, a little girl named Annan sits alone, wondering why her mom has been in Z country for over a month and hasn't returned. She notices her caretaker on the phone and realizes her mom must be on the other end of the line. She eavesdrops as the caretaker confirms that her mom saw him but wasn't seen herself, having hidden in the crowd. The caretaker cautions her to be more careful and asks when she plans to return, pointing out that she can't hide forever. She acknowledges that it's normal for them to cross paths since they're working on the same project in the same city. The conversation shifts and the caretaker relays her mother's own uncertainty, mentioning that when Pei Shayotting asked if she still loved him, she couldn't even manage to say no and honestly doesn't know how she feels. Hearing this, Annan grows worried, understanding that her mother needs time to figure things out. She becomes determined that she cannot let that man spot her mom. The caretaker pleads with her mother over the phone, asking her to promise not to fall for him again and to finish her work quickly and come back. After hanging up, the caretaker looks for Annan, only to find the little girl resolutely packing a small suitcase. When asked what she is doing, Annan announces that she is going to Z country. The caretaker asks Annan what she is doing, pointing out her mother will be back in a month and questioning why she's going there. Annan declares that she is going to protect her mother, of course. The caretaker worries about what could happen in a month and asks if Annan is concerned that her mother will be played with by that man again. Annan imagines her mother fawning over a man, saying that even though he dumped her, made her have an abortion, and married another woman, she just loves him, which disgusts Annan. With the case closed in her mind, she pants as she drags her suitcase forward. The caretaker, seeing her determination, declares that she will go with her, much to Annan's delight. Elsewhere, Eli asks Yan Shen if he is sure the woman he saw is really Jing Qiao. Yan Shen tells him to calm down, admitting that the woman just looks a little like her, but he didn't get her identity and wants to watch the footage first. Eli instructs his young son Zhu to wait for him and not wander off. Inside a CCTV room, an employee greets Eli, who introduces Yan Shen as the friend he mentioned. Yan Shen thanks him for his help. The employee explains that they can't copy the footage for personal use, so he had to invite them over to view it. He pulls up the footage from that day, pointing to the arrival hall on the screen and asking if a particular woman is the one they are looking for. Yan Shen confirms she looks very much like her and asks if they can zoom. As they watch, Zhu quietly tells his father that he has to go wee-wee and walks away. The employee says the zoomed-in image is the best he can provide. Yan Shen stares intently at the blurry image and Eli tries to comfort him, suggesting they might get a better one next time. However, Yan Shen suddenly declares that it's her and there's no need to look further. When Eli asks if he's really sure, Yan Shen confirms with a soft smile. Eli is thrilled, exclaiming that it's fantastic news that she's still alive. He asks how Yan Shen could recognize her from such a blurry photo, concluding she must be incredibly important to him. Yan Shen quietly affirms that she is his one true love in this life. Eli then wonders why she hasn't come to find him if she's still alive. Yan Shen admits he doesn't know, speculating that perhaps something happened that he is unaware of. Eli reassures him not to worry, saying that as long as she's alive, they can slowly talk things out when they meet. He suggests they get going and grab a drink another day. As they leave, Eli promises to use all his resources to help find her. He then calls out for his son, Xiao Zhu, and panics when he realizes the boy is gone. Meanwhile, at a police station, a woman named Bai Ran apologizes to an officer while Annan stands beside her. Bai Ran explains she is a martial arts instructor from our country and that the child Annan learned a bit too much. The officer states that no matter what a child learns, they shouldn't be carrying weapons like nunchucks. Bai Ran promises to educate her when they get back. Annan approaches the crying boy Xiao Zhu and calls out to him. The officer lets them go but confiscates the items. Annan approaches the crying boy Xiao Zhu and calls out to him. She correctly guesses he's a boy and says see you later, starting to walk away. Zhu quickly grabs her hand to stop her from leaving. Annan asks him to take her to the restroom and he leads her away. She asks if he can't find the toilet, and when he nods, she tells him to let go so she can show him where it is. He lets go but then grabs her hand again. When she looks annoyed, he explains that he can't stand up. Taking a deep breath, Annan calls him a little brat and lifts him onto her back, threatening to beat him until he finds his mommy if he wets himself. After taking him to the restroom, she asks if he is okay now. He thanks her enthusiastically, but she dismisses it, saying there's no need. She then offers to take him to the police so they can help find his parents. Just then, Eli rushes over, calling out for Xiao Zhu. He scoops his son into his arms, asking where he went and if he's hurt. Zhu tells his dad he's fine and that the girl helped him. Eli thanks Annan and advises her to be more careful so she doesn't get lost again. He asks where her parents are and Annan replies that she came with MS. Bai will see her mom soon, but that her dad is dead. Eli is taken aback and apologizes, offering to take her to MS. But Annan declines, saying she knows where to wait. As Eli carries his son away, he wonders if all kids grow up so fast these days, while Zhu wonders why the girl seems so much smarter than him despite being the same age. Annan turns and finds herself face to face with Jin Yan Shen. He asks for her name. Annan looks upset and worried, feeling that there is something off about this man. She retorts that he should introduce himself first before asking for someone's name. Yan Shen clears his throat and begins to state his name, but Annan interrupts, saying there's no need as she doesn't want to know before running off. Eli scolds Yan Shen, telling him he shouldn't talk to kids with that face of his because he looks like a weird man. He tells him to keep his mouth shut, and Yan Shen explains that he wasn't trying to talk to her, but he felt a sense of familiarity when he saw her. Eli tells him it's time to go to the parking lot. As they leave, Zhu realizes he forgot to give Annan a small teddy bear. Elsewhere, Jing Qiao is on the phone when she's told that Bai Ran and Anan have arrived in the city. Shocked, she listens as Bai Ran explains this is a special surprise and urges her to come quickly, otherwise they'll be left wandering the streets. Jing Qiao agrees to wait for them. She tells her colleague she has an urgent matter at the airport and asks her to wait for Mr. Pei and give him their preliminary plan. Later, Jing Qiao arrives and finds Bai Ran and Anan waiting. Bai Ran greets her and then immediately scolds Anan, asking why she put the nunchucks in her luggage and reminding her they were almost mistaken for terrorists. Anan explains that she needed them to protect her mom if that bad man came looking for her. Bai Ran asks why she is trembling and Anan says she just encountered a weird person. She recounts how the man just asked for her name, but for some reason she was very scared. Bai Ran comforts her, saying she has already called her mom and they can go outside to wait for her. And as Eli prepares to leave the airport with his son, he tells Yanshin he's going home to take care of his wife, who just finished 2 surgeries. Yanshin can't understand how a playboy like Eli ended up this way, and Eli retorts that he's just jealous. He asks about his payment, and Yanshin tells him to check his bank balance himself. Eli theatrically declares his love for Yanshin and tells him to hurry back and cook, and to conduct the investigation quickly before waving goodbye. As Yanshin turns, he spots the little girl from before. He recognizes her and wonders who could have scared her so much. Anan sees him and immediately hides in her mother's arms, telling her that the person behind them is the one who scared her. Jing Qiao asks what's wrong, and as she turns, she is shocked to see Yanshin standing there. He stares at her in disbelief, a blur of motion as he realizes it's her. She instinctively holds Anan closer as he rushes towards them, shouting her name. Jing Qiao and her friend run frantically through an airport, with the friend asking what is happening. Jing Qiao, looking panicked, realizes that Jin Yan Shen saw her. Her friend wonders aloud if it could be him, and Jing Qiao continues to push through the crowd, asking people to excuse her. As they flee, her friend asks where they are going, admitting she doesn't know why they're running. Jing Qiao looks back to see Jin Yan Shen catching up to them. A car screeches to a halt beside them and the driver, Pei shouting, tells them to get. As they drive away, Jin Yan Shen chases after the car on foot, shouting for Jing Qiao not to go. He watches helplessly as the car speeds off down the road. Later, while driving, he receives a phone call. The caller asks why he called, wondering if he missed him so soon, and Jin Yan Shen reports that he saw Jing Qiao. The person on the other end is shocked to hear she was at the airport. Jin Yan Shen asks his contact if he remembers the little girl from earlier, stating his belief that she might be his daughter. In Pei Xiaoting's car, Jing Qiao's daughter asks why her mother is there. Jing Qiao stares blankly, her mind flashing back to Jin Yan Shen's menacing statement that she can't escape. She wonders what will happen now that he has found her. Her daughter, looking worried, reaches out and tells her that she is fine and not to worry. Her friend adds that her mother is right and tells the child not to burden herself with worries, promising they will talk about it when they get back. The friend then turns to Pei Xiaoting, asking why he was so coincidentally at the airport. He replies by asking why he is there, then cheekily states that of course it's because they needed him. He then tells her that he is wherever there is a need. Jing Qiao's friend gives him a suspicious look, and he asks what that's about, feeling she's implying he is a stalker. He clarifies that it was because of Anna, who told him that Jing Qiao left in a hurry as if there was an urgent matter. He explains that he got worried and came to check, only to see her hugging Anne and running away. He says that was why he asked them to get in the car, and that's the whole story. Jing Qiao thanks him for his help. He leans over and kisses her friend on the cheek, telling her not to get distracted and to pay attention to the road. The friend thinks to herself that this kid is really strong. Later, seated at a table for a meal, the friend comments on the situation between the two of them, and expresses that one fears she would be haunted by demons, while the friend fears she might fall into desperate love again. The friend pinches Anne's cheek, asking what they think of her in their minds, guessing they see her as a foolish person who can't take care of herself. Jing Qiao asks her friend what's up. Her friend asks how long she and Jing Qiao plan to stay in Country Z. Jing Qiao replies that of course she will go home with her. She then adds that she still has at least 1 month. Her friend is stunned, realizing Jing Qiao didn't ask for her day off. After her friend leaves, Jing Qiao is on the phone with Bai Ran, apologizing and explaining that she left in such a rush she didn't get to tell him beforehand. He tells her it's no problem and to just let him know when she's back. As she ends the call, relieved that the time difference helped, she turns around to find Jin Yan Shen blocking her path. He looks at her intently and asks if they can talk. He grabs her arm and starts pulling her away, ignoring her pleas for him to let go. He drags her down a hallway and into a room, closing the door behind them. She tells him she has nothing to tell him. He corners her against the wall, asking why she left when she saw him and why she didn't come back. He demands to know why she ran away, revealing he thought she was dead and asking if she knows what his life has been like for the past few years. She tells him he should have just assumed she was dead. She then states that every second by his side is so painful she would rather be dead. She tells him not to come looking for her again. He grabs her chin and asks about her relationship with Pei Xiaoting. She insists it has nothing to do with him and tells him to go. He then kisses her forcefully. She struggles, trying to push him away. As he holds her, she bites his lip hard. He recoils in pain and she calls him a dog. She tells him not to show up in front of her again before opening the door and leaving, slamming it shut behind her. Jin Yan Shen is left alone in the hallway looking grim. Back in the dining room and asks when he will come back. Jing Qiao returns and her friend asks if she has eaten and observes that her mom seems to have been crying. The friend says they're full, but this restaurant's cooking isn't as good as Jing Qiao's, and angrily asks who made her mom cry. A flashback shows her realizing it was the man from the airport, and thinks that he has been following them since the airport, and concludes he must be the one who made her mom cry. She decides she doesn't want to be afraid of him anymore and will protect her mom. Jing Qiao announces they will move to a new place tomorrow, a house she rented from friends. Her friend asks why the sudden move and wonders if something happened. Jing Qiao sits down, explaining that she felt quite nervous when she saw him at the airport. But she continues that when she met him again tonight, she suddenly realized she doesn't need to hide anymore and is brave enough to face him now. Her friend is in disbelief, seeing a mark on Jing Qiao's neck. Her friend says she knows Jing Qiao is worried, but questions if she can ensure their safety if they go back to Country R. She points out that although Jin Yan Shen has no influence in Country R, money can influence everything, and worries about what would happen if he came to find them there. She concludes that to avoid their concerns, it's better to just stay together as unity is strength, and nods in agreement. Jing Qiao agrees, deciding they will temporarily live together in Country Z. Her friend and daughter celebrate the decision. Elsewhere, a man with white hair is relaxing in a bath while on the phone. He answers a call and the person on the other end asks if he found her. The man in the tub is revealed to be Jin Yan Shen, and he hears Pei Xiaoting's name on the other end of the line. In a kitchen, another man is cooking while on the phone, learning that Pei Xiaoting returned to the city for a bidding meeting and brought a mysterious designer from Country R to ensure success. The man asks for clarification on the mysterious designer. His child pops out from behind the counter and he asks if the child is hungry, promising they'll eat when mom comes back. On the phone, he learns the designer is very talented, but it's hard to find specific information on them. He wonders if it could be Jing Qiao, noting she studied architecture, and that it would explain why they couldn't find her in Country R all these years. He impatiently tells his subordinate that he's busy and still needs to give his wife a massage later, but then demands all information on that designer within 2 hours. He promises to double the reward before hanging up. He then turns to his child, who has jumped into his arms, and says they will have a big meal. Jin Yan Shen stands in a dark room, pondering why Jing Qiao reacted the way she did. He recalls her saying that every second with him is less enjoyable than death. He also remembers a woman telling him that he could guess why, and warning him about what her mother would do to Jing Qiao if he hadn't done a certain something. A car pulls up to a large estate, and Pei Xiaoting holds the door open for the ladies. Jing Qiao steps out of the car and is stunned by the sight of the mansion in front of her. Maids line the entrance and welcome her home as Madam. She asks Pei Xiaoting if this is the little house he mentioned, and he cheekily agrees, asking if it isn't warm and cozy. Jing Qiao tells him this is not a little house, and she is not his madam, declaring she cannot afford the rent here and telling Annan and Bai Ran that they are leaving. Pei Xiaoting blocks their way, asking when he ever said he was going to charge them rent, reminding her he said it was free. Jing Qiao retorts that freeloading is even worse and she doesn't want to owe him anything, a sentiment Bai Ran and Annan echo. Pei Xiaoting stops her, asking if she really hates him that much. Jing Qiao explains that she doesn't hate him and is grateful for his help, but over the years she's gotten used to being independent and doesn't want to owe anyone too much. He tells her she can't just think of him as a friend and reminds her of Jin Yan Shen's power in the city, stating it would be easy for him to find her and that he can protect her here. Annan interjects that she will listen to her mom, but also that she will protect her no matter who the enemy is, and Bai Ran chimes in that she will protect her too. Jing Qiao relents, saying it's settled but she can't stay for free and he has to take her rent, otherwise she can't feel at ease. Pei Xiaoting gestures for the 3 lovely ladies to enter. As they walk in, he calls her Madam, and she whirls around, telling Pei Xiaoting that if he makes them call her Madam again, she'll leave immediately, to which he quickly agrees. Jin Yan Shen sits alone at a table before a woman, Anya, approaches and asks if he was looking for her. He invites her to have a seat, and she sits down, wondering to herself why he looked at her strangely today. Anya thinks she might be overthinking things, happy that he took the initiative to contact her. Jin Yan Shen gets straight to the point, asking her if she secretly met with Jing Qiao 5 years ago. Anya becomes visibly flustered, confirming his suspicion that she did go to see her. She asks why he is suddenly bringing up something from so long ago. He demands that she answer him. Anya admits that she did secretly meet with Jing Qiao, but claims it was because she was afraid her own mother would harm her, and she wanted to persuade Jing Qiao to leave for her own safety. When he asks what Jing Qiao said, Anya lies, claiming Jing Qiao told her she never loved him and always wanted to escape but was afraid of retaliation. Anya adds that Jing Qiao thought using the Lin family would be a way to leave him smoothly. Jin Yan Shen simply says he sees and stands to leave. Anya grabs his arm, apologizing and claiming she didn't tell him because she was afraid he would be sad. He tells her he knows and that she should go home early, then walks away, leaving her alone at the table. Anya seethes with anger, thinking that Jing Qiao is still haunting her even after being dead for 5 years, and she wonders why Jin Yan Shen is suddenly curious about the past. She immediately makes a phone call, asking someone named King Huan to check on something for her. Meanwhile, at Pei Xiaoting's mansion, Jing Qiao is informed that an old friend is there to see her. She wonders if it could be Chen Kaiyan and how she found this place. To her surprise, a young man with silver hair is at the door holding a large bouquet of flowers and greets her casually. Jing Qiao is startled and asks who he is. He introduces himself as an old friend and asks to be invited in for a bit, then requests a cup of coffee with half sugar as she walks away. Inside, the man, Jin Qiao, stares at her intently, claiming he's afraid she'll slip away again if he looks away for even a second. She calls him dramatic and asks if he's still in elementary school. He correctly guesses that it was her he saw at the airport, which she denies, claiming she was simply busy. He then asks if his big brother also found her, causing her to worry. Just then, Pei Xiaoting walks in, asking when the guest arrived. Pei Xiaoting addresses Jin Qiao, telling him not to call Jing Qiao by a nickname and noting her unfamiliarity with him. The two men begin to bicker, with Jin Qiao asserting his familiarity with the house, and Pei Xiaoting questioning why he brought Jing Qiao there instead of letting her stay at her hotel. Their argument escalates until Jing Qiao, fed up, shouts for both of them to just get out of there. With them gone, she feels the world has finally become peaceful and thinks about her daughter returning soon. Elsewhere, Jin Yan Shen learns from an informant that the woman he was looking for checked out of her hotel a few days ago. In a car with his red-haired subordinate, he's told he was one step too late and that Jing Qiao has already moved. The subordinate complains that with Pei Xiaoting protecting them, he's become a blacklisted target, making it difficult to find her. A large dog in the car then nudges him with a sign that reads, "Being a dog is not easy," giving the subordinate an idea. He uses a small, white robotic puppy as a lure. Later, Annan is walking alone when she sees the seemingly injured puppy and approaches it cautiously. She notices something strange about the puppy's shadow just as she's grabbed from behind by a large man. The man gloats about his trick being effective against little girls and tries to abduct her. Suddenly, the large brown dog from the car, Woofy, leaps out and bites the kidnapper's arm, forcing him to release Annan. The man and his accomplice flee in terror. Annan thanks the dog for saving her and asks to be its friend, naming him Woofy. Soon after, she hears her mother and Bai Ran calling for her and runs to them, telling Woofy she has to leave. Jing Qiao and Bai Ran are relieved to find her, and Annan apologizes, explaining she was making friends with a big dog. As they walk away, Jin Yan Shen watches them from a distance, with both Woofy and the robotic puppy by his side. At the mansion, Jin Yan Shen observes the heavy security, noting that Pei Xiaoting has gone to great lengths to protect them. Later at a bar, Jin Yan Shen's subordinate, Counselor Yi, plays with the robotic puppy, remarking on how cute it is. Counselor Yi then turns serious, asking Jin Yan Shen if someone who has been hurt can truly open their heart again without resentment. He suggests that since Jin Yan Shen knows where Jing Qiao is, he should just go and explain things clearly, adding that the bodyguards couldn't stop him if he really wanted to get in. He then proposes a different approach, suggesting that a cute puppy is something no one can resist. Jin Yan Shen smiles faintly and agrees to go home. In another location, Anya drinks wine and receives a phone call informing her that the person she was asking about is indeed still alive. She remembers being warned about losing everything if that woman returned, and she vows that no one will take Jin Yan Shen from her, just as the door opens and he walks in. Jin Yan Shen enters a room to find Anya waiting and he asks why she is there. She reminds him that she is his fiancée and then quickly changes the subject, talking about a friend's marriage and their own future together. Jin Yan Shen cuts her off and bluntly tells her that they need to cancel the engagement. As she tries to flee the conversation, he grabs her wrist, asking when she will stop deceiving herself about their relationship. He clarifies that his attitude on the matter has always been clear, but she consistently avoids discussing it. Anya accuses him of wanting to cancel the engagement because Jing Qiao is back, a claim he firmly denies, stating he will not marry her regardless of Jing Qiao's return. He reminds her that he only tolerated her presence because of her grandmother, not because he agreed to the engagement. Anya desperately insists that he would have eventually fallen for her if Jing Qiao had remained gone. He tells her he was wrong to think she would come to her senses and informs her that he will have the locks changed tomorrow, ordering her to go home. As a last resort, she offers him a glass of wine as a farewell gesture. He accepts and drinks it but immediately feels dizzy. She helps him to a couch, suggesting he's just tired from work. In his drugged state, he hallucinates and sees Jing Qiao's face instead of Anya's. He kisses her but then violently pushes her away, realizing it's not Jing Qiao and yelling at her to get out. As he stumbles away, she notes his burning fever and offers to help him feel better, saying she doesn't mind if he mistakes her for Jing Qiao. He furiously slaps her hand away. Before she can approach him again, Wufi appears and barks aggressively, preventing her from getting close to the incapacitated Jin Yan Shen. Elsewhere, Annan asks her mother for ice cream and Bai Ran offers her some. Jing Qiao gently warns her daughter about getting a stomach ache, which convinces Annan to refuse the treat in order to stay healthy enough to protect her mom. Just then, Jing Qiao receives an urgent phone call informing her of a major problem with her bidding plan for the city's North District project. Bai Ran shows her a news article on a laptop detailing a plagiarism scandal, suggesting either Jinxi's designer or Pei's new designer has copied the other's work. Jing Qiao goes to confront Jin Yan Shen, who opens the door to his home. She explains that the design Anya submitted is identical to a project she completed in college, offering to provide proof. He tells her he believes her but needs to confirm the details with Anya and invites her inside, but she refuses, opting to wait outside. While waiting, she is happily greeted by Wufi, whom she recognizes as General. The dog is overly affectionate and follows her inside when she is let in, sitting with her on the couch. As she waits, she reflects on the strange turn of events that led her to actively seek him out. Jin Yan Shen finishes a phone call and informs her that Anya is not at her office and isn't answering her phone, so they must go to her house. Meanwhile, in a dark bedroom, a distraught Anya is being dragged out of bed by her mother, who berates her for failing to seduce Jin Yan Shen and for getting caught plagiarizing Jing Qiao's work. Anya cries that she thought Jing Qiao was dead when she used the design draft and that Yan Shen will now hate her. Her mother tells her this is a good opportunity and instructs her to deny the plagiarism no matter what, promising to help. When Jin Yan Shen and Jing Qiao arrive, the mother greets them warmly before leading Jin Yan Shen to the study, leaving Jing Qiao to find Anya. Jing Qiao enters Anya's room, where she asks for an explanation about the nearly identical project designs. In the study, Jin Yan Shen confronts Anya's mother about canceling the engagement and asks her what she knows about how he truly lost Jing Qiao years ago. Suddenly, Anya runs out of her room and past a stunned Jing Qiao. Jin Yan Shen catches Jing Qiao as she stumbles and she informs him that Anya fled. Anya's mother feigns concern over her daughter's fragile emotional state. Their attention is drawn to a commotion outside, where they see Anya standing on the ledge of the building's roof, threatening to jump. Anya's mother smiles subtly, believing the situation will work in their favor. Jin Yan Shen approaches Anya on the roof and tells her she's had enough. Anya smiles, saying she knew he would come, and embraces him. Down below, Jin Shuimo remarks to Bai Ran that it's just a lovebird fight. He then invites Jing Qiao for coffee, but she refuses, saying she will wait for them to come down. Seeing her distress, he moves to block her view of the scene on the roof, telling her not to look if she doesn't want to see it. Jin Shuimo approaches Jing Qiao, playfully accusing her of checking up on Jin Yan Shen after kicking him out. He dramatically feigns being wronged and hurt by her actions. She tells him to stop acting like a heartbreaker, and he gets closer, admitting he had been looking forward to her call for days. Feeling he is too close, she pushes him away, but he insists he is a gentleman and knows she doesn't want to hurt him, which is why she's acting this way. He tells her that if she knew how he managed to get through the years without her, she would understand. Back on the roof, Jin Yan Shen has pulled Anya back from the ledge. As he receives a phone call from Wu Bai, Jing Qiao watches from below, telling herself she holds no hope or expectations for that man. When Jin Yan Shen and the others come down, he informs Jing Qiao that manager Wang needs to speak with her urgently about the design plagiarism. He asks her to accompany him to the company to discuss the incident. At the meeting, manager Wang takes full responsibility, claiming he took the draft from Anya's desk without permission and submitted it, only later learning it was meant for inspiration. Anya then tearfully apologizes to Jing Qiao, explaining she was too scared to explain the truth when confronted earlier. Manager Wang bows deeply, insisting it is all his fault. Anya continues her act, asking Jing Qiao to hit her to vent her anger. Just as Jin Yan Shen steps in to stop Anya, Jin Qiao appears, complaining about the noise and calling it moral blackmail. He positions himself between the two women. Jing Qiao states that she wants reasonable compensation and a public apology to restore her reputation. Jin Yan Shen agrees to hold a press conference, but also informs Anya that her employment is terminated. After Jin Qiao leaves with Jing Qiao, Anya approaches Jin Yan Shen, asking if she has caused trouble. He looks at her coldly and asks if she is telling the truth. He then lists all the inconsistencies in her story. Her lack of surprise at Jing Qiao being alive, her mother's strange behavior, manager Wang's false confession, her sudden flight from the room, and Jin Qiao's convenient arrival. He concludes that he and Jing Qiao have merely been actors in a show orchestrated by Anya and her mother. He tells her she is no longer needed at the company and leaves her stunned and speechless. Later, he receives a call from Counselor Yi, who teases him about a photo of him and Anya on the roof. Jin Yan Shen explains the situation, and he remarks how fortunate it was that Jing Qiao didn't witness the scene, as it would have been difficult to explain. Outside her new home, Jin Qiao walks Jing Qiao to her door and cheekily asks for a dinner invitation. Suddenly, Annan rushes out, shouting at him not to bully her mother. Jin Qiao is stunned to learn Jing Qiao has a child. His shock turns to embarrassment when Pei Xiaoting appears, teasing him for being disliked by a child. Jing Qiao asks Annan to go with Pei Xiaoting while she speaks with Jin Qiao. She explains to him that Annan is hostile to all men because she is fiercely protective and afraid Jing Qiao will be bullied. Deciding to trust him, Jing Qiao reveals the truth about her past. She was pregnant 5 years ago, but Jin Yan Shen didn't want the child and gave her money for an abortion. She used that money to escape and keep her baby. She begs him to keep her secret, especially from Annan and Jin Yan Shen. Heartbroken by her story, Jin Qiao vows to protect them both. He moves to hug her but is interrupted by the return of Pei Xiaoting and Annan. Later, Pei Xiaoting visits Jing Qiao at his company, reaffirming his right to pursue her now that the plagiarism issue is resolved. She tells him her priority is her daughter and she plans to return to country R, asking him not to bother. Annan is at home, drawing a picture of her mother flanked by Mr. Pei and Mr. Jin, annoyed by all the strange men in her mother's life. The next morning, Bai Ran shows Jing Qiao the news. Jin Yan Shen is holding a press conference. He publicly clears Jing Qiao's name, reveals Anya has resigned, and to Jing Qiao's shock, announces that their engagement was a mistake and should have been cancelled long ago. During a press conference, Jin Yan Shen is bombarded with questions about his recent falling out with designer Lin Anya and rumors of an affair. He clarifies that his decision to end their engagement was made 5 years ago and has nothing to do with recent speculation. He explains that while he initially made a promise out of gratitude, he later realized feelings cannot be controlled when someone else appeared in his life, though he ultimately lost her. He reflects on how time can make people paranoid and how his reunion with Jing Qiao was not as he had imagined. He acknowledges his desire to understand what she went through during their separation and to make it up to her, vowing not to lose her again. Watching the broadcast, Bai Ran is furious at Jin Yan Shen's audacity, calling him a non-recyclable scum. Jing Qiao calmly turns off the television while Annan declares she will beat up any weird uncles who makes her mommy unhappy. Jing Qiao decides to visit the Pei family's company to discuss the project, intending to return to country R once everything is settled. Upon arriving at the office, she finds the door open and overhears an older man scolding Pei Xiaoting for getting involved with her. The man, Uncle Zhang, argues that the company's reputation is at stake, but Pei Xiaoting asserts his authority as president and tells him to address him formally in the company. He states that he will never mix personal feelings with business and questions Uncle Zhang for blaming the victim of plagiarism. He dismisses the concern about the tight 3-day deadline for a new design, and Jing Qiao steps in, announcing that she will take responsibility. She presents a new design she perfected overnight, explaining how she took a new perspective based on the original philosophy. Pei Xiaoting accepts the proposal with admiration. After the press conference, Jin Yan Shen is hounded by reporters, but his security details that no further comments will be made on his private life. In a private room, his subordinate Wang Quan reports that all tasks are being handed over, with only the old Southern District project remaining. The project, which was put on hold 3 years ago, has now resumed, and they need to check on the relocation progress. At Pei Xiaoting's office, he praises Jing Qiao's new design, calling her a genius, and suggests they discuss the final details over lunch. Just as he asks what she wants to eat, an employee interrupts to see him. Jing Qiao then leads Pei Xiaoting to an old sweet shop in the southern part of the city, a place filled with her childhood memories. She explains that she wants to visit one last time before leaving, fulfilling a personal wish. There, they meet the owner's son, Mr. Qin, who tells them his mother is in the hospital. Their conversation is interrupted by a group of thugs, led by a man demanding to know why the residents haven't moved out yet. He threatens them, saying their refusal to move is affecting his compensation money. Pei Xiaoting steps in, telling the man it's inappropriate to cause a scene. The situation escalates as the thugs' men begin moving furniture, and Mr. Qin tries to stop them. As a fight breaks out, Jing Qiao tells her friend Joanna to call the police. Pei Xiaoting is held back while the thugs overwhelm Mr. Qin. Jing Qiao stands her ground, warning them that the police are on their way. One of the men threatens her, and just as he raises a stool to strike her, Pei Xiaoting moves to intervene. But Jin Yan Shen suddenly appears, shielding her and taking the blow to his back. The thugs, recognizing they've messed with someone important, try to flee, but Jin Yan Shen stops them. He calmly tells his men to take them to the police station. As Pei Xiaoting approaches, Jin Yan Shen introduces himself as the enterprise leader in charge of the demolition and relocation of the Old South District, shocking everyone. Later at the hospital, Uncle Qin is assured that his mother, who fainted from the stress, will be fine. Jin Yan Shen's subordinate arrives and informs them that he has arranged for the best doctors and a full examination. Jing Qiao stops the subordinate and says she needs to talk to Jin Yan Shen. She finds him in a VIP lounge where two of his men are trying to let him in. She enters the room to find him shirtless, bandaging the wound on his back. She is momentarily stunned, remembering how he protected her. She sits down and asks why the demolition is targeting the old districts in the south of the city. He explains that the government is the main driver of the project, motivated by interests, and he is only providing the funding. She reflects on the deep emotional ties the elderly residents have to their homes and shops, places that hold their entire lives. She shares her own connection to the area, revealing that after her father's gambling debts left her homeless, Granny Kin's small shop was her only refuge. She argues that for her and many others, the South District is the only place in the city they can call home. As she finishes her emotional plea, he quietly reveals that during the 5 years she was gone, he went there to look for her. Jing Qiao looks at Jin Yan Shen and states that whatever he says now means nothing to her because she has no feelings for him. He stares after her with a bitter expression as she walks away. A flashback shows him telling her that the southern part of the city is not meaningless to him, as he spent the 5 years she was gone looking for her there, and he questions why she's involved with a fraud. Back in the present, he embraces her from behind, asking where she went and comments on her eyes. Pei Xiaoting appears, startling Jing Qiao as he asks if she saw anyone upstairs. He questions if the person she is worried about is Jin Yan Shen, then explains he wanted to ask about the demolition situation in the south of the city. He apologizes for interfering with her choices, but points out that the girl Jin Yan Shen confessed to at the press conference was likely her, and notes that he even protected her earlier that day. Jing Qiao denies this is possible, though she admits to Pei Xiaoting that she once loved that person and cannot remain completely calm when she sees him. She explains that she was young and reckless back then, but has learned her lesson that he is not a good choice for her. Pei Xiaoting offers her a supportive shoulder to lean on, but she asks for some time alone, stating that too much has happened that day. He agrees and tells her to reach out to him anytime. As he leaves, Jin Yan Shen emerges from hiding, startling Jing Qiao. He confronts her, asking why she just lied to Pei Xiaoting and if she truly has no feelings for him at all. Realizing he overheard her entire conversation, she feigns ignorance, but he grabs her arm and tells her to let go. He pushes her against a car, demanding to know her true feelings. She defiantly tells him that even if she once loved him, that is all in the past, and he should stop his self-pitying tricks for the media and not disrupt her life anymore. Jin Yan Shen presses closer, asking if she truly wouldn't care if he married Anya. Jing Qiao begins to wish them a lifetime of happiness, but he silences her with a forceful kiss. She struggles against him, thinking he must be crazy, and as he holds her tighter, she bites his lip hard. Surprised and now bleeding, he loosens his grip and she shoves him away, calling him a reckless madman. She pushes him away completely and slaps him across the face, remarking that it seems the previous slap didn't make him sober. He touches his bleeding lip and tells her he knows she won't believe him now, but he refuses to give up and declares he will pursue her again. She calls him a lunatic and storms away. His assistant, Wu Bai, cautiously approaches her, asking about the conversation, but is intimidated by her murderous aura. Wu Bai then reports to Jin Yan Shen that the troublemaker has been dealt with as instructed. Noticing Jin Yan Shen's wound has reopened, he suggests a checkup, but Jin Yan Shen refuses and instead orders an emergency meeting with senior executives about the high-speed rail project. At the meeting, Jin Yan Shen announces his decision to reroute the rail line 7,000 kilometers south, excluding the southern part of the city entirely. The executives protest, but he explains that moving the line will avoid the time-consuming and contentious process of demolishing residential buildings, even if it increases costs. He then proposes building a large amusement park next to a new stop in the suburbs to meet public demand and utilize the available land. The executives agree to the plan. A few days later, Jing Qiao learns that Grandma Qin has woken up and decides to visit her at the hospital. On the phone, she learns from Pei Xiaoting that the government has approved shifting the rail line, canceling the demolition in the southern district. She is shocked that Jin Yan Shen succeeded. Deciding to share the good news with the Qins, she is about to leave when Pei Xiaoting arrives to offer her a ride, just as another man named Shuimo pulls up in a new car. Shuimo offers Jing Qiao a ride, and when she explains she's going to the hospital, he insists on joining them, much to Pei Xiaoting's annoyance. At the hospital, Jing Qiao realizes she left her phone at the registration desk and goes back for it. As she returns, a medical team rushes a critical patient down the hall, and Jin Yan Shen suddenly appears, pulling her into a protective hug to move her out of the way before stepping on her foot. He smiles, telling her she's becoming more like an easily agitated cat. She calls him shameless and walks away, but he follows, asking how she knew he wasn't just passing by. She threatens to call the police for harassment, but they are interrupted by Uncle Qin, who is surprised to see her with Mr. Jin and says that Mr. Pei was looking for her. Jin Yan Shen smoothly claims their meeting was a coincidence. They enter the hospital room, where the three men get stuck trying to enter the doorway at the same time. Inside, Aunt Qin recognizes Jing Qiao, fondly remembering her as a little girl. Jing Qiao tells her the good news about the demolition being cancelled, but Aunt Qin says Jin Yan Shen had already visited that morning to tell them. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Uncle Qin invites everyone for a meal at his soon-to-be-reopened store. Later, at the cleaned and renovated store, Jin Yan Shen shows Uncle Qin the new equipment and delivery app integration. Just as Jing Qiao offers to cook for everyone, Uncle Qin receives a call from the hospital and needs to leave. Jin Yan Shen takes off his jacket, insisting he will handle the cooking and that he has done it before. He then focuses intently on frying the pan-fried buns. The silver-haired man arrives to find Jin Yan Shen brushing honey onto pastries, questioning if this was the only reason he was called over after waiting for 15 minutes. From a distance, Jing Qiao watches, thinking how cool Yan Shen looks while cooking and wonders how he lived before meeting Anya's grandma. The silver-haired man receives a call informing him that a cooperation partner, Jing Qiao, has suddenly changed their mind, forcing him to rush back to deal with it. He tells Jing Qiao to leave it to him, and as he departs, she is left wondering what he was thinking about just now. The silver-haired man sighs, thinking it a pity that Jing Qiao did not see all the things Yan Shen did for her. Yan Shen turns, a thoughtful expression on his face before presenting the finished plate of heart-shaped pastries. He serves them to Jing Qiao and the silver-haired man, who asks Yan Shen when he learned this skill. Yan Shen replies that it is not a good memory and that it is better if he does not know. The silver-haired man responds with self-mockery, saying he is used to Yan Shen being secretive since childhood. As a waitress approaches to take an order, her colleagues gossip about who Jing Qiao's boyfriend is. One thinks it is the handsome man inside, Yan Shen, while another argues for the model-like gentleman who just left. The silver-haired man confronts Yan Shen, asking if he publicly broke off his engagement with Anya because of Jing Qiao. Yan Shen states that even if Jing Qiao had not come back, he would not have married Anya. The silver-haired man asserts that he is the only one who can protect Jing Qiao now, but Yan Shen calmly replies that is not necessarily the case. A look of realization dawns on the silver-haired man's face as he wonders if Yan Shen is unaware of what happened 5 years ago. He asks Yan Shen if he knows something, but Yan Shen's confused expression suggests he is unaware. The man clarifies that Yan Shen should have known it was over between them when Jing Qiao chose to leave 5 years ago. Their tense conversation is interrupted by a woman named Gu Feng, who brings documents for the silver-haired man, Mr. Jin, and reminds him of a meeting in an hour and a half. He takes the documents and tells Yan Shen that he will not give up on Jing Qiao and will one day surpass him. Later, at a sweet shop, Jing Qiao looks on as a friend tearfully says she has to leave first. The shop owner, Uncle Qin, gives Jing Qiao a freshly made, warm pastry, which she accepts with thanks. Uncle Qin then thanks both Jin Yan Shen and Miss Jing for their help, offering them free treats anytime they visit. Jing Qiao informs Uncle Qin that she is already planning to return to Country R, but will visit again if she has the chance. As they leave, Yan Shen's driver asks why he did not tell Miss Jing that he was the one who made her portion of the pastries. Yan Shen responds that she probably would not accept it. The driver remarks that even his mother could see they care for each other, and advises Yan Shen to cherish the one who is still beside him. Yan Shen looks out the car window, reflecting that he suddenly realized he never really got to know her well before and remembers she used to frequent Qin's shop as a child and liked pan-fried buns. He gets into a different car with the silver-haired man, offering him a card as payment, but the man refuses, calling it a friendship price. He teases Yan Shen, noting how rare it is to see him cooking for love, but adds that it is a pity Jing Qiao will be leaving soon. He hands Yan Shen the box of pastries to have as a late-night snack, continuing to mock him for becoming more human after being frustrated in love. Yan Shen retorts that since he likes the food he made more than his card, he will not receive any more money for rewards, and then tells him to close the door as he gets out. The next day at the airport, Jing Qiao, holding her daughter Annen's hand, answers a call from Jack. He frantically informs her that plans have changed, and she will have to stay in Z country a bit longer because the designer for a project suddenly backed out. He begs her for help, saying the company will face a huge penalty otherwise. After hanging up, she explains the situation to her friend, Bai Ran, and says that Jack has already arranged accommodation for them. Annen insists that she wants to stay with her mommy. They arrive at a beautiful garden villa, where Annen excitedly points out the scenery to her mother. Jing Qiao tells Bai Ran to pack their luggage while she goes to finalize the initial project requirements. A man in a waistcoat greets her as MS Jing and says Mr. Wang is waiting for her inside. She meets with Mr. Wang, who tells her they are still waiting for one more important person to arrive. Just then, Jin Yan Shen enters, apologizing for being late. Jing Qiao stares in shock as a waiter bumps into her, spilling a drink on her white dress. Mr. Wang introduces Mr. Jin as the biggest investor for the project, noting that they should already know each other. Yan Shen says he hopes for a pleasant cooperation despite some past misunderstandings with the Pei family's project. Flustered, Jing Qiao excuses herself to go to the restroom to deal with her clothes. Inside the restroom, as she dabs at the stain on her dress, Jin Yan Shen enters the room behind her. He walks up to her, asking if Jack did not tell her that he was one of the investors for the project. He closes the distance between them, asking if she is mad. He blocks her path when she tries to leave, telling her to stay away. He admits he has selfish motives and does not want her to leave, which is why he secretly orchestrated the situation to take the project from Jack so he could work with her and pursue her again. Jing Qiao realizes the entire situation, the original designer backing out and her conveniently being in the city, was all his doing. Yan Shen smiles, acknowledging she is clever. She tells him it would be better for both of them if Mr. Wang does not see them like this. At that moment, they hear Mr. Wang's voice from outside the door, and Yan Shen quickly pulls her into a small, dark closet to hide. Mr. Wang calls out for Miss Jing, wondering where she and Mr. Jin have gone. Inside the tight space, Yan Shen holds Jing Qiao close, shushing her as Mr. Wang approaches. As Yan Shen holds her, her phone begins to ring, breaking the silence. Outside, Mr. Wang sees Yan Shen's phone on the table and concludes he must still be nearby. Inside the closet, Yan Shen leans in and whispers that he only asked if she turned off her phone before kissing her. He then releases her, pushing her out of the closet. She angrily confronts him, asking what exactly he wants. He calmly states that he wants to work with her and pursue her again. Remembering Jack's desperate plea, she agrees to cooperate but demands that her compensation be tripled. Yan Shen immediately agrees without hesitation, offering to add more if it is not enough. They decide to sign the new contract in 3 days. When they emerge, they find Mr. Wang, who asks when they got back. A flustered Jing Qiao quickly makes an excuse about an urgent matter and rushes off, telling him to email her with any needs. Yan Shen watches her leave with a faint smile, thinking that he wants to understand what she experienced in the years they were apart and make amends, as he does not want to lose her again. Elsewhere, an elderly man slams his cane down in fury, calling his son a bastard who brings shame to the Jin family. A woman beside him urges him to calm down, reminding him that the rebellious child has already severed ties with the family and is not worth harming his health over. The man sighs, asking about Shuimo, and the woman reassures him that with Shuimo at the company, he can be at ease. The man reflects that Shuimo's temperament has steadied over the years, but he still needs more experience because his biggest enemy in the future will not be anyone else. The scene ends with a tense shot of Shuimo and his older brother Yan Shen standing in a large, empty hall. Jing Qiao embraces her friend, who playfully complains that she thought Jing Qiao had left and she would not get to see her again. The friend named Jing Ji laments that an annoying manager sent her on a business trip, otherwise they could have met sooner. Jing Ji teases Jing Qiao, saying she has changed and become even more charming. She then angrily blames the bastard Jin Yan Shen for Jing Qiao's situation, but Jing Qiao calmly explains that it is just a collaboration she had to take because Jack could not find another designer. Dismissing the topic, Jing Ji asks about Annen, eager to meet her goddaughter. Jing Qiao explains that she has arranged for Annen to attend a kindergarten, as she anticipates being busy with the new project. Meanwhile, at the kindergarten, a man assures Bai Ran that there are no problems with Annen's information. As they go to complete the enrollment forms, Annan notices a group of boys bullying another boy who is crying on the ground. The bullies taunt the boy, calling him a crybaby and useless. Annan bravely steps forward, stating that she saw everything. The bullies are momentarily stunned by her appearance before dismissing her as a useless little girl. Unfazed, Annan grabs the lead bully's arm, causing him to cry out in pain. A teacher arrives with Bai Ran, and the situation is explained. The teacher speaks with the bullied boy, Xiao Zhu, whose father's friend tells him to stop criticizing the other boy. Xiao Zhu angrily tells Annan he does not need her help and to mind her own business. The teacher explains to Bai Ran that Xiao Zhu's family situation is a bit special, which affects his temperament, before praising Annan for her bravery. Annan follows Xiao Zhu, who is walking away, and points out his teary-eyed snotty face, calling it dirty. A car pulls up and Jin Yan Shen steps out, having arrived to meet a homeroom teacher, and he wonders if the little girl, Annan, still remembers him. Later in the teacher's office, Xiao Zhu enters and finds Yanshin, whom he calls Uncle Jin. The teacher informs Yanshin that Xiao Zhu was bullied earlier. Xiao Zhu excitedly tells Yanshin that the girl from the airport helped him again. The teacher mentions that the new transfer student is surprisingly strong for her age. As they talk, Yanshin sees Jing Qiao leaving with Annan outside the window and learns the girl's name is Bai An. In the car, Yanshin's driver notes that Xiao Zhu was protected by a girl named Bai An. Yanshin realizes the girl is his and Jing Qiao's daughter, connecting the surname Bai to when Annan was looking for MS, Bai, at the airport. He deduces that they changed Annan's records to be cautious of him. He decides not to rush things, confident that since their children are now classmates, they will have plenty of chances to meet. The next day, Jing Qiao is on the phone when Pei Xiaoting appears, leaning against his car and surprising her. He teases her for leaving after paying the rent without saying goodbye in person. He playfully suggests that telepathy led him to her when she asks if Jack told him her location. He then seriously explains that Jin Yan Shen is the biggest investor in Wang's project. Jing Qiao states that there is no better candidate, and Jack cannot afford the breach of contract fee, so she must take the job. As Pei Xiaoting offers her a ride, Shumo appears, asking what she is doing with him. Shumo grabs her arm, telling her he will drive her, but as he does, her design draft falls to the ground. Pei Xiaoting swiftly catches it and while returning it leans in to whisper in her ear. Enraged, Shumo punches Pei Xiaoting, shouting that he is a jerk. Pei Xiaoting retaliates and a fight breaks out between them. Jing Qiao yells at them to stop, just as Jin Yan Shen arrives and intervenes, pulling the two apart. Yanshin looks at Pei Xiaoting and apologizes on Shumo's behalf, saying it was unintentional. Pei Xiaoting apologizes to Jing Qiao. Shumo glares at him, telling Jing Qiao that Pei Xiaoting should not have touched her. Jing Qiao notices the cut on Shumo's lip and tells him to take care of it, worried about what his grandfather would say. After Shumo leaves to handle his wound, Yanshin formally shakes Jing Qiao's hand, saying it is nice to work with her. As she turns to leave for her meeting, he grabs her arm, stopping her. A blonde woman, Jing Qiao, bursts through a door, calling for Yanshin as he holds her by the arms. She insists she has something to say, but he tells her he's not in the mood to joke and that she should let go. She repeats his full name, Jin Yan Shen, as he questions if she plans to leave in her current state, noting that another woman, Anya, is emotionally unstable. He clarifies they were just discussing business and that it's not a good idea for her to go out now. He suggests she could stay there for a while if she doesn't mind. Meanwhile, Anya is being restrained by two men, yelling for Yanshin to let her go. From his office, Yanshin calmly instructs the men to let her in. The men release her and Anya stares ahead with determination. She enters the room and approaches his desk, hesitatingly calling his name. Yanshin sits at his desk with an indifferent expression and asks what he can do for her. Looking stunned but determined, Anya declares that she does not agree to break the engagement. In the quiet room, Yanshin puts down his pens. He stands up, asking if that is the reason she is here. She steps forward, arguing that an engagement is between two people and he cannot cancel it unilaterally. He dodges her as she tries to grab him. He coldly informs her that if the conversation is about this matter, then there is nothing more to discuss. Anya looks hurt, remembering a time when they were children and he never refused her. Jing Qiao, who has been observing the confrontation, looks away, thinking it is bad luck to be caught in such a situation. She sits on the floor, regretfully wishing she had left earlier. Anya continues her appeal, claiming that he changed and started avoiding her after meeting Jing Qiao. She reminds him of an incident on the rooftop where he had quickly pushed her away. Jing Qiao, looking stunned, realizes he had indeed pushed Anya away back then. Anya moves closer to Yanshin, reminding him that she met him long before he met Jing Qiao. She states that she was supposed to be his fiancé since they were children and that he was the only belief that kept her going. She confesses how much she had been looking forward to marrying him. With water dripping from her hand, she asks him why, even during the years she was missing and presumed dead, he refused to even touch her. She leans close, questioning him intensely. Jing Qiao watches in shock. In another room, Jing Qiao wonders what Anya meant by her words. Yan Shen tells Anya that he made his position clear at the press conference. Anya warns him that he will regret his decision sooner or later, then slams the door as she leaves. Yan Shen tells her it's okay and that he will give her time to reconsider. His assistant informs him that she has left. An aide then enters to remind Mr. Jin that his meeting will start in 15 minutes. Yan Shen tells him he is on his way and the aide greets Miss Jing. Jing Qiao stands silently with a question mark over her head as Yan Shen walks past. He stops and asks his assistant how Lin Anya managed to get inside. The assistant reports that surveillance footage showed the on-duty security guard was 3 minutes late for his shift. He explains that Miss Lin had slipped in by following behind other staff members during the break. Yan Shen orders the guard to be fired for abandoning his post and also demands an investigation into Lin Anya's recent contacts, particularly anyone with the surname Jin. His assistant confirms the orders. Later in a meeting, Jing Qiao presents a design concept for courtyard-style villas. She explains the layout would ensure privacy and comfort for residents. A man at the meeting interrupts, acknowledging her idea is beautiful, but questioning its profitability given the massive investment and large land area required for each villa. Another man agrees, calling the plan a complete waste of resources. A representative from the Wang Group echoes the concern, while others whisper that a design that is just for show is useless. Jing Qiao frowns as another person points out that the return on such a huge investment for small villas would be insufficient. She clutches her arm tightly. In the hallway, two women gossip about Jing Qiao being the award-winning designer from Country R. One wonders why Mr. Jin chose her over Anya, while the other speculates she obtained her title through lowly means rather than talent. Jing Qiao overhears them from around a corner, moaning that she needs to redo her design but feels no inspiration. She walks down the corridor. She stops upon seeing Yan Shen, who simply says hum. His phone buzzes. In a room, Yan Shen tells Jing Qiao that both he and his business partner are businessmen who prioritize commercial value. He tells her she must redo her proposal, which she accepts, admitting she wasn't considered enough. He reminds her that as an experienced designer, she should know the difference between competition pieces and commercial projects, suggesting she needs to adjust her state of mind. She acknowledges flaws in her design, but affirms her dedication is unwavering. He asks if she thinks her emotions have been greatly affected recently. He then mentions Bishui Park, a highly successful luxury apartment building, suggesting it has great reference value for their project. He slowly approaches, informing her that he has already booked flight tickets for them to visit that evening at 8 o'clock. He holds a door open for her. Later, Jing Qiao splashes water on her face in a restroom, wondering why she did that. With newfound determination, she tells Yan Shen that she will go and will prove herself. He watches her walk away. At the airport, her phone rings. It's a call from Bai Ran. Bai Ran expresses worry and says she has booked a flight to join her, but Jing Qiao reassures her it's just a business trip and asks her to look after Annan. Bai Ran agrees but asks her to send her location upon arrival, and Jing Qiao consents. On the plane, Anya's words about Yan Shen not touching her even when she was thought to be dead echo in Jing Qiao's mind. She looks shocked. Peeking over, she sees that Yan Shen, seated next to her, has woken up. As the flight attendant makes an announcement, Jing Qiao hopes he didn't notice her staring. She covers her face, her eyes trembling. She feels perturbed as she leans back in her seat and clenches her fist. Elsewhere, a man tries to make a phone call. He gets an automated message that the number is switched off. He looks frustrated as he tries again. At the Bishui Garden project, a guide explains the Oxygen Vacation Village design theme. She notes it is a unique local development. She leads Mr. Jin and Miss Jing to the promenade and outdoor swimming pool. Jing Qiao looks up as the guide points out how the elevated aisle design saves space and enhances the visual appeal. The spiral design, the guide adds, creates a three-dimensional effect. The guide mentions a garden cafe and other features, asking if they'd like to see them. Jing Qiao agrees enthusiastically. Yan Shen smiles, thinking it has been a while since he saw her so engrossed. Jing Qiao happily takes photos of the scenery and architecture. A woman approaches, informing them it's time to call it a day. Jing Qiao is surprised by how late it has gotten. The woman thanks her for her work. The woman informs them a dinner party will start in 2 hours, which confuses Jing Qiao. Yan Shen explains that the project's owner, Anthony, is an old acquaintance and has invited them to a dinner he is hosting. Jing Qiao declines, saying she plans to return to her hotel to organize her photos and work on new ideas. Yan Shen persuades her by mentioning the banquet is on the top floor in the famous Sky Garden, which is a rare opportunity to see. He smiles and asks if he may have the honor of her being his companion for the evening. They arrive at the bustling party. Yan Shen walks in with a confident air. Guests murmur about how handsome he is. A man named Anthony greets him, remarking that their meeting must be destined. He compliments Yan Shen on his improved Chinese. Anthony laughs it off, saying he assumes it's a compliment. He then asks if Yan Shen brought a companion. He gestures to his own companion, Louise, and suggests Yan Shen spend time with her, noting her interest. Nearby women express their envy. Yan Shen declines the offer. His gaze shifts past Anthony. Jing Qiao enters, dressed in an elegant gown, capturing everyone's attention. Women whisper about who she is and why she is with Mr. Jin, though they admit she is pretty. Another woman bemoans the new love rivals. Jing Qiao approaches Yan Shen and greets him. He takes her hand. Flustered, she looks at him and he reassures her it's just social etiquette. He introduces her to Anthony as his companion for the night and the scenic designer for his company's project. Jing Qiao politely thanks Anthony for his hospitality. Anthony expresses his envy that Yan Shen has such a beautiful and capable designer as a companion. He takes Jing Qiao's hand, saying it's an honor. Yan Shen smiles thinly before forcefully pulling Jing Qiao's hand away, telling Anthony they appreciate the invitation. He pulls Jing Qiao close. Anthony realizes she must be someone special. Looking awkward, Jing Qiao asks Anthony if she could explore the designs on her own. He graciously agrees. As she walks away, Anthony tells Yan Shen not to worry about her as all the guests are his. He then asks to discuss a demolition project Yan Shen was involved in. At the party, women gossip about Jing Qiao, recalling she is a classmate of Lin Anya from social media. They connect her to the plagiarism scandal involving Lin Anya and Mr. Jin. One confirms that designer Jing was a central figure in the incident, and they accuse her of causing trouble and cozying up to Mr. Jin on purpose. They watch her walk away, claiming she looks guilty. In the restroom, Jing Qiao washes her hands. She clutches her head in frustration, thinking that being involved with Yan Shen never ends well. She hears footsteps and Louise appears, saying, "So it was you." Louise grabs her arm confrontationally. Louise coldly informs Jing Qiao that Mr. Jin and Lin Anya have been engaged since childhood, calling her nervy. As Jing Qiao tries to leave, Louise grabs her arm, telling her she isn't finished. Jing Qiao struggles, telling the woman she doesn't know her and that they have nothing to talk about. Louise questions who Jing Qiao thinks she is to speak to her like that. She squeezes Jing Qiao's arm harder, calling her a bitch who pretends to be innocent. She accuses Jing Qiao of seducing Mr. Jin with tricks. She demands to know what makes Jing Qiao better than her. They hear a noise and Louise realizes someone is coming. Jing Qiao stumbles back and Louise falls dramatically to the floor. Jing Qiao looks on in shock. Louise begins to cry, apologizing and claiming she didn't mean to step on Jing Qiao. She sobs, offering to clean Jing Qiao's shoes as a crowd gathers. Yan Shen appears and steps in front of Jing Qiao protectively. A drunk man rushes to Louise's side as onlookers begin to gossip, accusing Jing Qiao of being an arrogant bully. The drunk man comforts Louise and then angrily confronts Jing Qiao, demanding to know if she pushed his girl. Furious, Jing Qiao denies pushing her and threatens to call the police if he keeps bothering her. The man scoffs, asking if she knows who he is, and dares her to call the police as he grabs her arm. Suddenly, Yan Shen rushes forward and punches the man. He swiftly puts his jacket over Jing Qiao's shoulders. The drunk man is thrown to the ground with a bump. He demands to know who hit him. Yan Shen coolly dusts his hands off as the man looks at him in fear. The crowd murmurs in shock that Mr. Jin would resort to violence for this woman. A woman with Louise recognizes Yan Shen. Yan Shen drapes his jacket more securely around Jing Qiao and asks if they were bullying her together. The crowd quickly backpedals, claiming they only arrived after hearing a commotion. Jing Qiao states that nobody pushed anyone. Yan Shen turns to the woman on the floor and asks if Jing Qiao pushed her. Before she can answer, a woman in a red dress steps forward, stating that the crying woman is lying and what she heard was different. A flashback shows the woman in red listening at the restroom door as the confrontation began. She reveals she has recorded the entire conversation on her phone. The crowd is stunned, realizing they were deceived. The drunk man's friend stammers an apology to Mr. Jin. The drunk man curses his friend and blames the vixen for tricking him. He tries to offer a handshake to make peace with Jing Qiao, but Yan Shen slaps his hand away. He warns the man that if he touches her again, he will disable his hand. The man shivers in fear. Yan Shen puts his arm around Jing Qiao and leads her away. Jing Qiao wonders why he came to her rescue. She recalls the miserable state she was in just moments before he appeared. Yan Shen tells her he'll take her back now, offering his jacket again. She insists on returning to the party to explain the situation to their host, Anthony, stating that the troublemakers should be the ones to leave. Surprised, she asks if he did all this for her sake. She clarifies that she just doesn't want to owe him anything. Later, the woman in red approaches Jing Qiao, informing her that Anthony already knows what happened and is asking the rude guests to leave. Jing Qiao thanks her for the help. The woman mentions they might need Mr. Jin's help in the future, but Jing Qiao clarifies they are not in that kind of relationship, surprising the woman. The woman offers her a special French red wine to improve her mood. 10 minutes later, Jing Qiao is visibly swaying, drunk from the high-alcohol wine. The woman asks if she's okay, and Jing Qiao complains of a heavy head. Jing Qiao suddenly faints and begins to fall. Yan Shen swiftly catches her. At the hotel, a staff member informs Yan Shen of a power outage as he carries an unconscious Jing Qiao. Inside a room lit by a single candle, Jing Qiao weakly asks to be put down. Yan Shen gently places her on a bed as she murmurs that she wants to go home. He holds her hand to comfort her. She looks at him dazed, and he tells her to be still. As he holds the candle, hot wax drips onto her hand, causing her to cry out. She looks shocked and blushes. Yan Shen worriedly asks if she's hurt. She begins to sob. As he gets closer, she slumps to the floor, pushing him away and telling him not to come any closer. He asks why she's avoiding him and crying. She denies avoiding him but says she doesn't want to see his face. When he asks if he is ugly, she shakes her head, saying he looks like someone else. He asks why he can't be him, and she leans on him, saying it's because that person wouldn't be so gentle. Tears fall as she says his name, and a memory of falling through water flashes through her mind. Jumbled memories flood her thoughts, being told a man doesn't want her, a ruthless command for an abortion, and her resolve to leave. She recalls moments of danger and helplessness where he always appeared to save her. She realizes her heart beats faster for him, and she doesn't want to lose him again. He sees her tears and asks why she is crying. Trembling, she realizes that 5 years ago at the village clinic, it was he who had abandoned her and Annan. Yan Shen looks at her, completely stiff and shocked by her accusation. He asks her to repeat what she just said. She looks confused before falling unconscious into his arms. Later, as she sleeps, Yan Shen's phone buzzes. It's a call from a groggy Mr. Yi who complains about the late hour. Yan Shen's voice is hoarse as he reveals that Jin Qiao has always believed he was responsible for her kidnapping 5 years ago. In a flashback, an older man offers Lin Anya's mother a briefcase of money to help the struggling Lin family in exchange for Anya joining his corporation. Anya's mother urges her to accept, reminding her that Yan Shen canceled their engagement and won't turn back to her if she remains soft-hearted. The man tells Anya he is not pressuring her but advises her that to win Yan Shen back, she must first destroy his pride and then rescue him, ensuring he will never leave her. Anya looks on with new determinations. Back in the present, Jing Qiao wakes with a headache. She is surprised to find Yan Shen sitting in a chair watching her. Jing Qiao wakes up, confused about where she is and wondering if he brought her here. She looks around and realizes with a jolt that she is in his room, questioning what happened and if she said something she shouldn't have, though she cannot remember anything at all. Jin Yan Shen approaches the bed and tells her that he wants to talk about something, ordering her to get out of bed. She calls his name and he confirms that he is there. She apologizes for any trouble she might have caused by getting drunk, stating that it would be better if nothing too bad happened between them. She stands and tells him she will submit the design draft in a few days. As she walks away, he grabs her wrist, telling her not to go. She asks what he is trying to do, and he brings up the kidnapping case from 5 years ago. He explains that it was not what he intended and recalls the past. The memory shifts to 5 years ago, where he recounts that Anya's mother told him Anya had attempted suicide because of his rejection and begged him to accompany her to a wedding. At the wedding, Anya unexpectedly proposed an engagement, and her mother revealed that Jing Qiao was in danger, claiming that proposing to Anya was the only way to protect her. He was completely fooled until he received a call from a frantic Jing Qiao, who told him to explain everything. He used Anya as a bargaining chip to force her mother to reveal Jing Qiao's location, but when he arrived, it was already too late. His subordinate informed him that they had only found Miss Jing's clothes. Overcome with grief, he believed she was dead. Back in the present, he tells Jing Qiao he never sent anyone to harm her or their child Annan, and that he never forgot about her. Jing Qiao reflects on the high hopes she once had for this man, hoping he was not just using her to see the soul of another woman he loved. She had hoped he would pray for their baby's safe arrival, but the subsequent kidnapping shattered all her illusions. For 5 years, she dreamed of her pathetic, humble self, constantly running and oppressed by her fears. As she relived the trauma of being chained and bloodied, she confronted the man in front of her, feeling a mix of excitement, shock, anger, pain, and joy, unsure of what her feelings truly were now. She feels a sense of chaos and sorrow that he has come too late. He tells her with regret that he learned of her struggles and pain too late. Her feeling is like a deep, dark pool into which a stone has been thrown, creating ripples. He gently touches her face, but she tells him she wants to go back and be alone for a while. He watches her leave the room and close the door behind her. He follows and knocks on the door, asking Jing Qiao if they can talk now, but there is only quiet on the other side. He calls her name, assuming she has already left, and stares at the empty room. Outside in City A storm begins to brew. Bai Ran watches the sudden rain, wondering why the weather changed so drastically. Her phone rings with a call from Jing Qiao, and she answers it happily, surprised that Jing Qiao is back already. She asks which airport Jing Qiao is at, but the line goes dead. Bai Ran tries calling back but gets no answer. At West City Airport, Jing Qiao stands in the pouring rain, her phone having run out of power. She wonders how long the rain will continue as it gets heavier. Meanwhile, another man finishes a shower, toweling his hair dry. He picks up his phone as it rings and answers with a simple hello. Back at the apartment, Bai Ran opens the door to find Jin Yan Shen standing there. She is alarmed and realizes Jing Qiao must be back, seeing her wet shoes on the floor. She confronts Jin Yan Shen, telling him he is not welcome and that she will call the police if he doesn't leave. He walks in calling for Jing Qiao, shocking Bai Ran. She tries to block his path, telling him not to come in. He stops and calmly states that he knows Jing Qiao is there. From behind a door, Jing Qiao listens as he asks to talk. Bai Ran steps in, telling Jin Yan Shen that if he pushes Jing Qiao, she will only feel worse. She tells him that if he wants to solve the problem, he should come with her. They go to a coffee shop where Bai Ran asks him what he wants to say. She reveals that when he gave Jing Qiao 10 million, she never spent a cent of it, and during her kidnapping, she threw the money away to distract the kidnappers and escape. He acknowledges that he knows about that. Bai Ran continues, explaining the immense hardship Jing Qiao faced after fleeing to Country R, where she was pregnant and couldn't find a job. She had to work menial jobs in a restaurant, serving and washing dishes. She mopped floors after closing time, but as her belly grew, everything became inconvenient. She was eventually fired. Bai Ran explains that she, Jing Qiao, and the unborn Anne had to survive on her meager salary, living frugally on buns and veggies. Jin Yan Shen trembles as he asks what happened then. With tears in her eyes, Bai Ran tells him that was nothing. The night Anne was born, Bai Ran was working overtime when Jing Qiao's water broke early. Jing Qiao was alone and in labor, struggling to reach her phone on the floor. She risked everything to call an ambulance for herself. Bai Ran recounts rushing to the hospital to find Jing Qiao already in the emergency room. Due to poor nutrition, Jing Qiao's blood pressure dropped, and she experienced severe bleeding during the operation. Fortunately, both she and Anne survived. However, a month after Anne was born, they ran out of money and were evicted into the freezing cold. During a particularly cold, snowy winter, they were homeless, and Jing Qiao tried to comfort a crying baby Anne. They stayed at a fast food place called AFC for 3 days, surviving on 1 coffee and using the free hot water to make Anne's leftover formula. Their fortune changed when one of Jing Qiao's unintentional design submissions won an award, finally giving them enough money to rent a place. Hearing all of this, Jin Yan Shen is stunned, realizing she had never mentioned any of it to him. Bai Ran says that Jing Qiao gave up the million he offered, washed dishes in a foreign land, and nearly died giving birth to Anne all alone. She tearfully explains how Jing Qiao transformed from a fragile girl into a resilient mother. She confronts him, stating that even if he didn't order the kidnapping, he is still responsible for her suffering. She accuses him of wavering between 2 women, which led Jing Qiao to believe his proposal to Lin Anya was real and rush out to find him. She continues by saying that if he hadn't been at the wedding when Jing Qiao needed him, she wouldn't have run out into danger. Furthermore, if he hadn't abandoned Jing Qiao and told her to get an abortion, she wouldn't have mistakenly thought he sent the kidnappers and wandered alone in another country. Bai Ran declares that if it weren't for him inexplicably blaming Jing Qiao for Lin Anya's death, her life would not have been ruined by a monster like him. Lightning flashes outside as she finishes her tirade. She asks him if he really thinks he still has the right to disturb Jing Qiao's life. She tells him they should end the conversation there and begins to leave. He stops her, asking with a hoarse voice if she has any old photos of Jing Qiao and Anne. Dazed, she replies that they didn't go to a studio and searches her bag. She pulls out a photo, explaining she took it herself and hands it to him. He takes the photo of Jing Qiao smiling and holding a baby Anne. He quietly thanks her. Bai Ran tells him that while he can do anything he wants in City A, if he cares at all about the past, he should leave Jing Qiao alone. He stands silently, holding the photo as she leaves. Back at the apartment, Bai Ran returns to find Jing Qiao waiting up. Jing Qiao asks if he left. Bai Ran enthusiastically says of course, bragging that she gave that jerk a good beating for her and he won't dare to bother her again. Jing Qiao asks if she really hit him and Bai Ran asks if she's feeling sorry for him. Jing Qiao denies it, and Bai Ran reminds her of how she survived in Country R and that all the tragedies started because he forced Lin Anya's death on her. She warns Jing Qiao not to be swayed by a few sweet words. Bai Ran tells her to forget the unpleasant things and rest, promising that Anne will be happy to see her tomorrow. Jing Qiao agrees and watches her go. Later, Bai Ran looks out the window and is surprised to see Jin Yan Shen still standing outside in the rain. He holds the photo and says to himself that this is between him and Jing Qiao and he will always wait for her. Bai Ran sighs, thinking to herself that she's sorry, but she's afraid Jing Qiao will be hurt by this man again before closing the curtains. Outside, Jin Yan Shen's assistant approaches with an umbrella, suggesting they head back. The assistant tells him that Miss Jing probably won't see him today. Jin Yan Shen remains silent, staring at the window drenched by the rain. Elsewhere, an older man tosses and turns in bed, calling for help. He curses the useless freeloaders when no one responds. A servant outside the door knocks, asking if the sir is asleep. The servant wonders why he heard a voice that suddenly stopped, thinking he might have misheard. He enters the room to find the old man has fallen out of bed. The servant rushes into the room, calling out to the sir as thunder rumbles outside. He finds the old man groaning on the floor and hurries to his side, asking if he is okay and offering to call a doctor right away. The old man insists he is fine and just needs help getting up. The servant, still worried, helps him to the edge of the bed and asks if he is sure he doesn't want a doctor. The old man irritably asks why he would call a doctor so late, claiming he just lost his balance. He instructs the servant that the incident is to remain between them and no one else should know. The next morning, a little girl, Anne, wakes up in bed next to Jing Qiao, wondering if her mom and her colleagues are back from their trip. She notices how tired her mother looks and decides to let her sleep, getting an idea of what she can do. Elsewhere, the old man is in a car, on the phone with a woman who informs him that his son, Shuimo, is missing again. He asks if Shuimo didn't go to the blind date she arranged, and she explains that he said something that made the lady so angry she threw a drink on him. Enraged, the old man calls his son a brat. He sees a park and orders the driver to stop the car. Getting out, he tells his driver not to follow him, lamenting how much effort he puts in for Shuimo and fearing he won't see a grandson to inherit the family business before he dies. He watches another man playing with his son and feels a pang of envy, thinking that his own son won't be able to fulfill his wish for now. A dog approaches him, barking questioningly, and he tells it to go away, comparing it to that damn smelly dog general. He pokes the whimpering dog with his cane, which makes it angry. The dog barks furiously and lunges at him, causing him to fall in a panic and cry for help. Suddenly, a child's voice is heard telling the puppy to be good, and the old man is shocked to see the dog calm down and wag its tail as a little girl pets it. He is surprised at how brave the girl is and warns her to come away as the dog might bite her. Anne happily tells him that the dog won't bite and that it only got mad because he hit it. The old man scoffs that animals don't understand feelings, but Anne explains that the dog Mike once saved her. The man's phone, which he dropped during the fall, begins to ring. Anne picks it up and hands it to him. He hesitantly thanks her. Anne says her mom is waiting for her and says goodbye, running off with the dog. The old man waves goodbye, thinking to himself that a granddaughter seems rather nice. Anne runs back to Jing Qiao, who has come outside looking for her. Jing Qiao worriedly asks where she went, and Anne apologizes, explaining that she saw her mom look tired and didn't want to wake her. She then proudly presents the breakfast she bought for her mom, telling her to eat it while it's hot, touching Jing Qiao's heart. Elsewhere, Jin Yan Shen wakes up in bed with a headache, trying to recall the events of the previous night. He remembers Bai Ran's furious words, recounting Jing Qiao's suffering, how her blood pressure dropped during childbirth, how she gave up the money for Anne, how she had to sweep floors in a foreign land, and how she nearly died alone. He recalls Bai Ran accusing him of ruining Jing Qiao's life and ordering him to leave her alone. He remembers drinking heavily after their conversation. In the present, a man playing pool asks if he's finally awake. The man, Pei Xiaoting, says that Wu Bai changed his clothes and went home to sleep, leaving him to fill in. He then teases Jin Yan Shen, asking if he got refused by Miss Jing last night. Pei boasts about his past success with ladies and offers to teach Jin Yan Shen how to handle the situation. But Jin Yan Shen remains silent. Pei coughs, thinking he might have overdone the joke, and asks Jin Yan Shen to tell him what's on his mind. He asks for Jin Yan Shen's thoughts, pointing out that even though the misunderstanding is cleared up, she still doesn't want to talk to him. Jin Yan Shen admits that he hurt her too deeply in the past. Pei agrees, stating that the relationship was unfair from the start since he married her to atone for Anya's death, and that all the accumulated pain cannot be easily erased. He adds that Jing Qiao must be very confused now that she knows the truth about the kidnapping. Pei advises him that he needs to clarify his own heart and decide if he can truly protect her from now on, telling him to either follow his heart or give up and let her start a new life. He then jokes that if Jin Yan Shen can't win her over, maybe his son Ju can pursue Anne when they grow up. Jin Yan Shen stands up, stating he is following his heart. He tells Pei that if his son wants to pursue his daughter in the future, he has to pass his test first, and then he leaves. A few minutes prior, Jin Yan Shen had been watching from a car as Jing Qiao chatted happily with Pei Xiaoting. His companion Wu Bai wondered aloud if Mr. Jin still had a chance. In the present, Jin Yan Shen's phone rings with a call from the Jin residence. He answers and his father orders him to come home. When he refuses, his father threatens to personally talk to that woman surnamed Jing. His father reveals he knows that the woman from 5 years ago was Jing Qiao, that she went to another country and is now back as a designer with a daughter named Bai An, who is in the same class as his friend's son. He questions why the child has a friend's surname and demands to know if Anne is a member of the Jin family and how long he planned to keep it a secret. Jin Yan Shen hangs up, tosses a folder to Wu Bai, and gets out of the car, saying he has something to deal with and asking him to give the folder to Jing Qiao. After Jin Yan Shen leaves, Pei Xiaoting says his goodbyes to Jing Qiao, who declines his offer of a ride. As she's about to leave, a woman approaches and hands her the folder, saying a gentleman asked her to give it to her. Jing Qiao opens it and finds detailed information on high-end apartments, realizing it's from Jin Yan Shen. From a distance, Wu Bai watches and thinks to himself that he has helped his friend, then calls for his dog, General, wondering why the dog is walking itself again. He turns to find the leash empty, complaining that the dog doesn't like him. In the nearby bushes, a large German shepherd emerges. A woman cheerfully tells Jing Qiao over the phone that she's still at the martial arts club gathering and will be home late, asking her not to miss her too much. While Jing Qiao, lying in bed, calmly replies that she understands and tells the caller to be safe and have fun. A young girl named Anne opens the bedroom door, calling out for her mommy. Jing Qiao asks Anne what's wrong and if she can't sleep, and Anne, holding a pillow, sweetly asks if she can sleep with her mommy today. Jing Qiao agrees and pats her head as Anne smiles. Later that night, as Anne sleeps beside her, Jing Qiao looks on thoughtfully before sensing someone's presence, hearing a man's voice state that he knows she is there. Suddenly, she begins coughing, covering her mouth as she wonders where the choking smoke is coming from. She quickly gets on the phone, coughing as she reports to an emergency dispatcher that she is at the Lorraine apartment complex where there is a lot of smoke and possibly a fire. The dispatcher confirms they've received the report and advises her to pay attention to her safety, assuring her they will be right there. Jing Qiao turns to her daughter, calling Anne's name as the child coughs and mutters that she feels bad. Jing Qiao realizes Anne doesn't look well. She decides they have to get out of there immediately. Covering Anne's mouth with a soaked towel, Jing Qiao reassures her not to be afraid and promises that mommy will take her out. She carries Anne through the smoky hallway, twisting the doorknob to the stairwell. As she opens the door, she is met with a wall of thick smoke and a raging fire, realizing with horror that it's too late. Suddenly, the sound of glass cracking echoes through the building, followed by the sound of a dog barking, which makes Jing Qiao pause and wonder about the sound. A large German shepherd appears, barking loudly. Jing Qiao recognizes the dog, calling out its name, General, in surprise as it barks and circles them. Her eyes widen in alarm as she sees the fire getting closer, the flames reflected in her pupils. She calls for General to come inside the apartment with them, and the door bangs shut behind them. The fire alarm begins to beep loudly. As Anne lies on the floor with the dog watching over her, she complains that it's hard to breathe. Jing Qiao tells Anne to be good and keep the towel on, assuring her that the firemen are here and someone will save them soon. She asks General to watch over Anne, declaring that since they can't get out and must wait for rescue, they can't be passive and must wet everything to buy time. Jing Qiao splashes a basin of water on the floor. She splashes more water around the room, coughing and huffing from the effort. Thinking it's not enough, she decides she needs more water. But she shakes and falls, spilling the basin. The dog barks as she lies on the wet floor, exhausted. Elsewhere, a man identified as Jin Yan Shen sits on a couch, rubbing his temple and wondering why his eyebrow keeps twitching. Meanwhile, an older man tells him that's all he has to say, instructing him to get a paternity test first and then send Anne to the Jin residence, as he will raise her himself. Jin Yan Shen retorts that Anne is Jing Qiao's child, and the old man has no right to do this. But the older man slams his cane down and tells him to cut the crap and stand up. He declares that his words are orders. Jin Yan Shen tells him he doesn't need to raise her, revealing he has already prepared to transfer 10% of the company's shares to Jing Qiao and Anne, and reminds the older man that he has already severed ties with the Jin family. As the older man calls him an unfilial son, a breaking news report comes on the television about a raging fire at the Lorraine apartment complex. The report states that rescue personnel are on the scene and that there are currently 30 deaths and 50 people sent to the hospital, which shocks Jin Yan Shen as he sees an image of a woman and child trapped in the flames. His father yells at him to stop as he turns and rushes out of the room. Outside, the apartment complex is ablaze, with firefighters and medical personnel tending to victims on the ground. Jin Yan Shen's car screeches to a halt at the scene. He gets out and walks toward the caution tape, murmuring Jing Qiao's name. A firefighter tells him it's too dangerous to go in. Jin Yan Shen declares that his family is inside and orders the firefighter to move. The firefighter blocks his way, explaining that it's not just his family inside and that rushing in would be a meaningless sacrifice, assuring him they are continuing the search and rescue. Jin Yan Shen states resolutely that he is going in today, even if it costs him his life, and picks up a jacket. He asks to borrow a fire extinguisher from the firefighter, who stammers in surprise but hands it over. Now wearing firefighter gear, Jin Yan Shen enters the burning building, calling out for Anne and Jing Qiao. He uses the fire extinguisher as he moves through a smoky bedroom, shouting Jing Qiao's name. He freezes when he finds the room empty, wondering where they could be. Until a weak bark catches his attention and he realizes it's General's bark. He follows the sound and finds Jing Qiao on the floor, holding Anne as he calls her name. Jing Qiao, covered in soot, thinks the voice sounds familiar and wonders if it's him or just her imagination. A gloved hand touches her face and she opens her eyes. The firefighter in front of her asks if she is awake, and then asks why she isn't talking and if she is hurt somewhere. She shakily asks if it's Jin Yan Shen. He confirms it's him and asks if she's scared. He tells her he will take her out, but she weakly says Anne is unconscious and urges him to take her out quickly. He acknowledges this and says he will get her dressed first. Jing Qiao thinks to herself that he really came to save her and that it feels like she's dreaming. He says they have to leave now, but she says no. She explains that General just saved them and they would have died without the dog, but now General is very weak. The dog lies on the floor with a wet cloth on its head as she pleads for it to be taken away, believing he will come back to save it. She calls out Jin Yan Shen's name, grabbing onto his arm. He turns to the dog and asks if it trusts him. General responds with a weak woof and licks his boot. Jin Yan Shen looks down with a pained expression, then turns his attention back to his task, promising the dog he will be back. He looks back at the fire with urgency, knowing he has to hurry up. He feels that time is precious and they must move faster. He rushes out of the building carrying Anne, who is wrapped in an orange blanket. Other firefighters rush over, exclaiming for someone to help them. As they take Anne, he declares he's going back to save General. He tells Jing Qiao to stay safe, and she is grabbed by another firefighter. She watches him go, thinking that she will. As he runs back inside, she thanks God, then please, and silently prays for him to come back safely. Waiting outside, she thinks it's been so long and wonders why they haven't come out yet. Anxiously, she tells a nearby firefighter that there's still a person and a dog inside the innermost building and pleads for them to be saved. But the firefighter says they are very busy and will do their best. She insists that they can't wait, but the firefighter apologizes and she misses her chance to grab him as he turns away. She worries, thinking that General was already weak and she doesn't know how he is now. She also worries about Jin Yan Shen, remembering he was already exhausted when he saved her and Anne. She wonders if he is okay, deciding she can't just wait there. She sits unsteadily on a stretcher, thinking she can't lose them. Suddenly, she smiles with relief, seeing them emerge slowly from the building. As Jin Yan Shen walks out carrying General, a massive explosion erupts behind him. Jing Qiao screams in horror. Sometime later, she awakens in a hospital room. Confused, a man Shuimo tells her she's finally awake and has been asleep for days, causing her to wonder how long it's been. The memory of the explosion flashes in her mind, and she realizes something about Jin Yan Shen. She immediately asks Shuimo how Jin Yan Shen is. Remembering the explosion, Shuimo remains silent, and Jing Qiao pleads for him to say something. He asks what she will do if his brother never wakes up and ends up in a vegetative state, causing her to tremble at the thought. She rips the Roman 4 from her hand and declares that she will stay with him for the rest of her life. Staggering out of the room as Shuimo watches with a pained expression, he closes his eyes with a heavy sigh. Jing Qiao runs to the nurse's station and asks for a patient named Jin Yan Shen and which ward he is in. The nurse tells her he is in the ICU, room 1 on the 5th floor, but then adds, but actually, which causes Jing Qiao to panic at the word ICU. The nurse is surprised when Jing Qiao suddenly runs off. The nurse mutters to herself that he was actually out of danger after the surgery and should be awake by now, but his younger brother insisted he remain in the ICU for observation. Jing Qiao arrives at the intensive care unit, breathing heavily with worry. As she clutches her chest, still huffing, and opens the door to his room. Inside, a woman named Bai Ran is telling an unseen person that Jing Qiao's injuries aren't serious, and she was just unconscious from shock, and that General is recovering at the pet hospital. Bai Ran then speaks to Jin Yan Shen, who is sitting up in bed, saying that he told the doctor the little girl he saved was his daughter, and she asks what that means. Jing Qiao listens from the doorway as he confirms it's exactly what she thinks it means, and that Anne is his daughter. Ran is shocked, asking about his daughter and questioning if that child wasn't already. Jing Qiao trembles at the revelation. He explains that the child survived because Jing Qiao used the 10 million he gave her to distract the robbers, allowing her to save the child and escape. Ran steps back in disbelief, admitting she was thinking on the way there. She clenches her fists as he leans back, confessing he was thinking that if the mother and daughter were dead. He recalls arriving at the scene of the fire and thinking he must rush in and save them, even if it cost him his life. He remembers how determined he was, willing to trade his life for theirs. He says his mind was filled with their images, wondering if they were scared, hurt, or even alive, and that when he finally found and carried them out, it felt like holding his whole world in his arms. Ran cuts him off, saying that's enough and that she has something to do and will leave now. As she passes Jing Qiao, she stiffens, then looks at her with a bitter expression and says that she won. Jin Yan Shen calls out Jing Qiao's name hoarsely as Ran leaves, and Jing Qiao looks at him stunned. Jin Yan Shen gets up from his bed, telling her she's awake. He tells her she just had surgery and shouldn't move, looking nervous. He gently looks at her and tells her Anne is fine and has been pestering her aunt Ran to buy flowers every morning, saying she wants her mommy to see fresh, beautiful flowers and be in a good mood when she wakes up. He adds that General is safe too and will be able to leave the pet hospital after a few more days of rest, guessing the dog must miss them a lot. Jing Qiao, with tears in her eyes, asks him if he knows the apartment was a complete inferno that day. She questions what she and Anne would do if something had happened to him after he risked his life rushing in. And tears stream down her face. He gently wipes her tears, telling her not to cry and that he knows everything. He says that looking back, he should thank Ran for telling him what she's been through all these years, admitting what a terrible husband and father he's been. He tells her that his life became unhappy after he met her and that maybe he shouldn't have bothered her again. He confesses he is a selfish person who can't live without her, explaining that Grandma Lin saved him in the first half of his life, and without her, he would just be a worm of the Jin family, but now she and Anne are his everything. He tells her he wants to protect her well for the rest of his life and asks her to give him another chance. She tearfully calls him an idiot and hugs him tightly, feeling his strong heartbeat and understanding that everything in the past no longer matters and she just wants to cherish every moment with him. Bells ring as the scene shifts to a beautiful outdoor wedding ceremony by the sea. Jin Yan Shen stands at the altar waiting and smiles as guests announce the bride is coming. The bride's veil floats in the breeze, and two children, a boy and a girl, walk down the aisle as flower children. Jing Qiao walks down the aisle in her wedding dress, looking radiant. She approaches the altar slowly, where Jin Yan Shen eagerly waits for her. He tells her she is so beautiful today, and she remarks that he seems to be in a hurry. He takes her hand, saying he can't wait to hold it. The officiant asks the groom if he takes this woman to be his wedded wife, through sickness and health, for better or for worse, till death do they part, and he says he does. The officiant then asks the bride the same question, and she happily says yes, she does. He looks at her affectionately. As he places the ring on her finger, he tells her it seems that in this life she is destined to be a devil's wife. She makes eye contact and replies, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Devil." He says good, and tells her it's nice to meet her too, before they share a passionate kiss to conclude their wedding ceremony.